Chapter 1. Clara. This cannot be happening. I must have suddenly gone insane, because there's no way in hell I'm seeing this machine flash that giant word in front of me. Jackpot. The slot machine is blaring happy but loud alarms to celebrate. That explains why so many heads have turned my way to stare. Some look excited for me. Some look frustrated. Most look pissed. One in particular, an older lady in a tracksuit and fanny pack, is mouthing curses so intense her dentures nearly fall out. I can't really blame her. She'd just moved from this exact seat moments ago, but I don't hear any of it. Not Grandma's cussing, not the whispers, not the bells and whistles announcing the lucky break I've been begging my whole life to receive. I'm a little busy trying to retrace my steps to make sure this isn't some fever dream I'm having in a ditch somewhere. Here's the thing. I don't gamble. Gambling is for people who have nothing to lose, and Wait, I take that back. I never gambled before, because gambling is for people who have nothing to lose, and I've always had far too much at stake. That changed tonight. Tonight, as I limped my way to a night shift at my second job, slinging drinks as a cocktail waitress for one of Las Vegas's most exclusive nightclubs, I realized that I literally had nothing to lose. Nothing tangible, anyway. I've always been broke. I work long hours and sleep short ones just so I can scrape together enough money and time for my daughter. Willow is only 5, and she deserves to have her mother present and active in her daily life. It's why I started taking night shifts as often as possible, so I could be there for her, providing for her emotional needs, even if I could barely afford to provide for her practical ones. Martin promised to take care of us. He promised to take care of me even before I got pregnant, actually, and his pretty song only grew louder as my stomach grew larger. When he held our newborn in his arms for the first time, tears streamed down his face as he swore to take care of us for the rest of our lives. Of course, I believed him. Who wouldn't? He wasn't just my boyfriend and my kinda sorta we'll get to it eventually fiancé. He's an officer with the Las Vegas Police Department. Which is why I grew suspicious when his promises fell flat only a few short months after the birth. I was supposed to stay at home, which was something we both agreed on. He doesn't earn 6 figures by any stretch of the imagination, but he's on the cusp of making detective, and the bonuses he's gotten have been enough to keep our heads above water. At least, I thought they were. Until all of a sudden, I felt like I was drowning. The first time he hit me was when I asked why he only gave me $30 for grocery shopping. The second time was when I asked him about the vague, ominous final notices appearing in the mailbox like clockwork. The third time he slapped me across the face happened in the dark, because the electricity had been shut off. I've been able to brush it off each time because of his job, the stress he's under, and in this city, it's enough to make Mother Teresa lose her shit. He was always mortified at what he'd done and would spend the days after worshiping me like a goddess. He gave me a little more for groceries, and the final notices disappeared. He figured out that the electricity issue was a simple misunderstanding, something in their billing office that was misfiled. Or so he said. But none of that ever lasted for long. The fourth time he hit me was when I told him I got a job. He took it as an affront to his identity as the provider, a sign that I didn't trust him. An underhanded bullshit feminist move to emasculate me, to cut my fucking balls off, were his exact words. The truth is, I was tired of Googling 80 different ways to cook potatoes. I was tired of pretending like I don't eat breakfast just so I could ration out enough oatmeal for Willow. I was tired of being too poor to be a mother. I started off waitressing at the kind of big chain where they make all the servers sing a goofy rendition of Happy Birthday, but I quickly figured out that the real money was in the night scene. I will never set foot inside a strip club, don't get me wrong, but cocktail waitresses still make way more money than pancake house servers. I eventually convinced Martin that it was a good idea. More money, fewer questions. That didn't mean he stopped smacking me around. He doesn't like how I spray perfume in my long hair to coax bigger tips from the drunk executives who breathe it in whenever I lean over the leather couches to serve their cocktails. He doesn't like the way the polyester uniforms hug my curves, or show off my legs, or put my cleavage on display for any jackass with a $5 bill burning a hole in his pocket. If it's something he feels will tempt men to ogle me, Martin hates it, and he's very efficient about letting me know. The nightclub I work at recently updated their wardrobe, and my new uniform arrived yesterday. It's sequined, champagne-colored fabric with ruched sides, a plunging neckline to show off the tatas, and toga-like straps on each shoulder to keep it all in place. On someone less voluptuous, it might go to just above the knee, but on me, it stops at the middle of my thigh. There's a pair of matching heels we're expected to wear while on the floor, but management encouraged us to bring flats for our breaks and commutes. How kind of them. Martin let me know exactly what he thought about my new look when he got home and found me trying on the shoes. This time, he didn't care that Willow was right there next to me. But I cared. So when he slapped me so hard across the face I almost fell off the couch, when I heard Willow's terrified screams, I decided right then and there that enough was enough. "What are you gonna do, huh? What the fuck are you gonna do?" He laughed at me. He didn't care that I was seething. He didn't care that I was glaring up at him with murderous rage in my eyes, or that our daughter was sobbing and cowering away from him. "You're not leaving this house looking like some $2 whore." When he saw my tears, Martin tilted his head to one side in mocking sympathy. "Oh, did that hurt? I'm sorry, baby." Willow hiccuped between her sobs and peeked up at him. "Daddy?" "Shut up!" he roared at her. I don't know what came over me, other than pure maternal instinct. I just know that one moment I was on the couch, my face burning from the slap, and the next I was flying through the air at him. I slammed into Martin so hard that he stumbled over the recliner and we both toppled to the floor into a painful heap of limbs. I didn't waste time to check and see if he was hurt. I sprung up to my feet, whirled around, grabbed Willow, and ran with her to her bedroom. Once I made sure the door was locked, I wrapped her up in my arms and we rocked together on her tiny bed. You're probably asking, why didn't I call the police? Answer, because Martin is the police. I held my daughter close as his fists banged against her door. Loud, furious, violent. I kissed her tears away as they continued to flow. I needed her to know that I'm here. I'll always be here. I'll never let her grow up in the hell that I had to endure. Eventually, she was able to stop hiccuping enough to sing our favorite song together, about rainbows and daydreams and bluebirds flying to places we can only imagine. Eventually, the banging slowed into a persistent knock. Eventually, his shouts melted into apologies and pleas. And eventually, finally, he was gone. I waited until I heard the front door slam shut and the sound of his car vanished down the road before I dared move from the bed. Then, once I knew for sure he was gone, I threw a few changes of clothes for Willow into her backpack and called my best friend to let her know it was finally happening. We were leaving. Roxy peeled into the driveway less than 10 minutes later. I'd bet everything I've ever owned that she blew through every red light on her way over. She greeted Willow the same as always, hiding the worry in her eyes behind a brilliant smile. "Hey, pretty lady, wanna have a girls' night? I got pizza and ice cream and 3 kinds of soda." "Yeah." Still puffy-eyed, Willow practically threw herself into Roxy's SUV. I'd usually scold my best friend for poisoning my child with junk food, but not tonight. Willow needed to forget what we just went through, and Roxy knew exactly how to make that happen. She's been making it happen for me since we were kids. "You okay?" Roxy lowered her voice as she glanced around for my bags. "You should call in, pack your things, and come with us." I shook my head. "I need the money. I know Martin wasn't holding his end well, but it was still more than I can do on my own, plus I could use the distraction, the normalcy." "Right." Reluctant as she was, Roxy respected my decision to go to work as if everything was normal. I made sure to grab the old, dented coffee can Martin never paid attention to before I locked up the house and tucked it under my arm as we made our way to the SUV. She cocked a brow at my choice of luggage. "Isn't that a bit small for a weekender bag?" I managed a genuine, albeit small, laugh. "It's enough to buy me a weekender bag." Her eyes widened when I opened the lid once we were safely buckled inside her car. "Holy freaking shit!"
"Language!"
Willow scolded from her booster in the back seat. Roxy snorted. "Sorry, Wills, but really, Clara? What?" I shrugged and pulled a few bills from the thick wad nestled inside the can. I may have only told Martin about half of my tips. Which is how I ended up walking the Strip to work in a sexy cocktail dress with almost every penny I had tucked inside my strapless bra. I left the rest with Roxy in case she needed anything for Willow, despite her protests and reassurances that there's no way a tiny girl could rack up a huge pizza bill. I knew that, but what I didn't know was how Martin would react when he returned home to find it empty. I left my car there, my things there, but it wouldn't take long for him to figure out we were gone. And if anything happens to me, I need to know Willow is going to be okay. Which brought me to the front of the casino. I've walked past the Meridian a dozen times since taking on this second night job, but this was the first time I'd ever paused to actually look at it. I don't know why I did this time. Maybe it was fate. Maybe it was foolishness. Maybe it was simply because the golden lights matched my dress. The Meridian Casino and Hotel is one of those places that makes it clear that it caters to an elite clientele. Crystal chandeliers, marble balustrades, and amber lights enveloping every square inch of strip-facing architecture in a way that manages to pull you in without blinding you. It's open to anyone who wants to try their luck at the slots and tables, but I've always dismissed it as one of those places a peasant like me would never be able to afford to even breathe in. Nothing had changed about my financial situation, that was certain. What changed was the fact that I literally had nothing to lose. A handsome executive in a sharply tailored tuxedo stepped out of a car behind me, nearly clipping me with his door. He didn't seem to notice. He certainly didn't bother apologizing, but he was very attentive to the gorgeous woman who draped herself on his arm the second she slid out of the vehicle. They looked like celebrities walking the red carpet as they made their way into the casino. Something tugged me in their slipstream, down that same rich carpet leading to the front doors of the Meridian. I watched the couple nod to the attendants who scurried to open the doors for them. And as I watched, something in my heart ached. I've never desired wealth or status, but in that moment, I wanted so much for a taste of that world. Just a taste. And tonight, I could afford it, because I had nothing to lose. I quickly changed from my flats to my heels and tried my best to make my bag look like it was part of my ensemble. The attendants smiled, nodded, greeted me with good evenings, and opened the doors for me just as they had for the couple before me. I felt like Dorothy entering the Emerald City for the very first time. Everything shimmered and glowed and dinged and tinkled. Even the staff had an inner shine, as if they were part of the architecture, brought to life by the setting sun and the neon lights, their veins flush with absinthe and dreams. Table games scared me. The leers, the scowls, the desperate men hunched over hands of cards with menace in their eyes. I don't know much about slots either, but they seemed easier to handle. Push a button and pray. That was more my style. I don't remember walking across the floor, through the pit, or really moving anywhere at all. But I must have, because I somehow found myself at a cluster of slot machines tucked into a corner. An older woman in a garish pink tracksuit huffed in frustration and stood from her stool at the machine closest to the pit. She grumbled something about "gone cold" and shuffled her way over to a different row of the same game. I stared at that stool. Why not? That was a question burning on my mind as I sat down and pulled out $100 bill from my bra. This is insane. I need this money. But my hands moved like they couldn't hear what I was thinking. I didn't know how the game played, or what it paid out, or what all the connecting arrows on a super complicated chart meant. I just watched a few people nearby feed their money to their machine, press the big glowing button, and wait. So I fed this machine my $100 bill, pressed the big glowing button, and waited. Things spun, lights flashed, buttons whirred, and then a 7-letter word popped up to change the course of my life. Jackpot. The sound comes rushing back in now. The vacuum punctures and the world hammers at my eardrums, which means I can very clearly hear the bells and whistles screaming at me that I've won. A small slip of paper spits out of the machine, and I take it. It's oddly underwhelming. I thought it would start spewing gold coins and I could dive into my newfound money jacuzzi like Scrooge McDuck, but I guess not. Nothing but a small little ticket, single-ply paper, fading ink. See cashier for winnings is printed in bold across the top. So neat, so simple, so mundane. Like my whole damn life didn't just change. My lungs are finally working again, though, and they suck in a deep breath. Then I cry out as loud as I can, "Yes!" I leap to my feet with victory fists punching the air. I've escaped hell and won my way into heaven. Roxy, Willow, and I are going to take the first private jet out of Nevada. We're going to find somewhere warm and quiet, and we're going to wear matching coconut bikinis and drink mocktails on the beach. We're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. But as I realize a moment too late, my victory fist is on a crash course with a nearby server just as she rounds the corner bearing an overloaded tray of hot coffees and watered-down vodka cranberries. I turn in horror. It's too late to stop it. My hand keeps going up and up until it collides with the waitress's tray. Everything after that happens in slow motion. First, I see the girl's mascara-encrusted eyes go wide as saucers. I'm sure mine are doing the same. Then the tray tips. Coffee sloshes over the rim of the highest mug in the stack. It becomes a murky brown waterfall, then intermingles with the vodka crayons until it all looks like sewage. The whole nasty mess flies through the air, a tidal wave of the stuff, and sends it surging down, all over a gorgeous man in a sharply tailored tuxedo. Glass shatters, people scream. The man, though, just turns to glare at me full on. Champagne drips from his nose and hair. He's gorgeous, there's no denying that. I don't know if he's an avenging angel or a fallen one, but he's carved from the same marble as this palatial room, and he's breathtaking. And all I can think is, jackpot?
Chapter 2. Demian. 20 minutes earlier. Don't forget, you have a 10 a.m. tomorrow with Stevenson. I don't bother tearing my gaze from the window. Postpone it. I was bored the moment I stepped into the town car, and I'm not going to pretend I'm interested in anything now. Certainly not meeting with Edwin fucking Stevenson, the most boring man in Las Vegas. Bambi arches an elegant brow but doesn't look up from her tablet. It's her quietly respectful way of questioning my judgment. This will be the third time we've rescheduled, Demian. Fine. I lean back in the leather seat with a sigh and a matching grimace. Order a spread for brunch. I don't care as long as I can kick him out once my hangover outweighs my patience. Her other brow joins the first. Anticipating an exciting night or a rough one? Maybe it's more accurate to say that I'm not bored as much as I'm drained. Thoroughly and irrevocably drained. What I need is a drink, so I can scrub the day's events from memory. Today was my older brother Tolia's scheduled appearance at the Court of Appeals to plead new developments in his case. New witnesses are willing to come forward and testify, and we're getting closer to tracking down the location of the false witness whose testimony condemned him to a life sentence. I hired the best legal defense team in the state of Nevada, a squad of fucking sharks with JDs, and we marched into that courtroom with a bulletproof case for appeal. It was denied. It seems the opinion of Judge Andrew Cartwheel is that, without the retraction of the key eyewitness's testimony, my brother will spend the rest of his life behind bars for a murder he didn't commit. Too bad the key eyewitness is nowhere to be found. The hard part wasn't facing down the judge, or forcing myself to remain calm when the idiot banged the gavel against the blatantly obvious, or keeping my hands in my pockets so I didn't strangle every last one of those preening motherfuckers. The hard part was watching Tolia get dragged away, yet again, bound in cuffs and reassuring me over his shoulder that it's okay. It's all going to be okay. I was a helpless teenager all over again, unable to protect my own brother, unable to stand up for him. I waited until I returned to my penthouse and stepped into the private gym before I let the rage and despair loose. I didn't even bother changing out of the suit and into workout gear. I needed to punch things, to throw things. Feeling priceless seams rip only added to the rush. Bambi offered to send in some extra relief, but I turned her down. I don't believe in dipping one's pen inside the company's ink, and with the way I'm feeling, it's better for women to stay out of my way and out of my bed. Now I'm drained, and yet the night's just begun. I tried sleeping through the afternoon to get some of my energy back, but I just need something to jumpstart my willpower. Nothing a few shots of bourbon and a successful night of burying myself in work can't fix. The town car pulls to a stop in front of the casino. Even through the tinted windows, the Meridian's lights sparkle over my arm in a twinkling promise of guaranteed good fortune to come. Well, good fortune for me at least, seeing as how I own the place. What's the head count for tonight? She taps the screen of her tablet and puckers her lips as she runs through a few calculations. 21 escorts working the main floor, 7 men and 14 women, although we do have a few from the new pool of recruits waiting in the wings. Would you like me to? Just one. Add them to the main floor and make sure we incorporate more tomorrow. For tonight, I like the numbers as they are. I tell the press I'm not a superstitious person, but that's a bold-faced lie. I don't fuck with Lady Luck. The giveaway is the elegant statue of the goddess herself carved over the archway of the Meridian, welcoming gamblers to my establishment. I prefer the high rollers. Nothing like a rich fool with money to lose, but I do take a certain sort of secret delight at seeing the average Joe rejoice in a win now and then. Bambi's roster of escorts isn't simply an additional service we offer. It's also our way of keeping tabs. When you know what your big spenders like, it becomes very easy to tempt them into doing it on camera, and when they know that you know, well, safe to say their business will remain ours for as long as they live. It's almost shocking how many powerful men have very particular tastes they'd never breathe to their closest friends or, heaven forbid, their innocent wives. And not just corrupt politicians, athletes too, and tech whizzes, and bad men with businesses almost as depraved as mine. Also, federal judges. Now, that was an unexpected surprise. Add a few more security personnel to the high roller lounge. I tap a finger on my chin as I think. Make sure they're wired, and let's extend VIP hospitality to Mr. Cartwell. Keep him happy and keep him rolling. just to make sure every word he breathes is recorded and transcribed. I open the door and step out onto the plush crimson carpet of the Meridian's main entrance. It's a bit of an old Hollywood touch I wasn't sure about at first, but after seeing people stop and take selfies and follow it inside to try their luck at the slots, I decided to keep it. I did make sure the material wouldn't catch on any stiletto heels. The last thing I need is a personal injury lawsuit splashed all over the headlines. Good thing, too, because I don't see the woman standing next to the car. The door nearly slams into her, but she manages to stumble backward without falling. I ignore her. No harm, no foul, and not my fault or my problem. But I do catch a glimpse of her in the corner of my eye. As I do, some faint spark of recognition ignites in the back of my mind. Is she one of ours? I murmur to Bambi as I help her out of the car. Bambi steals a quick glance and shakes her head. Not on our roster. Want me to look into it? She loops her arm through mine and leans in closer, so it looks like we're sharing an intimate secret. Don't bother. Just thought I recognized her. Bambi looks like she wants to press further, but she lets it go. Instead, she smiles cordially at the attendants as they open the glass doors for us and smooths a hand over her silk jumpsuit with a sigh. Ready? I don't answer. I simply lead us into the main floor and let the cacophony of the casino envelop us. Time to get to work. Chapter 3. Demian. It's a busy night, as it should be, given that it's Friday. Payday for the rank and file means the slots are fuller and the money is flowing from their hands to the machines to my pocket. Just the way I like it. Mr. Zakarievsky. Good evening, Mr. Zakarievsky. Good evening, sir. My name fills the air as I meander through the casino. My payroll is rife with people in every line of work imaginable. Not just escorts, but cocktail waitresses, bartenders, attendants, concierges, and the like. People who know better than to ask questions. People who have nothing to do with the Zarevsky Bratva. What can I start you off with tonight, Mr. Zarevsky? The bartender Mike flashes me a genuine smile and preps a tumbler with ice. He already knows what I'm about to order, but he always gives me the chance to surprise him. I don't. Bourbon, on the rocks, make it a double. The drink is already in my hand before I finish the sentence. Bambi scrunches her freckled nose as I toss it back and savor the syrupy burn down my throat. I'll take mine neat, she tells Mike. Room temp, like a normal person. I chuckle and set the empty tumbler down. Judge me all you want. We live in a fucking desert. Ice is a blessing. As I wait for her to finish her drink, I take the moment to lean back and scan the room. I'm not looking for anything or anyone in particular. Sometimes it's just nice to enjoy the sights and sounds of the empire I rule over. The same empire that should have been my brother's. We're about to leave the bar and head for the office suite when a woman's voice reaches my ears. No thanks, really. It's the way her words tremble that pulls my attention. Come on, baby. Some guy in a dark leather jacket with too much gel in his hair rubs her waist as she tries to slide off the stool. When she leans away, his fingers tighten. I got a room upstairs. We can have a real nice time. She musters a quivering smile and tries to maneuver from his grasp. Really, it's okay, I'm good. But I bought you that drink. I didn't ask you to. There's fear in her eyes, but she's trying so hard to be polite. The bartender starts to move in their direction, but I give him a subtle signal to back down. I'll handle this. Bambi sits back and orders another drink, this time something pink with a fancy straw. She knows how I operate. She's ready to enjoy the show. Good evening. I saunter up to the tangled pair, my most brilliant host smile plastered on my face. How are you two doing tonight?
We're fine, man. Everything's fine.
The man waves me off with an irritated flick of his hand. I loft a brow. Is it? My gaze slides to the woman. She looks shaken, but she forces a smile of her own.
I was just leaving,
she mumbles, grabbing her clutch. Please, stay. I gesture to her bar stool, but still give her wide enough berth to run if she feels a need. She doesn't know who I am, but her eyes do a quick once-over and something eases just a bit in her posture. Before she does decide to run, I gesture for the bartender. Mike. He slides over, his face serious, even as his eyes glint with mischief. We love this game. Yeah, boss. What is this beautiful young lady drinking? Mike cocks his head at the empty glass on the countertop. Well, rum and coke. I click my tongue in mock admonishment. Oh, no. We can do better than that. The gropey man huffs and holds a hand up to interrupt me, but I ignore it. Right now he doesn't exist, and when I do decide to turn my attention to him, he'll long for the days when I didn't know him from a fucking hole in the ground. I lean against the counter and focus my attention on the woman. What's your poison? Anything under the sun. Name it, and it's yours.
Listen, buddy.
The man grabs my arm, and then he yelps when he's immediately ripped away by my security. I stay focused on the woman. She blushes and settles back onto the stool. She is pretty, I'll give her that. Definitely a tourist, and given the tan line on her ring finger, I'd guess a recent divorcee.
I don't know.
She tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. The ends are frayed, and her roots haven't been touched in months. It doesn't take long for me to piece together the story of someone scrimping by just to survive an ordeal. This is probably her one chance at a break before she's back to cold, hard reality.
Vodka, maybe?
My smile broadens. Have you ever tasted Rusum Baltic vodka? The man stiffens behind me. He instantly stops struggling with my guards when he hears my native accent slip out. She blushes more and shakes her head.
Hell no, that stuff is... No, safe to say I have never, ever tried $1 million vodka. As you can tell, my luck here hasn't been that great.
I nod to Mike, who is already pouring a shot glass from the diamond-encrusted bottle we keep in the refrigerated safe under the bar.
Oh, are you serious?
She balks. I nod. On the house. Mike slides me another shot glass, and I hold it up for her to clink. To new beginnings. Again her eyes widen, but she tosses it back at the same time I do. We both hiss at the afterburn. It's like drinking glacier water. I glance over to Bambi. She's wearing her amused smile. Let's get our beautiful guest set up with some VIP treatment,
On it.
Bambi taps a few things on her phone, a smirk tugging at her lips.
Want me to include the Celestial?
Absolutely.
Done.
It's not even a full minute before one of our concierges appears at the woman's elbow. He offers her a warm smile and a slight bow. If you'll come with me, madam. She glances between the three of us, then settles her perplexed stare on me.
What's going on?
I set my shot glass back on the counter. I'm guessing your luck hasn't been great for a while. That's why you came out here, isn't it? Her eyes dart down and away. She nods mutely. Well, then time for a change. I straighten my jacket, give her one final nod, then turn to deal with the other loose end. Behind me, the concierge escorts the woman down a nearby side hall toward the spa. When she's out of sight, I signal for security to bring the man along. He and I are going in a slightly different direction. Chapter 4. Demian. The poor bastard tries to drag his feet on the carpet like he's hoping the earth will swallow him whole before we reach the private security room tucked behind the glass elevator. But my men are stronger than him. and they hoist him up so only his toes skate over the plush fibers. I hear him mutter pleas, stammer promises to leave and never come back, but I ignore him. It's too late for that. Bambi bids us adieu at the door. She's never had much taste or patience for what comes next. It's just as well she needs to go check in with all our escorts in the pit. The man is firmly seated into one of the metal chairs. 2 of my men keep a hand on each of his shoulders to make sure he doesn't think running is a good idea. The others lean in the corners, every bit the silent, violent sentinels they're trained to be. Even before I speak, the message is clear, and it's dripping down the man's face in rivulets.
"Listen, man," he stutters. "I meant you no disrespect."
I hold up a hand and he falls silent. Of course not. I flash him a charming smile, but my eyes are full of venom. You came into my house, drank my liquor, and harassed my guests. But you meant no disrespect to me specifically. His mouth snaps shut. Here's the thing. I check the message from Bambi on my smartwatch. Mr. Nichols, Mr. Josh Nichols, from Los Angeles as well. How lovely, we're practically neighbors. I meet his terrified gaze, my smile still perfectly in place. His throat bobs with a terrified swallow. Here's the thing, I repeat. This is a business. This is my business. And what people do under my roof is my business. So when someone like you comes in here and threatens my guests, you threaten my business. He gulps again. It's audible in the silent room. And I simply can't have you threatening my business, Mr. Nichols.
I swear, man, I'll never...
He grimaces in pain when both men bracing his shoulders squeeze tight. Any more pressure, and they'll snap his collarbone.
"I swear, Mr. Zakarievsky, I'm out. I'll never come back."
I steal a glance to the guard on my right, who immediately hands me the man's now unlocked phone. I skim through the texts. Most of them are hookup requests and uncouth responses to various rejections on one dating app after another. The truth is, this guy is hardly worth the time I'm giving him right now. The only reason why I'm even bothering is because reputation precedes performance, and the public currently milling around the main floor need to see the house keeps things safe and clean. But there are far greater threats than Mr. Nichols out there. Truth is, this sad excuse for a man doesn't even register, so I do the next best thing and cut him some slack. Notice I didn't say that I cut him loose. Sasha. The guard to my left steps forward. He's intimidating with broad shoulders, a deep chest, and bald head tattooed with tribal flames near his ears. The very picture of, "Do not fuck with me." "Dia, pachan," he grunts in Russian. I smirk. He knows the game well. Keep Mr. Nichols company while we decide what to do with him, and see what you can do about these dating profiles. They're atrocious. Sasha nods and calmly sits in the chair opposite Nichols, taking the phone once I set it on the table. Nichols slumps in his chair, clearly on the verge of sobbing. He doesn't know what's about to happen to him. He doesn't know how Sasha is going to keep him company. All his mind can do is run through the worst possible scenarios, and they're obviously terrible. If he were anyone who mattered, they probably would be. But I don't need the blood on my furniture, and besides, the nightmares he can conjure himself are worse than anything Sasha's brass knuckles could ever do to him. My men will make him shit his pants for an hour, then rough him up a bit, throw him into the back alley, and let him scurry back to whatever rat hole he calls home. I give a curt nod. The rest of the men file behind each other, and we exit the room together, leaving Josh Nichols to the worst hour of his life. The curious gazes that skirt our way as we stride to the pit are exactly why I have this little protocol in place. No one knows what's going on in that room, Only that Demian Zakrievsky personally manhandled a serial sleaze who dared come into this house. Bambi matches my smirk when she hands me her tablet at the edge of the pit. Right on schedule. The screen is lit with selfies and captions posted by the now elated VIP guest as she tours her luxury suite and tries on the silky, complimentary robes. Comments and likes continue to pour in as friends and family push the posts through the social media algorithms. And the bookings? I accept a tumbler from a passing server and take a sip. Up by 15% since it went viral. We'll have a busy weekend next week. Perfect. Bambi flips the cover shut and tucks the tablet under her arm. Tolia would be proud of you, you know. The thought comes as a hard punch to my gut. My mood suddenly sours, and I resist shooting her a glare. I know she means it as a compliment. I hate how it feels more like a reminder that his empire fell into my lap through fate's cruelest twist. It doesn't matter that even Tolia insists I stole nothing from him. It still feels like I did. You'd have it twice as successful than it is now, I grumble, with half as many idiots poisoning the bar. Bambi rolls her eyes and makes no effort at all to hide it. When are you going to take credit for your own success? I toss back the rest of the tumbler's contents and slam the glass down on a nearby table. When I find that fucking key witness, and thank them myself for the opportunity. Because that's what this all boils down to. I have everything around me, this glittering empire of dreams and diamond dust, because some snot-nosed kid lied on the stand 15 years ago. I shake my head before I can sink into the usual storm of rage and angst over how it's been so long and I still haven't found her. Give me the report, I order. Bambi sighs and pulls out her tablet and flips to a screen where the main floor layout is outlined in blue. Every machine is labeled according to its placement, with a running tracker of wins and losses indicating whether it's hot or cold by the second. If a machine stays hot for too long, we're alerted of a glitch so we can pull it, fix it, and minimize our losses. And if it's cold for too long. What's our coldest? I peer at the screen. Bambi taps on a section next to the pit, and an enlarged window zeroes in on the machines. Looks like Medusa's Wrath. Only 2 payouts in the last hour. This one on the end has been called for. She frowns. 6 hours. That's odd. Want me to call in tech support? I shake my head. Not yet. Funnel the wins to that machine and we'll pull later. No one's going to touch something that icy. Bambi nods her agreement and makes the necessary adjustments. She funnels additional funds to the glitched-up machine. With that settled, I start another circuit of the casino floor. I'm only vaguely aware of Bambi rattling off a to-do list as we wander. Bambi's intended praise still swirls in my head. Tolia would be proud. Would he, though? I have no idea how Tolia would have run things. He never got the chance to even try. Our old man was still around calling the shots and ruling with an iron fist when Tolia was arrested for a murder he never committed. Everything hinged on the testimony of an 8-year-old little girl who swore she saw my brother gun down LVPD Detective Michael Little. To this day, I can't shake the feeling that someone, somehow, skewed the facts so my brother would never see the light of day. But I can't put my finger on which one. Fact, Michael Little was fatally shot inside a warehouse. Fact, that warehouse unfortunately was owned by the Zakrievsky corporations. Fact, the key witness was there. Fact, Tolia was nowhere near the warehouse when it all went down. Today's failed appeal was to establish that last fact to an undeniable level. No fewer than 8 witnesses prepared written and notarized testimonies to having either seen or been with Tolia that night, clear across the city and far away from the warehouse 5 miles east outside Vegas. But Judge Cartwell simply stated that the little girl who saw it all held more validity than all those witnesses combined. My fists clench. I need to get to my office before I punch something and start a scene we don't want splashed all over social media. So I quicken my pace, Bambi close behind, her nose buried in whatever stats are rolling across her tablet screen. My own stats are rolling in my head, alongside the list of facts that won't let me sleep. The number of innocent men incarcerated in the state of Nevada, the number of innocent men who never get exonerated, the odds of me ever finding that witness. I step out of the pit and turn toward the wall, where the elevator to my office is hidden behind a camouflage panel. I make a mental note to check on the Medusa's Wrath slot machines, and then suddenly, I'm doused in coffee and champagne.
Chapter 5. Clara. I very, very slowly lower my victory fists. The avenging angel flicks champagne off his arms as he stares at me. It's not quite a glare, but he's not laughing either. Droplets cling to the perfectly manicured just this side of shadow beard, and the way the light hits him makes them sparkle. I should be apologizing, but I can't stop staring at how tragically beautiful he truly is. I should really be apologizing. I am so sorry. I frantically glance around for napkins and only find a used wad of them on the machine next to mine. Ew, no. Really, I have no consideration for your surroundings. If I thought his face was gorgeous, his deep timbre has officially made my insides melt. It takes me a moment to register the actual words he said. When they do, they hit deep, and I flinch. I muster an embarrassed little smile. Broken glass crunches under his feet when he steps to the side, and I flinch again. He towers over me, a good head and a half taller at the very least. Even stained with bubbly, his expensive tuxedo screams powerful, and the contours of the body beneath it underscore that word times 100. Dark hair falls into his eyes when he looks back at me again, and I suck in a breath at the way his smoky gray eyes seem to glow in the casino's lighting. Those eyes flick to the paper clenched in my lowered fist. His brow arches as realization dawns on him. Jackpot win. That vacuum on my lungs threatens to start up again as I slowly nod. Yeah. Comes out more like a squeak than an actual word. Congratulations, he chuckles. Now you can afford a new tux for me. I blanch. Breathe, I'm kidding. He accepts a cloth napkin that a stunning woman with dark curls hands him and pats himself down. I instantly recognize her from the town car when I first came in. Oh, good Lord, I've doused her husband in alcohol. She's doing her absolute best to hold back the laughter as she nods to someone in the pit and helps my splash zone victim dab off the remaining liquid from his sleeve. I'm actually envious of her. I volunteer myself to be the one to feel his biceps through the fabric. I give myself a subtle little shake. Focus, Clara. Really, is there anything I can do? I ask. I feel terrible. He waves me off. Don't worry about it. Just enjoy the rest of your evening and try to aim your bubbly next time. His face grows suddenly serious. Any more champagne showers in here and I'll have to call security. I almost gasp, but then he winks at me. Then he saunters off, gorgeous wife, girlfriend, escort, whoever, trailing close behind him. She suddenly stops, turns around, and stares at me. Her eyes flick to the flashing graphics on the slot machine I'm standing in front of. She glances down at a tablet tucked on her arm, then back up at me. She looks shocked. And then the most impish grin I've ever seen on a human being spreads across her face. She wiggles her fingers at me in a playful goodbye, and in a strange move, also blows me a kiss. Then she spins on her elegant stilettos and sachets away, albeit not exactly in the same direction as the champagne angel. Odd, but who am I to judge couples in Vegas? Lord knows I've got my own relationship problems. I uncrumple the paper from my death grip and read the jackpot total again, and again, and again. I may have a truckload of problems in my life right now, but money is no longer one of them. I nearly trip over my own heels in my mad dash for the cashier's counter. A few curious people follow me with their eyes, and I realize I need to be as minimally conspicuous as possible until I get out of this building. Hell, until I get it all deposited in the bank and take Willow far, far away from this place. I'd like to cash out, please. I smile at the middle-aged cashier wearing the casino's signature gold referee uniform and a matching gold chain on her reading glasses. She seems nice, trustworthy. She returns my smile warmly. That smile immediately plummets into a look of pure shock when she scans the ticket. Are you sure? She asks with a small, nervous laugh. I'm very sure. My fingers clutch my bag until my knuckles turn white. She clicks a few things on her keyboard, glancing at me every 5 seconds. It's difficult to tell what she's thinking. Her face keeps switching between different expressions depending on what she's looking at, the computer screen, the ticket, or me.
Okay, I'll just need to see your driver's license and...
She turns and dips for something under the counter, then sets a stack of papers in front of me.
I'll need you to fill these forms out. Top to bottom, please. If you have any questions, just ask.
I try not to look or feel as overwhelmed as I suddenly feel. All this? She snorts, but it's all in good nature.
All this for all that. You will also need to make sure you file a W-2-G when tax season rolls round. And be aware that all winnings are typically subject to a 25% tax rate.
25%? I blurt out. A few people glance our way. I immediately duck my face behind my hand. The cashier gives me a genuine little chuckle.
Honey, 25% taken from your winnings still leaves you a very wealthy woman. If I were in your shoes, I'd take the win.
Right, you're right. Sorry. Solid point, really. I get to work filling out the forms, bubble by bubble and letter space by letter space. Who knew hitting it big time at the casino would be so boring? I slide the papers back to the cashier and she gives them a thorough review before nodding her approval and scanning them into the system.
You have a few options for your on-site payout.
She slides a thick linen brochure to me.
But I will need to know if you would prefer a lump sum deposited into your bank account, or if you want it dispersed in an annuity.
Can I have it in cash? She blinks at me. Then she cackles.
Sweetheart,
the cashier coos once she can breathe again.
I wish you and I could see and feel what that amount of cash is like, believe me. But to be honest, the house doesn't physically have enough cash to cover that amount up front.
Oh. There must be something in the way my face instantly falls that tugs at her. Maybe it's the tears brimming in my eyes, or the hopelessness I suddenly feel. Whatever it is, it makes her reach across the counter to pat the back of my hand.
I can, however, give you a nice chunk of change tonight, if that will help.
Yeah? I sniff back the tears that thankfully didn't fall. Yet. How much? She clicks a few keys on her keyboard, scrunches her face in thought, mutters a few things to herself, and it sounds like she's dancing through a few loopholes for my sake.
How does 50,000 sound?
I do a dry spit take, and then quickly wipe my mouth clean with an embarrassed blush. Yeah, that will be great. More than great. I made half that for the whole of last year. I'm about to walk away with 2 entire years' worth of income in my hands. Don't worry, Willow Tree. We'll go somewhere real nice and we'll never go hungry again. The cashier slides the stacks of cash to me. I stuff them inside my bag next to my flats. They feel so heavy and yet so light. With every bound stack of $100 bills I tuck inside my purse, I count another dream on the verge of being fulfilled. Get out of Las Vegas. Get out of poverty. get away from him. I almost jump for joy when I realize I never have to go back to that shack of a house ever again. I don't need anything we left behind. I can simply buy replacements. New clothes, new toys, new furniture. Heck, I can buy a whole new house. I'll take that lump sum for the rest of it, if that's okay, I whisper to the cashier. I don't know why I feel so embarrassed about it, like I don't deserve it. She smiles warmly at me and nods. Absolutely, hon. Maybe that's what it is. I'm embarrassed because I'm afraid this is all just a weird fever dream, and I'm about to wake up next to Martin. He'll ask me what the dream was about, then find some way to punish me for dumping champagne on a total stranger and winning more money than he'll ever see in a lifetime. It won't matter that it's all a dream. He'll find a way to punish me. I'm going to wake up, and all this will be gone. The cashier frowns with concern. Honey, are you okay? I don't realize I've started to have a panic attack until she says something. I'm gripping the counter and breathing hard, and for a moment, I completely forgot where I was. Slowly, I nod. Sorry, just wrapping my head. I twirl a finger in the air. She smirks. It's real, hon. You are wide awake. I'm free. I don't realize I said that out loud until our eyes meet. There's a sudden warmth of sympathy in her gaze, and I kind of want to hug her. Yeah, hon, you're free. I swallow hard, nod, tighten the straps on my bag, make sure it's zipped, and hold it close to my chest, then nod again. I guess I'm doing this. The cashier winks at me. You're doing this, and you'll do just fine. She leans forward and drops her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. May he choke on the dust of your tires. When women know, we know. Smiling in disbelief, I hug my bag and make my way to those ornate glass doors I'd walked through what now feels like a lifetime ago. They're only a few yards away. A few yards away, past the crystal fountain, and Willow and I are getting the hell out of... Miss? 2 security guards suddenly approach me, then flank me. They're stone-faced and grim. Would you come with us, please? I was so close to freedom. Chapter 6. Clara. Please, God. I don't even know what I'm praying for. Mercy, maybe? I don't know what I've done, but it must be bad. We're joined by 2 more guards, and now I'm surrounded on all sides by armed men in uniform with badges, and there's no escape, and... there you are. An overly tanned man with silver hair and an impeccably white tuxedo greets me and my entourage with open arms and a beaming smile. Miss Everett, yes? I nod slowly. My apologies for the scare. Seriously, gentlemen, can't you see she's terrified? He shoos them away with a flick of his fingers. His million-watt smile returns, and he ushers me past another crystal fountain. I was almost afraid we'd missed you. Right this way, Miss Everett. I stop in my tracks, only because I'm struggling to process it all. Where are we going? Right. He claps his hands together. Forgive me, it's been a busy night, and there was a small disaster with the boss. Anyway, my name is Charles, and I am one of the floor managers here at the Meridian. I gulp. You're a pit boss? He scrunches his nose in distaste. Only if you're a cheater, which, not to worry, Miss Everett, we know you are not. Well, that's good. At least I think it is. He sweeps an arm behind me to guide me forward without actually touching me. You are quite the celebrity, among those of us who know about your big win, that is.
and it is my duty, nay, my honor, to grant you a complimentary stay in one of our most luxurious suites for the night, as congratulations for your obvious favor with Lady Locke."
For the night? Oh no. I'm so sorry. I'm stammering and I can't help it, but I'm also panicking. I can't stay the night. I have to go get my...
"Guests are welcome, of course. We must ask you to cap off at a maximum of 4 for occupancy regulations and such."
I glance around the casino. I have no doubt the adjoining hotel is just as fancy, if not more. It definitely has a shower where I can rinse off all this sticky, dried bubbly from my skin. And I know for a fact that Willow would go absolutely nuts to be able to live like a princess for a night. At that, I managed to actually, genuinely smile. "You know what? I think I'll take you up on that." Charles smiles and offers me his arm. I still hug the bag to my chest, but I'm not as worried someone is going to steal it from me now. It occurs to me that that might be why so many guards flanked me just to get to Charles. They had to have known I was carrying a large amount of cash. For the first time in my life, I actually feel somewhat safe. The walk to my suite is a winding maze through crystal and diamonds, marble and gold. I have the presence of mind to ask for a map when Charles fetches me my card key. He takes me as far as the elevator, but stops at the doors and encourages me to step inside.
"Number 1702,
he reminds me, pressing the button for the 17th floor.
"And should you need anything, concierge is available at all hours, day and night. Just call the front desk for assistance."
I give Charles a small wave as the doors close. Then I slump back against the wall and let out the giant breath I've been holding this whole time. This is real. This is happening. The doors ding and slide open. I step out into a silent hallway lined with cream wallpaper and plush crimson carpet, peeking around to see if anyone else is wandering the halls. On a whim, I slip my heels off and let my toes sink into the soft carpet. Yep, even the floor feels expensive. I tiptoe to room 1702. It's at the end of another hallway and close to the fire escape stairwell. It's also the only door in this hall aside from room 1701. I'm no expert in luxury suites, but something in my gut tells me that means this place is going to be huge. I'm adding Roxy to the guest list. Girl needs to experience this with me for sure. The light on the door lock turns green, and I can hear the deadbolt slip back. I turn the handle and slowly step inside. Whoa. I was right. It's huge. Huger than huge. The Meridian's trademark golden flourishes decorate every inch of the palatial suite. But now I can see more artistic patterns in the details I missed before in the casino. Everything has a bit of a constellation, Galileo navigation feel to it. The wallpaper is brushed with faint script pulled from ancient maps and star charts. A globe with continents made from gemstones sits on the desk, which is designed to look like a sea captain's study. A king-sized bed made with the softest-looking white sheets takes up most of the space behind a room divider covered in shimmering tiles. Across the suite in a pseudo-living room is a full fireplace and a giant flat-screen television mounted to the wall above it. Plans confirmed. I'm definitely calling Roxy, and we are definitely having a girls' night tonight. No work, no sleep, no problems. I dig in my bag for my phone. The bathroom door opens, and out steps a dripping wet man. I suck in a gasp. No way, no fucking way. It's him, the one I spilled on, the champagne angel. And he's naked in my room. Chapter 7. Clara. I scream. He screams. Everyone screams. Okay, none of that actually happens. Real life isn't nearly so dramatic. But I do let out something that's a cross between a shriek and a yelp as I clap my hands over my mouth, and he growls in surprise as well. What the fuck? He ducks into the bathroom, then back out again, this time furiously tying a bath towel around his hips. His eyes narrow when he gets a good look at me. You? Again? I'm very aware I'm getting a very good look at him, every inch of him. His dark hair is wet and curled close against his forehead, but his eyes are glacially bright. 5 o'clock shadow stubbles his cheeks, and his lips have a cruel, beautiful sneer to them. I was only kidding to myself when I compared his body to the marble statues adorning the exterior of the Meridian. But as he draws closer, I see maybe I wasn't so far off. I can see every muscle ripple and move like he's literally chiseled from the same hard rock. In unrelated news, I've forgotten how to breathe. What are you doing here? He says it like a man who's used to getting immediate answers. And I want to answer, I do, I promise. I'm just way too busy staring at his pecs to string together words. I realize I'm supposed to be running the hell away from an abusive asshole. I know that, but I'm not dead. Or, blind. Hello. He tips my gaze up to meet his with a finger under my chin. What are you doing here? My trembling fingers hold up the keycard I have yet to put away. Complimentary suite? He eyes the black and gold card, then backs off. Only a little, though. At the very least, he's recognized that, yes, I did get in here by legitimate means. It's not like anyone can just pick the lock and sneak in. Wait. What are you doing here? Now I want answers from the guy who's made himself at home in what's supposed to be my suite. He waves a hand over himself with a look like the explanation is exceedingly obvious. Taking a shower. I palm my face with a groan. No, I mean... Honestly, I'm too mortified to clarify. He takes the liberty to do it for me. Clearly there's been a mix-up with the room listing in the system. I'll talk with my people to see where the glitch is. No. He sweeps an arm toward the door. Kindly get the fuck out. I narrow my eyes at him. This is supposed to be my room, but any and all bluster I would have had in a situation like this was completely drained from my body during the ordeal with Martin earlier tonight. Good Lord, does that feel like centuries ago? I rub the side of my face with a groan, then sigh. Fine, you win, whatever. Enjoy your palace. Exhaustion suddenly settles into my bones. I sling my heels over my shoulder along with my bag and limp my way to the door. I've been ignoring the soreness in my ankle this entire time, mainly because I had enough adrenaline pumping through my veins to numb it down. Between running from Martin, then doing something crazy and going into the casino, then experiencing something crazy by becoming an instant millionaire, that same adrenaline just kept pumping and pumping and pumping. But now, I'm all tapped out, and I am feeling the painful twist that must have happened when I lunged at Martin to save Willow. What's wrong? I freeze at the door. He's right behind me, his voice low in my ear. I'm leaving. The room's yours. His hands gently wrap around my waist. No, he says. I mean with your foot. You're limping. The adrenaline is back, centered solely on those strong, nimble fingers very faintly flexing against the sequins of my dress. Oh, I twisted my ankle, that's all. I reach for the door, but those hands press just enough to stop me. Just enough to want a bit more. How? I'm glad he's behind me so he can't see my eyes widen or my cheeks pinken. Oh, I was just running. He lets out a soft snort. From what? Who? The correction escapes me before I even realize I'm saying it. I don't even know this guy, and I'm already spilling my life's story to him. I need to shut up and leave. I'm sure I can find something nice somewhere else, like a motel. From who? Something in my chest shudders. I do my best to shake it off. My ex, I whisper hoarsely. It's so still, so silent. One breath passes, then two. And then, suddenly, I'm swept off my feet and being carried back into the suite by this almost naked, air-drying specimen of human perfection. What are you doing? I half gasp, half shriek in shock and panic. You need to stay off your ankle. He says it like I asked him for a diagnosis. Keep it elevated. The swelling will linger if you don't. I glance at my throbbing ankle and wince. He's right, it's swollen and painfully so. I can't believe I spent so much time in heels without even noticing until now. He lays me down on the bed, making sure that I'm sufficiently propped up by the decorative pillows before he walks over to the coffee nook. When he returns, he's got a bag of ice in one hand. He uses his other to pick my feet up, sit down on the edge of the bed, and lower them back down on his lap. I can't help the low moan of gratitude that rolls through me when he wraps the ice bag around my swollen ankle. He clears his throat. My name is Demian. Clara. Demian grunts softly in acknowledgement, his head tilting in a slight nod. He's doing his best to focus on my ankle, but I catch his eyes skimming along my bare legs to where the dress is now bunched high around my thighs. I'm not sure if he notices his thumb tracing a slow, languid circle just above my ankle bone, but I sure as hell do. So, running from your ex. His voice is calm on the surface, but there's definitely a faintly angry growl to the not quite a question. I don't know how to answer. I don't know if he's going to sell me out to the cops, to Martin, even if accidentally, so I hesitate. But when his gaze meets mine, I'm suddenly captivated by the glinting intensity in his eyes, like he's hypnotizing me. So I muster a small nod. Yeah. He does shit like this often. I'm ashamed of the answer, only because now that I'm out of Martin's reach, I can't believe I actually stayed in that hellhole for as long as I did. But I still manage another nod. Often enough? Look. Demian shifts my feet on his lap so he can press the ice to the other side of the swelling. I'm not going to call the police, unless you ask me to, but No! I blush under his hard stare. I didn't mean to shout so loud, but the panic took over my vocal cords. I prefer to keep things in-house. He slowly finishes. There's an amused smile tugging at the corner of his full mouth. Oh, I'm not sure what to say to that. On one hand, I'm glad he's not going to run to the police with my domestic drama like some well-intentioned knight in shining armor. On the other hand, my mind is racing to figure out what he means by keep things in-house. Until his fingers start massaging my foot, then my calf, sending a flood of relief through my body and straight to my brain. He's careful around the tender joint, and through my fluttering lashes, I can see that the swelling has gone down quite a bit. No one has ever massaged my feet. Not like this. How does that feel? Demian's voice is a low murmur. It caresses my senses almost more than his fingers on my skin. So good. I realize how I sound. Desperate and desperately horny, but I don't mind. Given what my other foot is feeling through the towel wrapped around his waist, it seems like he doesn't mind either. I loll my head back on the pillows and gaze up at the ornate ceiling. I'm about 70% certain this is all some lucid dream that I'm going to wake up from at any moment. There's no way in any universe that I, Clara Everett, have thousands of dollars in cash inside my bag, which is sitting on a plush lounge chair inside a deluxe casino hotel suite, while a gorgeous man wearing nothing but a white towel is massaging my feet. I almost let out a delirious laugh, but then his thumb needs a knot of tension from the arch of my foot. My back involuntarily arches, and the sound emitting from my throat is pure pleasure. Oh, God, fuck! An appreciative growl rumbles low in his chest. His other hand joins the first, and he draws another writhe, another moan from me. When I open my eyes to look at him, the whimper that slips from my lips has nothing to do with the way he's touching me, and everything to do with the way he's looking at me. Demian rests my foot on his shoulder. His mouth is only inches from my skin, and his fingers lazily trace the curve of my calf. Up and down, up and down. But his gaze never leaves my face. His eyes flicker between mine and my mouth, and by the way the heat flares in those stormy irises as my dress pools around my hips, I can only imagine what he's seeing. I can only imagine what he's thinking. And I like to imagine what he might be thinking about me as he turns his face and presses the softest of kisses to the side of my foot. He still hasn't looked away from me, and I don't want him to. My heart is slamming against my ribcage, and I know I must be blushing 50 shades of shy insecurity, but I want him to see it. I want him to hear it. Somehow, deep in my soul, I know that I'm safe here with him, and that feeling is entirely new. His fingers slide up a bit more, close to my knee, then stop. I feel the way my skin sticks to his at the same time his brow twitches with curiosity. Oh, fuck. Oh, the champagne thing? I'm immediately humiliated all over again now that I realize I'm covered in dry bubbly. He's perfectly clean, and I'm a sticky mess of bundled nerves. I try to slip my foot away, but he tightens his grip. Not hard, but just enough to let me know he's not letting me go anytime soon. Demian leans forward, and I'm ready for him to scold me for my clumsiness. He doesn't. Instead, he glides his tongue over that sweet stickiness. Slow, warm, wet. Then finishes it off with a sucking kiss just behind my knee. That right there is enough fantasy fuel to last the rest of my life. Except, he's not finished. Not by a long shot. Now it's a game for him. Finding where rivulets of expensive champagne have dried on my skin and licking each one up. He starts with a massaging press of his fingers, and wherever he feels the stickiness, he dips his head to swipe his warm tongue across my flesh. I'm trying my damned hardest to keep my breathing in check, to not squirm so wantonly on the bed or let out so many breathless moans whenever he licks and kisses a sensitive spot. But by the time he's cleaned both legs, his lips are caressing my thighs, and I'm a quivering, simpering mess. I've never been with any man save for Martin, and Martin never, ever touched me like this. Demian runs his hands over my hips in one smooth motion, pushing my dress up higher until he can see my panties. They're not sexy or seductive by any means. I'm almost too embarrassed by them to let him continue. But then he rubs a thumb over the crease between my hip and my pelvis, and I shiver with pleasure. And I know he sees what he's doing to me. He hooks his fingers in the waistband and pauses, lifting his gaze to mine. I know what he's asking, and I know, much to my surprise, what he's giving me. I could walk away right now. I could get up, thank him for being so understanding, and walk out that door. Instead, I nod. Yes, I'm saying silently. Destroy me. Chapter 8. Clara. A wicked smile curves Demian's lips, and he rips my panties apart like they're nothing more than a minor inconvenience. I barely have enough time to register just how fucking hot that is when I'm suddenly spread wide, my legs hooked over his bare shoulders, and his hungry gaze centered right on my aching core. Did any spill here? He asks me. dragging a finger over my damp heat. Words fly from my mind. The entire concept of spoken language goes right out the door with it. But he waits for my answer, this cruel, teasing man, and I'm forced to whimper a pitiful, "No," when he drags that finger back up and teases my clit with light little circles. Shame. Demian's grin spreads wide. I should double-check. I'm about to cry out, "No," again, not because I don't want it, but because I'm afraid I'll literally crumble to pieces if he does what he's threatening. But he's too fast. He dives down, and when his tongue flattens and glides over my slit, I'm a goner. My hips buck up involuntarily as a wordless cry rips out of my chest. He takes advantage of the moment by cupping my ass in his strong hands to pull me closer to him. He's playing evil games. I want more, so he teases. I want faster, so he slows. I need him to devour me like a starved man, but Demian takes his time to taste every inch of me at his own leisurely pace. "Demian!" I cry out. My hips roll and his hands grip me, keeping me in place. I hate it. I love it. I want more of it. His chuckle mixes with a growl of pride. I can feel it rumble from his lips straight to my core. When he tugs again with that deliciously wicked mouth, it's perfectly timed with the press of his fingers inside me. My eyes roll back in my head as he presses and searches, then curls those fingers and begins to rub. I don't even know what magic button he's found inside me, but it's there and it's erasing every coherent thought from my brain. My fingers thread through his hair and tug at the roots. I need something to grab or I'm going to skyrocket through the ceiling. Hell, I might do that anyway. This pressure deep inside me is almost unbearable. Demian murmurs something against my skin, then presses a passionate kiss to my mound. That's all it takes. Boom. Fireworks. I'm shuddering, sobbing, drooling and riding out every single fucking second of euphoria on his hand like it's going to be my last. He waits until I've calmed, or at least until I'm only gasping for air and not actively hyperventilating, before he carefully pulls his fingers from me. Then he looks me in the eyes and sucks each finger clean. You taste better than champagne. He says it like he's actually comparing vintages, like it's an easy, factual statement and not something so salaciously naughty that I almost come again just from hearing it. I lean up on my elbows right when he crawls over me. He's fully naked. His towel is long forgotten, dropped to the floor sometime between his wine tasting and making me see stars. When his face is only inches away from mine, he pauses yet again. And again, I know it without having to ask. I'm able to leave if I want to. Not a single cell in my body wants to. I lean up just a bit more and his mouth slants over mine. The kiss is tentative at first, searching, then quickly melts into something far more passionate. My lips part only a fraction and his tongue sweeps between them, seeking mine to tangle with and suckle. I can taste myself on his lips, on his tongue, and that alone makes my toes curl. I'm not sure when or how he unzipped my dress, but it's completely open now, and Demian is tugging it off my body. My bra quickly follows. He pulls away just long enough to drink the sight of me in. I'm completely naked and spread wide, a feast for his hungry gaze. Demian, I breathe. I want him. I need him. He lit this fire inside me, and now he needs to put it out or I'll die. Simple as that. You're so fucking beautiful. He rolls my nipple between his thumb and forefinger with just enough pressure to make my hips writhe. You know that. Actually, no, I don't. I'm not allowed to be beautiful. Not if I want to avoid Martin's wrath. I don't want him tainting this incredible moment, or this incredible night without even being here. So I lean into Demian's touch with a coy smile and smooth my hands over his washboard abs. Fuck, so this is what those feel like. I can feel him respond to my touch, and I'm loving the way his muscles twitch and tense under my fingertips. When I glide my fingers over his length, he groans. He's so warm and bare and fucking huge. I literally don't know how he's going to fit inside me. All I know is I need him, and I need him right fucking now. Demian seems to have the exact same idea, because he captures my wrist and pins me down onto the mattress. His fingers find mine, and they lace together while his other hand reaches down between us. I'm spread open even wider than before. It makes it possible for him to work himself into me, solid inch by solid, throbbing, iron-hard inch. In a lesser world, with a lesser man, it might hurt. But Demian keeps my hand clutched close and takes his time and kisses the curve of my neck as he slowly pushes into me. And so there's no pain. I can feel nothing but pleasure. Nothing but him. He hooks my injured ankle over his shoulder, kissing my calf and gazing into my eyes as he continues to work himself inside me. I want so badly to touch the dark, silky strands of his hair as it falls into his eyes, but my free arm can't reach that far. He releases my other hand, and I immediately grab for him, for any part of him I can caress. But then I'm seeing stars again, because his now free hand has dipped down between us and strokes where we're joined. I'm unraveling at the seams of my sanity. The grin on his face tells me he knows. I'm still shivering in the aftermath of the first explosive release when Demian guides my leg to wrap around his waist, then the other, and leans down to cover me with his body. His lips devour mine, and we're a writhing, panting, groaning mass of tangled limbs and nipping teeth. Demian buries his face in my neck. I feel him suck on the curve, pressing with his teeth, and I want him to mark me, claim me, make me his in every way he can. My hands smooth over his back, gripping as he moves faster. But then he thrusts a bit harder, hits a new, unfamiliar spot deep within me, and my fingernails drag over his shoulder blades, and I'm suddenly back to that sweet edge of oblivion. Come with me, he breathes in my ear. I don't know if I nod. I don't know if I even verbally respond. I'm checked out, on another planet entirely. All I know is that I can feel him thicken and pulse. My legs tighten around him, pulling him harder into me. And then he's grunting, gasping, filling me with heat and taking me tumbling down with him into the sweet blackness of oblivion.
Chapter 9. Demian. God damn. I have to take several long, slow, steadying breaths to regain any semblance of control over my own limbs. My heart rate, on the other hand, is a lost cause. It's pounding so fast I'm worried I might go into cardiac arrest. The cause of my heart condition is barely conscious beneath me, smiling and glowing in the aftermath of our mutual and mutually mind-blowing orgasm. This was not on tonight's agenda. She was not on tonight's agenda. But the moment I saw her standing there, here in the hotel suite I randomly chose, just to quickly rinse off the champagne she spilled all over me, it was as if Lady Luck personally carried Clara straight into my arms. Who am I to deny a gift from the goddess of fortune? I eased myself off of her and rolled to the side, but I tuck her into my arms as I settle into the bed with her. I make sure to drape her injured leg over my thigh so her ankle stays elevated. At least, that's what I'm telling myself. it might just be a convenient way to justify this need to caress the soft skin of her thigh. She lays her head on my chest with a happy, purring sigh. I wasn't just in the moment when I told her she's beautiful. She is. From the way her olive green eyes glow and her long lashes flutter when she's experiencing pleasure, to the deliciously supple curves of her body, and the way she tastes, fuck. Every inch of her is exquisite. It helps that she's in my arms, in my bed, in my hotel, wearing my faint bite marks, her sweet honey scent mingling with my own all over her skin. Like I said, exquisite. But she hesitated when I asked her if she knew just how beautiful she is. I didn't miss the way she paused, the slight frown, the wrinkled brow. It doesn't take much effort to put two and two together. She's running from her ex. There's no doubt he's fed her lie after lie just to keep her under his thumb. She's free now, though. His fucking loss. An idea comes to me suddenly. I'm fully aware it's conceived from a combination of my own pride, possessiveness, and a craving for more of the shit we just did, but there's also an element of protectiveness swirling in the mix, especially when I start to wonder what might happen should her ex find her here. I don't have any idea who he is or what he's done, but I already know I'm going to make sure he has a hell of a time finding Clara. Come home with me. The sentence flies out of my mouth before I have time to really think it through. She tenses, then lifts her head to look at me. My God, the way her lips are swollen from my kisses, tangled hair framing her flushed face. I shift just enough so she doesn't feel the effect she has on me. Not while we discuss this, at least. What? She looks like she genuinely didn't hear my request. So I repeat it, even though it's not exactly a request. Come home with me. Clara squints at me, then laughs. Right, okay. I'm serious. She must see that I mean it, because she sits up and self-consciously tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. You don't even know me. I sit up as well, leaning back against the pillows still propped against the headboard. I know that you can't go home, wherever home used to be. She doesn't respond. And I know that you didn't exactly plan your escape in advance, judging by what you were wearing and the size of the bag you've been clinging to, which means you don't actually know where to go, do you? Clara frowns, but she still avoids meeting my gaze. I might still need to figure out a few things. Like what? Now she's more than nervous. Her bottom lip starts to tremble, and she bites it just hard enough to stop it. I have a kid waiting for me, a little girl. Ah, that does make things interesting. I tilt my head to one side and gently turn her face so she's forced to look me in the eyes. Then bring her with you. I'm not exactly leaping for joy at the prospect of playing host to a single mom and her snot-nosed carpet crawler. In fact, somewhere in the back of my mind, normal Demian is demanding to know what the actual fuck I'm doing. If this was anyone else, I'd be telling her to kick bricks, tough shit, c'est la vie. But anyone else wouldn't be here with me, naked and warm, and glistening in the soft light of the room as my fingers dance over her skin. I can't stop touching her. And I can't stop the surge of aggression that keeps rising whenever I envision an alternative option, any alternative option. Letting her go means her ex will probably find her. It definitely means I'll never see her again. I'm not okay with any of that. Not one fucking bit. Clara looks unsure at first. Then a distinct sort of stubbornness settles into her expression and she straightens. Thank you, really, she says. But I'm good. We're good. I loft brow. Really? School starts soon.
And I'm going to go get Willow enrolled and all that parenting stuff, so...
She shrugs. I'm not joking, Clara. I'll send a car to get your daughter and...
Do you think you're the first white knight to come riding in to save the day?
Her question stops me in my tracks. Not just the question itself, but the way she snaps it. She sighs and sweeps her long hair over one shoulder.
Look, it's not that I'm not grateful. I appreciate the thought. But I've heard this song before.
When her eyes meet mine again, they're filled with a deep sadness I suddenly have an urge to kiss away.
I just need to get out of Vegas and far away from him. I don't need a savior or an avenging angel or...
I bark out a laugh. It startles her, and for a fleeting moment she looks scared, but then she sees that I'm genuinely laughing and relaxes a little. I am no avenging angel, I chuckle, and I'm sure as fuck no one's savior. It's her turn to arch her brow and stare at me with unabashed skepticism.
So then why take me home?
I shrug. My hands smooth over her waist and lift her, pulling her to me until she's settled on my lap. Because I'm selfish. Because I'm greedy. Because I always get what I want. I love the way she spreads for me, even just to keep her balance as she straddles me. I can't resist caressing her thighs, then her hips, and then I tighten my grip just enough to make her rock on my length. Her eyes flutter close and her lips part, and I roll up into her to make my point.
What?
Clara blinks and bites her lip.
What do you want?
When I fist my hand in her hair at the nape of her neck, forcing her to look nowhere else but at me, I feel her shiver and hear the softest moan. You. I don't give her time to respond or to argue. The only reason why I don't kiss her right away is because I want to watch her take me. I want to see her lips part wider, her lashes flutter, her eyes roll back, and that blush spread from her neck to her cheeks when I guide her up and then pull her back down on me. She's all velvet heat wrapped tightly around me, and it's fucking heaven.
Demian,
she gasps again. I can feel her start to tremble. I hold her in place as I grind up into her, working every fucking inch of my cock inside her until my balls are nestled against her sweet ass. Clara whimpers with pleasure, her eyes flutter closed. Look at me. It's an order. She immediately obeys, and I want to reward her for being so good. But first, I need her to agree to my terms. You're coming home with me. She starts to whine, her hips writhing for relief, but I tighten my hold on her and she stills. Only her lips quiver, and it takes every ounce of self-control to stop myself from sucking on them.
Okay,
she finally whimpers. I will take care of you. Her body is on the very edge of release, but I won't let her tumble over just yet.
Okay.
I gaze into those enchanting green eyes a bit longer, and I realize this is real. She's real. She's so sweetly responsive, and none of it's rehearsed. None of it is a show for my benefit. Every shuddering gasp, every whimper and moan is raw and pure and mine. You're mine. I say it without thinking, but it feels right. Something snaps into place deep inside me, and it just feels so fucking right. That same something snaps into place for her too. I see it in her eyes, and the way her lips stop trembling as this new reality washes over both of us. Clara nods, as much as my grasp on her will allow anyway.
Yes.
That's when I kiss her. That's when I release my grip, only to hold her close in my arms and guide her on me until we're both breathless and moaning and writhing uncontrollably. I'm vaguely aware of my voice growling, then snarling her name. All I can hear is my heartbeat pounding in my ears, perfectly in time with my thrusts as I pour myself into her. All I can think as I hold her trembling body in my arms, as I breathe in her sweet honey hair, is that any motherfucker who comes for her will never get through me. Chapter 10. Demian. Bambi pulled through with my early morning text for her to grab some clothes for Clara. As gorgeous as she looks in that sequined cocktail dress, it's not suited for breakfast. She'd only look like every other woman doing the walk of shame, and there's absolutely nothing for her to be ashamed of. Not on my arm, anyway. She's been pleasant all morning, and pleasantly surprised when the linen dress arrived for her to slip on, paired, of course, with comfortable sandals that won't aggravate her ankle. But Clara has also been quiet. In the shower, she was quiet, at least until I made her cry out my name and spasm on my cock again. The beautiful afterglow spread across her delicate cheekbones and tinted the curve of her neck as I dried her off. She was quiet while we dressed, except when she smiled at me and thanked me for everything. Our walk to the car was quiet too, save for the few required comments about checking out and giving my chauffeur the address to her friend's place. Once inside the car, Clara shifted her gaze out the window and hasn't spoken a word since. It's been 10 minutes. I'm losing my goddamn mind. I pretend to check something on my phone. As I do, I see a few missed text messages in the notifications. But before I can open the first one, Clara finally says something. "If anything happens to my daughter, or me," she sighs and slowly turns her gaze to me, "you'll have the Las Vegas Police Department to deal with." I stifle a laugh. If only she knew how empty of a threat that really is to a man like me. That's usually the case when things happen to people. "No, I mean," she shakes her head and rubs the bridge of her nose. "My ex, Willow's father. He's a detective on the force, and my dad is his boss." I snort. "Wow, okay. Tell me how you really feel." "I don't know." Her voice takes on a new edge. There's a desperation in the corners of her eyes, almost like a panic. "I don't know how to feel," she says again. "Last night was—" Her mouth quirks in a wistful smile, then fades just as quickly as it appears. "I have a child, and I don't know you, and—" "You don't know if you can trust me." I get it. I do, truly. The bruising around her ankle is a colorful reminder of what her trust in men she knew earned her. There's no telling what a man she doesn't know would do. I'd applaud her instincts if I wasn't feeling so offended. "It's nothing personal," she adds. It never is. I know I'm being abrupt and I need to stop it, especially if I need her to trust me to do the right thing by her and her kid. So I offer her a playful little smile and take her hand in mine. "Listen, LVPD will never darken the doors of my estate. They wouldn't dare. You're safe. Your daughter is safe. And I get the feeling that neither one of us wants to see that asshole's face anytime soon." That earns me a small laugh. Clara nods. "Thanks." She sniffs and sits up a bit straighter, confidence settling into her limbs. "Thank you, Demyev. Really, I don't know how to repay you." I have several ideas. None of them involve clothing. "We'll figure something out," I assure her with a coy wink. It takes a moment for the meaning to sink in, and when it does, that pretty blush pinkens her skin. I've never liked the color pink until I met this woman. Now all I ever want to do is lick it. She pulls her hand from mine to fiddle with the hem of her dress. I pretend like it doesn't suddenly bother me because it shouldn't, but it does. Distractions. I need distractions, and I need them right now. So I flip to the messages in my phone and do my best to focus on work. It's not difficult because the first message I open yanks my full attention. Charles. Medusa's Wrath jackpot winner tried cashing out. I caught up with her and comped her a high-roller suite. Charles, thought you should know, fingerprints pulled up a few records. The attachments show Clara's fingerprints and a scan of her ID on the payout forms that the Meridian requires from high rollers. But then there's another set of attachments that make me sit up straight, and my heart slams inside my ribcage. There's another set of fingerprints confirmed match, but this document is a court docket and a testimonial dossier from 15 years ago, with a very young, very familiar face staring up at me. No. I don't know what curdles first, my stomach or my blood. I can't bring myself to look at her. I can't bring myself to read the name on the court documents despite knowing exactly what it says. I can't force my mind to make sense of this. Clara, I shut my mouth when I realize I can't stand the taste of her name on my tongue anymore. Yes? She peers at me and must see the darkness clouding my face. Is everything okay? No, it sure as fuck is not. But I can't tell her yet. I can't let her know something is wrong, that everything is wrong. I have to play it cool, play it calm, and get her and her kid the fuck inside my house, where security is strong and the deadbolts are stronger. I've been looking for Clara Everett for 15 years. Through fate or sheer dumb luck, I finally have her. There's no way in hell I'm going to let her slip through my fingers again.
Chapter 11. Clara. When we pull up into Roxy's driveway, I have to remind myself to wait for the car to stop before I leap out. I'm anxious to see Willow, and excited to get her to actual safety that won't put my best friend in danger. Even though there's a sudden shadow over Demian that he won't talk about, I can't help but feel like he's the genuine thing. And I can't help but remind myself that that kind of thinking always lands me in trouble. I shake it off and skip out of the car that's probably worth 5 years of my wages. I don't bother checking to see if he's behind me. The only thing I do check is to make sure my bag is on my shoulder as I walk up the wrought iron stairs of the Adobe apartment building. All I can think about right now is seeing Willow, making sure she's safe. We're so close to our happily ever after. Roxy meets me at the door to her tiny studio. Her eyes immediately narrow when she sees Demian slowly emerge from the luxury sedan. "Clara!" I scrunch my nose and try to wave off the impending 1,000 questions. "He's a friend. Is Willow okay?" "No, I fed her to a pool of sharks." Roxy rolls her eyes and ushers me inside. "Yes, of course she's okay. You think I'd let that jackass get to her?" I let out a sigh of relief when I spot my sweet angel snoring on the couch, tucked beneath a light throw blanket and still clutching a bag of half-eaten popcorn. "He has a gun," I gently remind my friend. "Yeah? So do I." I want to scold her for being so careless, but she's really not. Roxy Muir would absolutely go into battle with the entire Las Vegas PD if it meant protecting Willow. "Don't worry," she calmly assures me as she picks up Willow's things around the room. "I made sure to fill her up with junk food and liquid sugar. All I need to do is give her a good shake and you'll have a blast the rest of the day." Now I do roll my eyes, but I can't hold back the laugh. "Gee, thanks bunches. You're a real friend." Roxy smirks and tucks Willow's sweater inside her little backpack. "So, there's an insanely hot guy driving an equally smokin' car outside." "Here we go." "He's just a friend, Rox." "Mm-hmm. And where has this friend been up until now?" I bite the inside of my cheek. She's got me there. I pick up one of Willow's toys she managed to slip in her bag and fiddle with it so I don't have to look at Roxy. "I just met him last night." Her sharp intake of breath tells me all I need to know about her opinion. "Clara! It's not what you think." I'm suddenly very aware of the weight of the bag on my shoulder, and I steal a mischievous glance at my best friend. I had a really great night. I mean, A really great night. Roxy furrows her brow and sits on one of the bar stools at her kitchen island. You didn't go to work? I grin. I never have to go to work again. Not for a very long time. Girl, if you're about to tell me you got yourself a sugar daddy. I unzip the bag, then pull out stack after stack after stack of cash and set them on the counter. Roxy's eyes bug out of her head. I nod giddily. I know. Believe me, I know. She almost slides off her seat. Almost. But she catches herself and suddenly barks out a laugh, clapping her hand over her mouth before she wakes up Willow. What the fuck? Tell me that's not sugar daddy's. God, no. I snort and shake my head. He's not my sugar anything, and this is my money. Well, part of it. Part? I had to get the rest in an annuity, but I'm going to transfer it out once I can get a new bank account to handle the full amount. Roxy leans back. How much? I almost stumble on the words. I've never actually spoken it out loud. 1. I clear my throat. It's sticking to my tongue. $1 million. She shrieks. We quickly hush each other as I nearly shriek right along with her, and I take the opportunity to shove a few stacks of cash into her arms. She tries to shove them back at me, but I'm not going to let her refuse. Please, Roxy. I practically stuff a wad of cash down her shirt. For me, just take it. Bitch, what am I supposed to do with all this dough? I don't know. I also don't know how else I could ever repay her for protecting my daughter and getting both of us out of that hellhole. Keep it for me. Stash it in your bank. You can transfer it to me later. The less I have on hand, the harder it will be for me to lose it. Realization dawns on Roxy's face. Officer Asshole doesn't know. Not a fucking clue. That seals the deal. Done. She's tucking the money into her cereal box when there's a knock at the door. We both jump, and for a moment, Willow whines in her sleep. My heart leaps into my throat. Did he find us here? Clara! Oh, thank God, it's Demian. Roxy's eyes bug out of her head and she mouths the question to me. Sugar daddy? I roll my eyes but nod. I'll make the introductions in a second. I move to answer the door, but she blows past me and carefully peers at him through only a few inches of open space. I guess that's fair, it is her home. But I know her ready for a fight stance, and she's absolutely in it, all tense and ready to pounce. Demian doesn't give her much of an expression, but he explains, I heard shrieking. He tries to look inside over her head. Everything okay? Roxy sizes him up, then opens the door wider to let him in. You must be Demian. I cut her off before she calls him any sort of name he might not find humor in. This is Demian. Demian, this is my best friend, Roxy. He gives her a polite nod, then looks to me. I heard shrieking, he repeats. I blush. Yeah, sorry. We just got excited and all. He nods again. Ready? Roxy tries to signal with her not quite blank expression that I don't have to go with him if I don't want to. But to be perfectly honest, I'm more on board with being surrounded by his security team and whatever cameras or alarms he has in place, because insanely wealthy guys like him always have all that, than with risking Roxy's safety against Martin. Yeah, I say, slipping my bag over my shoulder. Let me just grab Willow. I got her. Demian moves to the couch and scoops her up in his arms like she doesn't weigh a single pound. She sniffles and shifts in his arms, but tucks her head in his shoulder and nestles into his warmth. And just like that, my heart forgets to beat. I've been wrestling with my logic, scolding myself for so quickly trusting a man I've just met, let alone sleeping with him the first night. And the first morning, more than once. But seeing him cradle my little girl in his arms, seeing her accept his embrace even in sleep, it's a snapshot of a life I've always wanted. It's an image I've never seen before, certainly not with Martin. I feel Roxy nudge me as she passes to help with the door. She sees it too. As detached as Demian seems to look, There's no missing the way he's careful with Willow, or the twitch in the corner of his mouth when she wraps a small arm around his neck. But then he gives Roxy one more nod and ducks out the door.
I stand corrected,
Roxy mutters when I hug her goodbye.
Emphasis on daddy, sugar.
I roll my eyes and stifle my laugh. You are going to get me in trouble.
Girl!
She stops me from walking away to look me in the eye.
You're already in trouble, because that man is sex on legs, and I'd bet every one of those dollars in your bra that he's going to be a better father in the next 5 minutes than Martin ever was in his whole miserable life put together.
There goes my heart again, forgetting how to operate. This time, it's because I'm terrified that Roxy is right. It's not hard to be a better father than Martin. He was never much of a father at all. If Willow forms a bond with Demian, it will shatter her heart when we leave. And in the meantime, I don't know if I can resist temptation.
Chapter 12. Demian. This was not part of the plan. None of this was. But now I'm wondering if I ever had a plan to begin with. I'm hating the fact that my brain keeps saying no. The kid is snuggled up under my arm, even though she's buckled in and the strap is digging into her shoulder. I wasn't planning on becoming a babysitter, so I don't have the necessary booster seat, and I'm realizing as I adjust the seatbelt for her that I'm going to have to make a shopping list for my staff. That same list now scrolling through my head has me wondering how the hell I became an instant father. None of this was part of the plan. I don't show any panic, though. I've trained myself over the years how to not give away any tells, that my heart is pounding in my chest and my lungs are constricting. Rule number 1 of any card game: never reveal your hand. Clara must not know the rules. She's sitting in her seat, gazing out the tinted window and doing nothing to hide her own worries. I tried to get her to sit next to the kid once I got us all in, but Clara saw the way I have apparently become a human pillow and slid into a different seat so I could continue to perform that function. I don't know what has me panicking more. The fact that Clara Everett's child seems to think I'm some sort of safety and comfort, or that I'm not exactly hating it. When the car pulls up the long driveway, Clara's eyes widen. I'm not sure what she expected, but it clearly wasn't the vast estate we're now rolling into. Even in the desert, the grass is lush and green. Where there isn't vibrant lawn, my landscapers have worked true artistry with desert foliage and colorful rocks to blend elegance with the arid climate. I have a fleeting thought that the kid, Willow, I think, will love running around the grass. Maybe get her a soccer ball, a jump rope, some toys. And then I shake the thought away. None of that is my concern. I'm officially delegating all parental concerns to Clara and Bambi. Leave me the fuck out of it. Willow wakes up when the car pulls to a stop. I swear the kid could sleep through a full-on gunfight. That might not be a bad thing.
Mommy?
She mumbles, rubbing her eyes. Clara smiles and turns to her.
Hey, baby girl. We're going to stay with a friend for a while. This is Demian.
I look down at Willow, who has to lean back just to see my face. Her eyes go wide. I smile just so she's not terrified of me. It's easier to deal with kids when they're not kicking and screaming.
Wow.
She practically breathes the word.
You're really, really big.
Willow? Clara starts to scold her, but my chuckle stops her. And you're really, really little, I observe, raising an eyebrow. That seems to be satisfactory. Kid logic, I guess. She peers at me, and I'm struck by how much her eyes look like her mother's.
Are you my mommy's friend?
Yes, I am. No, I am not. I bite my tongue, mostly because I'm not exactly certain which one is the lie. I'm not liking this confusion when everything is supposed to be black and white, on and off, right and wrong. I live in a clear-cut world. This shit is a fucking mess I never wanted. But as Willow smiles at me, her face full of sweet innocence, my gut says everything is incredibly blurry. It's gray, dim, and questionable. No, it's fucking irritating is what it is. I pushed the door open, feeling like I could rip it off the hinges with the sheer energy crawling under my skin. I have to channel it all into that one emotion. Anger into irritation, fear into irritation, even affection and admiration and whatever the fuck kind of sensual magic this woman wove over me last night, it all goes into irritation. But fuck, Clara looks beautiful just standing at the entrance of the main house, hand in hand with her daughter, a gentle breeze just barely teasing the skirt of her dress. She looks like she belongs in my home. She looks like she belongs in my bed. She looks like she belongs in my life. I shove all that deep down under the rage I've held for years and usher them inside. I do allow myself to enjoy the pride that comes with seeing a guest, in this case, guests, gasp in awe at the beauty of my home. I'm not one for overtly extravagant decor. I've been to other homes where the Dons and Pachons waste money on marble statues and Renaissance oil paintings and bullshit like that. That shit has never been my style. I prefer clean edges, muted colors, open spaces. I also prefer having water in the middle of a desert, which is why the foyer has a fountain, and why the main entry room has an even bigger fountain. The living room is more like a courtyard with a fountain that's basically a pool. Willow lights up and immediately asks her mother if she can go swimming. Clara hushes her, glancing at me apologetically. Quite frankly, I don't care if the kid splashes her way through the entire house. I've got bigger things to worry about. Bambi walks into the main entry room with a warm smile on her face and a trusty tablet tucked in her arm. "Welcome, you must be Clara." Her eyes shift to the kid, her smile brightens. "And you," she says, crouching down to eye level, "must be Willow." Willow nods, but retreats closer to Clara's leg. "Sorry," Clara mutters. "She's shy." Bambi giggles and winks at the kid, then straightens. I don't know if I've ever seen this side of her before. It's weird. "I heard someone ask about swimming. We'll definitely need to go do that later." I clear my throat and scrub a hand over my jaw. Bambi gets the signal and nods, returning to her more professional demeanor. "Your room's already," she says. "I'll show you where." "Actually, why don't you go ahead and take Miss Willow here?" I interject. A sudden idea has struck, and it involves getting Clara alone. I don't think we have enough toys yet, and the chef needs the recipe for chicken nuggets. I put on my best serious face and lean down a bit to wink at the kid. "Think you can help Bambi out here?" Willow slowly smiles until it looks like her face will split. She nods and immediately takes Bambi's hand, following her down the wide hall toward the kitchen. I feel something strange in my chest, fondness maybe, as I watch them chatter and swing their clasped hands together playfully. No, that can't be right. Demian Zakrievsky does not grow fond of small children, especially not the small children of people I have a score to settle with. Clara looks completely flabbergasted as she looks around now that her kid is elsewhere. She's practically spinning in place. When her eyes land on me once again, she sobers and clears her throat. "Sorry, just this place is amazing." I nod. It's comfortable. Speaking of which, let's find your room. I hold a hand out to her and she hesitates, but then she steps into the offered space and allows me to press my hand to the center of her back. I don't want her to feel threatened or scared. I don't want her to run away. I can't afford to scare her into running away. Not when everything is finally falling into place. Just a few more steps, and we can put a years-long plan into motion. Chapter 13. Demian. The walk isn't too long. I'm grateful for it, though, because the silence is heavy between us. Clara seems uncertain but excited, self-conscious but relieved. Given what little I know of her ex and the pitiful state of her friend's microscopic apartment, I can understand. But 1,000 questions and 1,000 more demands are pressing on my tongue. I know that the moment I open my mouth, the flood will spill out. So instead, I just open the door and let her gasp her way into the large guest room. It's more like a small apartment, complete with a walk-in closet, a full bathroom with a steam shower and separate jacuzzi tub, and a king-sized 4-poster bed behind a privacy partition wall. I have an image of tying Clara to the bed, one limb to each corner, so she can only mule her moans up to the ceiling as I devour her. The heat pools low as I wonder if we have enough time. No, not right now. Business first. You'll be staying here, I inform her. My voice doesn't allow room for argument. Of course, she tries anyway.
But, Willow,
she immediately asks, spinning to face me with fear in her eyes.
I need to be near.
I hold a hand up to stop whatever panic attack is about to ensue. Willow will be fine, and right next door. I point to a door in the wall next to the lounge area. That goes right into her playroom, or really what will be her playroom once Bambi stalks up. Clara visibly sags with relief and clasps a hand to her chest.
Oh, wow. She gives herself a little shake. I'm so sorry. I don't know what I assumed.
Oh, the irony. It makes me smirk and agree with her just a little bit. That a wealthy and powerful man you've only just met might turn you into his prisoner? She blushes brightly.
Well, I mean,
I chuckle, albeit darkly. It's not like the idea didn't flash through my mind on the way here. If I wanted to do that, we'd be in my room. Clara blanches. I wave a hand and roll my eyes. Relax. My room is on the other side of the house. This whole wing is just for you and your daughter, with Bambi nearby in case you need anything. There are call buttons under that panel over there, and the red button is to summon security. There's no cameras in any of the bedrooms, but there are in the hall, just so you know. It's not a complete lie. There really aren't any cameras in the bedrooms. Yet. I need to call my guy and get at least one installed inside Clara's room. There's no telling what she'll get up to, and I'm not taking any chances with her. The kid, though, she needs the privacy. I'll make sure to increase security around the windows and doors, but otherwise, I've got no beef with a 5-year-old. It's her mother who has sins to pay for. Clara runs a hand through her hair as she looks around her new room.
Shit, I don't have any clothes.
We'll buy you some.
My toothbrush.
Added to the list. She looks at me again, this time with eyes narrowed.
Why are you doing this?
I sigh. That is the exact same question I've been wanting to ask her for years. But I know what she means, and I understand why she's asking. On the surface, this is all so random and unexpected. Even deep beneath the surface, this is all random and unexpected. So instead of answering, I open the door and gesture to the hall. Let's go find your daughter. I'm pretty sure she's about to cannonball into one of my fountains. Clara looks ready to apologize, but then she sees the humor in my eyes. I can't help it, and it's frustrating the fuck out of me. I'm supposed to be angry or determined or something devoid of happiness. But every time she's near, I feel a surge of warmth that won't tamp the fuck down. We walk through the house in search of Bambi and the kid. I'd give a more formal tour, but there will be plenty of time for that later. Right now, I need to make 12 calls and set up half as many appointments. Time is ticking by every second I waste playing host to my very important guests. We find Bambi and Willow devouring towers of ice cream sundaes, giggling and playing in the mounds of whipped cream with their tiny spoons. It's very clear by the sheer amount of scoops, sprinkles, and sugar that I'm going to have a talk with my assistant about small children and cavities. A sidelong glance at Clara tells me to calm down, at least for now. She looks like she's about to cry with joy. Right. For a moment I forgot they probably don't even have the money for sugar, let alone ice cream. So I ignored the dental nightmare and loft a brow at my giggling assistant. Mind keeping these two company? I have a last-minute meeting I need to go take care of. Bambi dabs her mouth with a napkin and switches back to her professional side again. Yeah, no problem. She squints at me. It's not normal for me to attend meetings without her. Everything okay? I nod. I realize as I think of a response that things are in fact more than okay. All good. I'll fill you in later. Make yourselves at home. I glance at the girl and smirk. I think you forgot the cookies in the cupboard. Bambi snaps her fingers and rushes over to the hazelnut wafer cookies that will without a doubt be gone by the time I get back. I leave the women to it and make my way out of the kitchen to the garage, whistling a casual tune as I stuff my hands in my pockets. The pair of dice I always keep on hand roll between my fingers. I don't know when I started the habit. I've just always kept this pair on me no matter which suit I'm wearing. The only thing I can remember about them is when Tolia used to teach me how to play craps when I was a kid. I pause at the small table at the door to the garage. I pull the dice out, roll them in my hand, and tumble them onto the surface. A pair of ones. Snake eyes. Hudson. I don't give Tolia's lawyer time for small talk when I hit the speed dial. We've got a situation. No, it's good. Very good. I'll see you in 20. Maybe Lady Luck is working in my favor after all.
Chapter 14. Clara. I can hear Willow squealing with laughter as she splashes in the pool outside. Bambi is with her, teaching her how to make even bigger waves with cupped hands, and their voices rise together with every loud whoosh of water. I'd tried giving the poor woman a break. We've only just met, but I understand her to be several pay grades above nanny. But Bambi only laughed me off and insisted she'd earned the day, as have I. So here I am, wandering the huge house while my daughter and her new best friend wreak havoc in the courtyard. Courtyard. This place has its own courtyard. I'm not even sure house is the right word to describe the huge layout of Demian's house. There's more open space than a normal house, and it seems like half the ceilings are missing, on purpose. One thing I'm noticing in every room is how it's all so manicured. Perfect. Like no one actually lives here. It's more of a setup for a magazine photo shoot and guests who probably never intend to stay. There are no family photos, no personal details, no indication of personal taste. It's like Demian hired someone to make it museum-worthy and just stopped there. I stroll around a much smaller courtyard, or maybe it's meant to be a living room minus a rooftop, I don't know. There's a panel of buttons next to the light switch. I glance around before I flick the switch on. An array of golden wall lights glows to life. Barely visible in the bright desert sunlight, but undoubtedly enough to provide a warm shine after dark. I spot a button that might be for the roof and press it. Sure enough, a faint whirring noise sounds as a dark panel of glass slowly slides from one end of the room to the other. This guy is so rich, his ceilings are convertible. I am way out of my league. I press the button again and the giant sunroof whirs back into wherever it's stored. For a moment, the kid in me wants to keep playing with all the ceilings around the place, but I quickly remind myself that I'm a grown woman. I don't want Demian to catch me messing around with his smart home controls. God forbid I break something. So I keep wandering, poking around where I probably don't belong, but that's just the thing. I feel like I do belong, and it's weird. I can easily imagine painting the walls of the smaller courtyard with desert murals, maybe a few more seating arrangements with throw pillows, and Willow running around and playing with her siblings through the wide halls. That makes me stop in my tracks. I haven't even been here a full day, and I'm imagining myself making this my home with Demian, making more children with Demian. And instead of fear or shame, all I feel is heat. Heat that coils low and settles between my legs, making me wish he was here so we could at least dance around the topic of repeating last night. And this morning. My God, this morning. I can still feel the way he impaled me on his cock and drove me to new heights of pleasure, all while the showerhead sprayed down on us. When I came, he didn't stop, only held himself deep inside me until I calmed enough for him to keep going. I pressed my thighs together at the memory. And then I remember the jacuzzi tub back in my bedroom, and I turned to go get some relief for all this heat. Desert heat, in case anyone asks. It's just as well. I really shouldn't be sleeping with a guy I hardly know. We had a great time together, but that's all it was. A time. Singular. He doesn't deserve to be anchored down by some traumatized single mother. And Willow deserves far more stability than a mother who hops from one man's bed to the next. The thought of Martin's bed is the bucket of ice water I needed. I hated that bed. I hated what he'd do to me in it. Our first time together was my first time ever. He was gentle then, and diligent enough in his foreplay to make sure I was relaxed and ready. But it was still painful, and he didn't stop when I begged him to. He only pinned me down and pounded away until he emptied himself inside me. Every time after, he only made sure to do the bare minimum so he could push easily enough into me to work out his stress, or his anger, or just to remind me, with words and with the pistoning of his hips, that I belonged to him, that no other man could ever replace him between my legs. I snort out a laugh. Demian more than replaced him in that department. A set of double doors catches my eye. I think I'm on the other side of the house, and that makes me realize, as I glance around, that this means I'm probably in Demian's wing. I should keep going to my room. I shouldn't poke around his private quarters, but he did say to make ourselves at home, right? And there's no sign on the door that says I can't go in and have a look around, is there? I let out a low sigh of relief when I see that it's only a study. Like every other room I've seen so far, it's utterly devoid of any personal touches, so I have no hesitation over slipping inside and poking around. I don't even know what I'm looking for. A pen, a notepad, dirty secrets, skeletons in the closet. The desk chair is like an armchair on wheels, covered in dark brown leather, and it squeaks slightly when I sit in it. I giggle to myself as I spread my fingers on the huge desk's surface because, my God, what on earth does he need all this space for? Does the president even have a desk this big? One thing I'm also picking up about Demian. Everything matches. Nothing is disorganized. I notice the silver cup of pens and how they're all identical. So, out of curiosity, I opened the desk drawers to disprove my theory. But no, every pen is from the same pack. Black cartridges with gold accents. Even the stationery is the same soft linen with gold foil letterhead, stacked neatly and organized with all the precision of an office showroom display. I think this guy might be a bit of a control freak. With that thought firmly embedded in my brain, I decide it's time to officially return to my own room. Not even to take a bath, just to make sure I stay on my side of the house and Demian stays on his. I make my way to the door, but I stop when I see a small bookcase against the wall that I hadn't noticed when I came in. there's a set of photos arranged on the top shelf. The first personal touch I've seen in this whole house. The first photo is of a smiling little boy holding a weathered soccer ball, his face streaked with dirt, even with all the smudges and the years erased. I can see Demian's eyes glittering on that sweet face. He looks so happy, so carefree. Oh, Demian, what happened to you? Adulthood, probably. We all grow up and the smile fades. Even when Demian smiles now, it seems like a stiff mask compared to the little boy's grin in the photo. I set the frame down and pick up the next one. It's Demian again, a few years older but no less happy and playful. He looks like he's around 16, in the heart of adolescence, and my heart flutters. Had we been in the same school at the same time, I would have crushed hard on him. The way his hair falls into his eyes, the way his teeth sparkle behind that wide, boyish grin. And again, I find myself wondering what our kids would look like. Stupid, 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 Clara. I'm about to set this frame down, too, when I notice the guy next to him. They're arm in arm, laughing together and clearly related. And just like that, everything changes. My blood runs cold. Fuck. I almost drop the photo, but I quickly catch it and set it back on the shelf. Now, I don't just walk out of the study, I run. I need to find Willow. I need to grab what little belongings we have and get the hell out of here. Maybe Bambi will take us back into town. Maybe she'll agree to take us shopping and I'll give her the slip once we're in a large enough crowd. Or maybe I'll hotwire a car and crash my way out of here. I don't know what the plan is going to be, but I know I have to settle on one before I reach Willow. She'll wonder what's wrong, and I don't want her to accidentally set off any alarms or let anyone know that I know. Willow is with Bambi in her new room, towel-dried and wearing one of Bambi's tank tops tied at the back of her neck like a little sundress. They're laughing and playing a clapping game that keeps tangling after every few tries. I almost don't want to interrupt her fun. In a lifetime of violent chaos, she deserves this moment of happiness, like a little oasis in the middle of endless desert. But maybe that's just life, you know? Maybe it's all just sun-beaten sand and jagged rocks and cacti that steal all the water away and stab you with their thorns if you get tangled up with them. I shake my head in focus. I need to get the fuck out of here.
Hi, Mommy.
Willow grins at me and waves at where I'm standing in the doorway. She's quite the natural swimmer. Bambi rubs her head and straightens, smiling at me. That smile fades when she sees my face. Clara, what's wrong? Everything. But I can't tell her that. So I think of the first excuse that sounds plausible. Nothing. I force a smile and return Willow's wave. I'm just tired. I'll be next door if you need me.
Okay, Mommy.
Bambi doesn't buy my bullshit. I can see it in her eyes. But she doesn't stop me either. She just smiles, nods, and assures me that they'll be fine. I wish I could believe her. But I know that I can't. I can't trust her, and I definitely can't trust Demian. I realize, with an agony in my chest that threatens to turn into a sob, that I should have never trusted Demian in the first place. If I'd been smart enough to be wary, I wouldn't ever have fallen into his trap. This is all a trap. His home, his protection, his affection. He's lured me into his prison, and it's only a matter of time before he reveals his true colors, his true intent, his true plans. This is his prison, and I am his prisoner. My daughter, my sweet, innocent daughter, is caught up in his snare, and it's all my fault.
Chapter 15. Demian. Stop smiling. You're scaring me. I roll my eyes at my sarcastic second-in-command, but I refuse to wipe the grin from my face. I've got her, I explain. I've finally found her. Pavel slowly turns his swivel chair in place as he lets it sink in. Then he spins sudden and swift to gape at me. Her? You mean, no fucking way. I nod. She's at home right now. At home? Your home? When he sees my nod, he claps a hand over his mouth and laughs. This is huge. He instantly sobers up and tilts his head to one side. Did you tell Hudson? I snort and flip a pen between my fingers. Of course I told Hudson. He's the first person I called after I got her settled in. Pavel rubs a hand over his face and peers at me. Does her father know? At the mention of that soulless bastard, my mood instantly sours. No, I don't think he does. You don't think he does? Clara hasn't exactly been on speaking terms with her father from what I gathered. I remember her mild threat this morning. She'd lobbed it at me like she really is Daddy's precious angel, but I knew better then, and I know better now. There's no way a doting father would allow his daughter to live in such a deplorable state, to be treated so terribly by any man, let alone one he works with. That's one of the first things I did once I left the compound. I took Clara's threat to mind and ran background checks on both her ex, Martin, and her father, Detective Greg Everett. The same Detective Greg Everett who arrested my brother. He's high in the ranks now, calling the shots at LVPD and taking huge all-cash salaries under the table from various crime families across the city. The Italian dons I spoke with estimated a good $10,000 per overlooked hit was the going rate, even more for circumvention around the skin trade. His protege and now partner is none other than Martin Patterson, Clara's so-called husband, and Willow's deadbeat father. Everyone she knows is tied up in this shit. I haven't met Patterson, but I already hate him. I loathe him when I think of that kid and the hell he must have put her through. I hated Greg Everett from the moment he slapped cuffs on Tolia, but now that I've confirmed that he probably knew about what Martin was doing to his own daughter and looked the other way, they're scum, plain and simple. Both of them. Worthless fucking scum. And when I'm done, they'll meet the same fate as every other cockroach to wander under my heel. Easy, brother, Pavel mutters. I follow his pointed gaze to where I've started to bend the pen in my fist. I toss the pen onto the desk and sigh. Even without Everett's knowledge that I have his daughter, there's still concern that his hold on her will prevent her from talking. Pavel nods. Makes sense. What did Hudson say about it? Exactly that. And that without Clara's retraction, there's no other evidence that can exonerate Tolia and end his sentence. So get her to recant? In front of her father? I narrow my eyes. I've thought about it, sure, but it never plays out well in my head. He won't let that happen. He won't even let her get on the stand, and any formal approach requires taking her into the police station to write an official statement, which definitely won't happen. The government wonders why organized crime is so romanticized. This is why. I have all the money and legal resources in the world, and I still can't get justice the right way. It's my way or no way at all. Pavel purses his lips as he thinks it over. So, he drums his fingers on the arm of his chair. I'm guessing we're doing this the old-fashioned way. Everett and his daughter need to pay for what they've done. I stare out the floor-to-ceiling window of the Meridian's main office and mull over my options. Everett will be easy, once we get the right distraction in place. Make him talk, make him confess, and then make him wish he was never born. And the girl? I glare at him. No one touches the girl. Pavel lifts his hands in surrender. Got it, no one touches the girl. But I meant Clara. He adds with a sly smile. Shit, fuckers found me out. Don't read too much into it, I warn him. I've got no beef with the kid, that's all. Uh-huh. I stare hard at him. I mean it. She's an innocent little girl who's done nothing wrong. I'm not going to traumatize her for something her parents did or her grandparents. I'm not a monster. Pavel hasn't wiped that stupid grin off his face. Whatever you say, boss. I don't know why I feel the need to justify myself. I am the boss, the Pakhan of our Bratva, as well as the owner and CEO of the Meridian Casino and Hotel. What I say goes without question. So why am I doing it anyway? Are you going to give the kid to her father? Pavel asks. I know he's thinking logically, I can't fault him for that. But I'm about to snap another fucking pen just from him mentioning it. No, and he's not to get within 50 yards of her either. I'm not about to tear a child away from her loving mother just to hand her over to some abusive excuse for a man. Pavel's brow slowly creeps up his forehead. I have half a mind to smack it back down. Okay, protective detail on the kid, got it. He leans back in his chair. So what now? Now? I stare back out the window as the plan falls together in my head. I don't like it, but Pavel's voice reminds me of why I need to do it. She has to pay, he reminds me gently, for what she did to your brother. So does Everett. I nod. I know, and I know exactly who to call to take care of Clara. I hear Pavel gulp. What about Everett? He asks. Despite his disregard for her safety, Everett must have some sort of pride in his daughter. I remember the way he kept encouraging her all those years ago, whispering in her ear to tell the truth, standing up for her at the risk of his own career when Tolia's lawyer intimidated her on the stand. Hit him where it hurts. Clara goes first, and he'll have to watch as I take his family away from him. I spin the pen in my fingers, then stab it into my desk. Just like he took mine.
Chapter 16. Clara. I finish counting the money in my bag and tucking it inside all the inner pockets so no one sees it right away if anyone grabs it from me. I know I'm being paranoid, but I can't afford not to be. The door to Willow's room opens quietly. I tiptoe through the playroom, which is now full of stuffed toys and board games, dolls, and all sorts of things a little girl could ever want. Bambi even ordered her a coloring easel. It stands in the corner with a cheery blank canvas, waiting for her to add splashes of color. My heart squeezes. I could never give Willow all this, and a part of me feels horribly guilty for taking her away from it. But I have to keep her safe. I have to keep her away from Demian Zakrievsky. Willow is sound asleep in her new canopy bed, surrounded by more stuffed animals and sunk deep into the softest pillows under a warm blanket. I might be able to fit one of the pillows into my bag, but I need to focus on getting her out. Willow, baby? I gently nudge her arm and stroke her hair. Sweetheart, wake up. It's well past her bedtime. She groans softly and squints at me. Mommy, what? Let's play a game. I try to keep my breath steady so she can't hear the fear dripping in my voice. Let's play a fun game. I'm sleepy, Mommy. I know, baby girl. I stroke her hair back from her face. I know. We'll go see Auntie Roxy and you can sleep there, okay? Willow slowly sits up, blinking away her sleep. But why? We don't have time for this. Sweetheart, don't you want to go see Auntie Roxy? She frowns. I like it here. I don't want to leave. I try to guide her off the bed, but she yanks away from me and stamps her little foot. No, Mommy! I quickly look around, my heart pounding in my ears and drowning out any possible warning of security running our way. The door doesn't slam open and no one is crashing through the window, so I know we still have some time. Just not as much as we need if Willow doesn't stop throwing a tantrum. Tears well up in her eyes. She's hugging a stuffed rabbit to her chest and dodging my attempts to grab her so we can run. No, Mommy, please, I want to stay. Finally, I manage to grab her around the waist and lift her up so she has to look me in the eyes. Willow, please. When she hiccups and looks at me, I set her back down and stroked her hair. I need you to listen to me. We're going to go see Auntie Roxy, and we're going to be very, very quiet so we don't wake up Miss Bambi, okay? Willow sniffles but nods. Oh, okay. And we have to be super duper fast, okay? Okay. That's my girl. I take a deep breath, then her hand. The one small comfort I have is knowing that everything we'll need can be paid for. The weight of the money strapped to my bag reminds me of that. The house is quiet. I was counting on that, now that it's almost midnight. Bambi must be asleep, and Demian never returned from his meeting, as far as I know. The halls are empty. I don't see any guards, not even when we reach the front door. I hesitate, hand over the handle. Is this the right thing to do? Then, Mommy? Her little voice spurs me on. I lead us through the front door and grip her hand tighter. The compound is illuminated by dozens of warm golden lights, and under any other circumstances, I would be in awe of how beautiful everything looks. But I can only focus on one thing. Those gates at the end. Climb them, squeeze through, dig a tunnel underneath, I don't care. Whatever it takes, just as long as I get Willow to safety. Run, 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 I whisper. I try to sound more excited than panicked. Willow thankfully obeys and starts running with me down the long driveway. She's still clutching the stuffed rabbit, and I worry about the fuss she'll make if I can't get it to fit through the gate. Lights flicker on behind us. Shouts echo across the compound. Run! Willow tries to run, but she trips over her bare feet and skids on the pavement. I quickly pick her up and carry her as I run. She's crying, and I'm trying so hard to hush her and comfort her as I run for our lives to those gates. I don't hear any engines rev or dogs bark, so I think we might actually have a chance. I grab the bars. We made it. Except, I realize, now that we're at the gate, that the bars are too close together for either of us to squeeze through. That damn rabbit has a better chance, but Willow clings to it as she hiccups and sobs into the soft fur. There's nothing to hook my foot on so I can climb over. I move us to the stone wall the gates are connected to, then nearly scream in frustration when I realize it's not stone but adobe. Smooth, flawless, gripless, unclimbable adobe. Willow baby, listen to me. I try to swallow back my own tears as I wipe hers away. I'm going to help you squeeze through. She nods, then eyes the bars with the same wariness I feel. Neither of us are sure if she actually will fit through, but I have to try. Clicks sound next to my head. I freeze. Don't give us a reason to shoot. Slowly, oh so slowly, I lift my hands in surrender. My fingers are trembling out of control and tears stream down my face. Willow starts crying again, and now I'm grateful she has that rabbit to hug. One of Demian's men steps in front of me, lowering his gun when he sees I'm not about to run. I couldn't if I wanted to. I'm too terrified to move. He holsters it and nods to the other men. I can't see how many there are, but by the sounds of them lowering and then holstering their own guns, at least 4 or 5 surround us. We need to get you to the house, ma'am, he explains gruffly. The mother in me is struck by how gentle he's being. I know why he is, because his eyes keep flicking down to check on Willow. She only stares up at him, half hidden by her stuffed animal, her sobs fading into hiccups again. Please, he adds, for your kid. I'm doing this for my kid. That's the whole point. But I nod. He holds a hand out. I'm going to need to take your phone as well. I just stare at his hand for a moment, then back up to just below his face. I can't quite look him in the eyes. I'm starting to feel the same fear I had when Martin demanded something from me. I don't have a phone, I mutter. The guard frowns. Everyone has a phone. I shake my head, grab Willow's hand again, take only a half a step back, enough to put distance between us, but not enough to make them draw their guns again. The men do move to do exactly that, but he holds a hand up, low, with a quick nod, and they back off. I still can't meet his gaze. Not me. I don't have a phone. He won't let me have a phone. Willow peers up at me over her rabbit's floppy ears, and my tears flow again. I'm back there, in my head. I'm back there. I'm back in that house, in that kitchen with peeling linoleum floors, staring at the worn pattern while Martin berates me for doing something stupid. While he demands money from me that I don't have. While he questions every little thing I do and reminds me how lucky I am that he's wasting his time on me. The guard's warm, strong hand rests on my shoulder. I jump. Hey, hey. His voice is low, soft. It's okay. Let's get back to the house. You'll be safe there. He doesn't know. But neither does Willow, and she's been terrified enough tonight. So I give in and nod. He squeezes my shoulder and turns me around. I'm forced to look at the beautiful prison with the glowing lights and exotic flowers that's coming closer and closer with every step I take. The guard scoops Willow up in his arms. Instead of the fear I expect from her, she nuzzles into him just like she did with Demian. From the way he softly coos at her and makes her smile through her drying tears, I wonder if he has children of his own. It's so wrong how someone can be so gentle and so violent at the same damn time. We're flanked by the other guards all the way into the house. They walk with us down the hall into the guest wing and only leave when the main guy gives them a nod. He moves to take Willow into her room, but I stop him. I want her in mine, if... Of course. The way he gently sets her down on my bed, flicks the tip of her nose with his finger. I wish so much this was all under different circumstances. Any other time, any other place, this could be our home, our people. But it's not. He meets me at the door. You need to stay here, he says, keeping his voice low. It's nothing personal. He glances over his shoulder at Willow, offering her a quick little smile. She's a good kid, and it's a large desert. Understood? I shiver. He's not saying it to threaten me. I can tell by the way his words are laced with a friendly type of warmth, even as he's warning me. But he's pointed out a major flaw in my plan that I completely forgot. We're outside the city limits. I don't know exactly how far, or in which direction, or where I'd even planned to go. There will be men outside. He nods at the door. I'm telling you for your privacy and your daughter's. I nod again. I want to thank him, but I can't find the words. He seems to understand because he squeezes my shoulder again and walks out, closing the door behind him. The first thing I do is check the windows. They're not barred, which looks promising. But right when I'm about to test the latch, I stop. A tiny red light blinks from a small white box in the corner. I should have known. Demian's house has convertible freaking roofs. Of course it's going to have an elaborate alarm system. I pace around the room, partly because I need to figure out a new plan, but mostly because I'm trying to feel for any signs of sag under the wooden planks. But there's nothing other than solid ground. It occurs to me that it's very likely this isn't even real wood flooring. It could be that clipboard stuff that lays on top of concrete. Willow is now fast asleep on my bed. Her arm is tucked around the stuffed rabbit, holding it close like a second pillow. The guilt I feel weighs me down onto the bed as I pull the blankets over her and tuck her in. I'm glad she's asleep. That way, she won't see me cry. And crying is exactly what I do, because there's no way out for us. This moment has been 15 years in the making. Now that it's here, I don't know what Demian plans to do with me. All I know is that I'll do whatever he wants, as long as he doesn't hurt my daughter.
Chapter 17. Demian. I hate these fucking pillows, but good manners require dealing with the lack of lumbar support, as well as the fact that I'm on the floor without my shoes on. A waitress dressed like a traditional geisha smiles demurely as she refills the tiny cup I've been sipping from with green tea. This shit tastes like gasoline, I mutter. Needs sugar. And insult 5 generations of my ancestors with that American poison. Raizu Watanabe smirks and shakes his head. No. Drink your tea and like it. I glance around the Yakuza boss's gaudy restaurant. Isn't this whole place basically an insult to your ancestors? Raizu's face grows serious for a moment, then he shrugs. What can I say? Tourism pays the bills. And this city's full of tourists who don't know any better. So, then buy some fucking sugar. He chuckles, but I know better than to trust the laugh of Raizo Watanabe. Like me, he wears the charming mask of a generous host and benevolent benefactor to comfort his guests. And, like me, he operates a powerful crime organization that oversees a significant chunk of Las Vegas's underworld dealings. The Yakuza is no joke. Now, Demian. Raizo nods his thanks to another waitress who sets small plates of sushi in front of us, then turns his sharp gaze back to me. I know you did not come all this way to criticize my condiments. Now it's my turn to play it cool with a shrug. For all you know, I was just in the mood for a California roll, my friend. Remind me to play a few hands at your poker table soon. Your game face is terrible. This feels like the perfect segue, so I decide to cut straight to the chase. If you're looking to make good money off me, I believe I have something better and more guaranteed than a card game. Raizo arches a brow, a bite of nigiri poised at his mouth. Oh? I ignore the annoying churn in my stomach and nod. Word on the street says you're hosting an estate auction in a few weeks. I'd like to contribute. That makes him slow his chewing. He eyes me carefully. I don't blame him. I don't typically involve my business with his, and I definitely don't make it a habit to contribute to his estate auctions. Despite our peace treaty, the Zakrievsky Bratva steers clear of the Yakuza and vice versa, out of a combination of mutual respect and mutual dislike. Raizo wipes his mouth with a cloth napkin, his gaze never leaving mine. It's not like you to part with your antiquities. You're quite the collector of the rare and beautiful. He's not wrong there. The women in my employ who see to the needs of the Meridian's elite clientele are singular in their beauty and grace. Call it prostitution, call it an escort service, call it temporary matchmaking. Whatever anyone wants to call it, we've turned some rough and desperate people into exceptional fantasy fulfillers. But that's the difference between him and I. My employees are there of their own free will. The women who work for him do so without a say in the matter. I know when to diversify my assets. I also know what Raizo is trying to pull from me. Don't tell me you doubt the quality of my products. Raizo offers another indifferent shrug. If it's something you're willing to part with, I need to know why. Fair enough. You caught me. I flash him an impish grin. I want to renovate my kitchen. The extra funds will bankroll these lovely imported tiles I've had my eye on. Raizo genuinely laughs. And you mock me for being ostentatious. He nods and pulls out his phone from his coat pocket. Fine. Bring your artifact to the warehouse by Friday for inspection, and then I was thinking. I cut him off before he can finish telling me what to do. You should host the auction at the Meridian. Raizo's eyebrows almost touch his hairline. Really? It's about time we start working together like the friends we are, don't you think? We both know that word is very loosely applied to this tense alliance we're in, but bystanders are listening. I'll throw in an open bar just to make your guests more comfortable, drive the bidding high with some liquid help. He leans forward, officially interested. Exactly what is this antique to you? I feign confusion. Nothing. I told you, I just want money. You're one of the wealthiest men in Las Vegas. When has enough ever been enough for men like us, Raizo? So I want more money. Is that a crime? Raizo considers me for a long, tense moment. I know he's trying to find fault in my reasoning, or better yet, fault in the woman I am so casually pawning off to be sold like cattle at one of his skin auctions. His eyes follow my careful movements as I toss back a shot of sake and hiss at the burn. But he doesn't fight anything, so he nods. Fair point. Let's call it a 60-40 split. 80-20. He frowns. 70-30. I pretend to think it over. In reality, I couldn't care less if he wanted 99% of the profits from Clara's sale. I just want her punished, and I want her off my hands. The money doesn't hurt, though. She can't pay him back the lost time her lies stole from him. She might as well pay him back lost wages. Who's on the guest list? I dab a bit of wasabi on my sushi, then add a bit more. I see Raizo watch me with amused interest. I may like my tea sweet, but I'm no weak ass when it comes to spicy food. The burn reminds me I'm alive. Anyone I know? Nice try. He smirks. If I didn't know him to be an underhanded overlord of a dangerous criminal syndicate, he'd give the impression of a classic businessman with what women call a silver fox appeal. A few streaks of silver glisten in his perfectly styled hair, and the way it keeps falling into his eyes adds to the boyish charm of that knowing smirk. You know I don't divulge our guest list. I lift a hand in mock surrender. Of course, I was thinking of inviting Detective Everett, but if he's already coming... Raizo freezes on the spot. It's almost impossible to see in this dim lighting, but the blood drains from his face. Interesting. Why? He's no antiquities dealer, and his salary barely affords... I catch his drift. Why invite a police detective to a slave auction? Good question. Added security. I take another shot of sake to wash down the wasabi, and to plaster on a far more convincing poker face than his. It'll put your guests at ease knowing there's enhanced protection in all areas. Translation: plainclothes cops at a slave auction are obviously dirty, so there's no risk of a raid. Raizo considers this through a narrowed stare. For a moment, I think he's going to call my bluff, but then he sighs and tilts his head. Done. Adding Detective Everett to the guest list as we speak. He taps something on his phone, then sets it down with an air of finality. Do me one more favor. I suppose I must, since you're hosting. See if his partner will join him. It's a low fucking blow, but the thought of flaunting Clara's worth in front of her deadbeat ex-boyfriend is too tempting to pass up. I want him to see just how goddamned valuable she is, and I want him to realize just how fucking powerless he is and will always be. Wait. Focus, Demian. This is about revenge on Clara. Why not invite the whole family? Raizo chuckles and throws back his own shot of sake with a loud smack of his lips. I hear Everett's daughter is a fine piece of ass. Dumb as rocks, but she doesn't need a brain when she's on her back. He laughs like it's the most deliciously funny idea he's had all night. I know he expects me to join in. Hell, I expect myself to join in with at least a chuckle. But that churning feeling in my stomach won't go away, no matter how much I try to drown it in rice wine and green tea. It roils when he talks about Clara, and my fist clenches around the shot glass. I have more than half a mind to stab this glass through his fucking eye socket. I should stab my own eye socket. The hell is wrong with me? Clara Everett isn't my problem. She sure as hell isn't mine to protect. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. We have a deal. Raizo signals to the servers that we're finished, and he gives me one final nod. Bring your artifact to the auction. I will trust you'll have it inspected and verified beforehand. At my nod, he continues. I'll cut you the check for 70% of the highest bid. Cash. It's not that I don't trust his paper, I just don't trust him at all. Raizo grins. Cash, Mr. Zakarievsky, as you wish. With the deal struck, I take my leave. I'm not inclined to shake hands with him, and he knows what will happen should he double-cross me. He's playing on my turf by my rules, surrounded by my people. It's the allure of the unknown, the temptation to find out the secret of my antique that has Raizu Watanabe in the palm of my hand. He knows what will happen if I close my fist.
Chapter 18. Clara. The door slowly opens. I want to jump at the sight of him darkening the doorway, but I don't want to startle Willow from her sleep. So instead, I tuck the blankets around her once more, then slide off the bed to meet him halfway. I press a finger to my lips. I expect him to tell me to go to hell, that he'll do whatever he wants, but he sees Willow in my bed and nods, and then he ushers me into the next room over. The firm hand pressed at the small of my back doesn't allow me any room to run. The look on his face dares me to try. Once the door is closed, Demian turns on me, but instead of backhanding me or pinning me to the wall, he only smiles. It doesn't reach his eyes. I almost wish he'd just hit me instead. "So," he says quietly, "you remember me." What do you mean? My tongue feels thick and dry. Even though he's not caging me in, his presence is suffocating. He scoffs and shakes his head. "Don't play stupid, Clara. You don't." The word flies out before I can stop myself. My arms wrap tight around my waist without me thinking about it. I'm cowering, and I hate myself for it. "Don't call me that. I'm not stupid." Demian's fingers twitch, but he doesn't move. I know you're not, and that's the problem." I peered him through the haze that's clearing as quickly as it came. "What are you talking about?" "Why did you run?" "Oh, that." I quickly glance at the door separating us from Willow. "It's not safe here," I whisper. Something protective coils inside my chest, and I meet his hard stare with my own. You trapped me. You trapped us." "You did that yourself, Clara." He folds his arms across his chest as he glares at me. I'm trying my damned hardest to ignore the way his muscles ripple and bulge. "What did you think would fucking happen? You threw my brother in prison. I'm just disappointed I missed seeing the look on your face when you figured it out. The kind man I knew last night is gone. There's a monster using his voice and working his face like a marionette. That's the only possible explanation here. And oh God, I slept with him. And I put my daughter's life in his hands. I swallow hard. "Are you going to kill me?" He doesn't answer. He is. He's going to kill me. Demian suddenly sighs. The sound almost makes me jump. "I'm not going to kill you. I'm not in the business of destroying families and ripping them apart. That's your thing." I take a step back. "If you're not going to kill me, then why am I here? Why bring my daughter into this?" His jaw clenches. There's a vein in one side that pulses as he continues to glare at me. Actually, the hardness has softened in his eyes just a bit, but it's all the same to me. It won't change what comes next. I feel the tremor start in my bones. I close my eyes tight and hug myself tighter, willing it to go away before he sees me visibly shake. It's bad enough he can see how easy it is to keep me hostage. Worse yet, how easy it is to use Willow as a bargaining chip against me. The tremor settles into my limbs. I'm shaking, and I know he can see it. So I close my eyes, so I don't have to see him seeing me shake like a rattlesnake tail. The shaking is something that started years ago, back when I was a little girl and my father took out his anger and frustrations on me. Sometimes all it took was for him to walk into the room after a shift and I'd start quivering. On good nights, just seeing me tremble was enough to make him laugh and walk away. But most of the time, it only irritated him. And then he'd slap me, pull my hair, throw me across the room until I stopped shaking because I was too busy sobbing. The only time I really remember my father being kind to me was when he found me in that warehouse. I'd been kidnapped, stuffed inside the trunk of a car and thrown inside a crate, while men fought with each other and I was forced to listen. When the police finally showed up, my father pulled me out of that horrible crate and cradled me close. I was shaking harder than I ever had before, but he simply shushed me and promised that everything would be okay. All I had to do was be a good girl and tell the truth. So I did. I told them the truth. I told them about how a man had grabbed me from behind, hurt my face when he clamped his hand over my mouth. He stuffed me into that musty trunk, then drove me to the warehouse where he threw me inside the crate. My body was riddled with splinters, and I couldn't stop shaking or crying. I told them about how someone opened the crate, a different man, except he wasn't old like the first one, not like my dad. He reached for me, told me I was going to be okay, and then slammed the crate shut again. My father interrupted my story to ask if it was the same man I saw holding the gun over Uncle Mike's dead body. I didn't remember seeing Uncle Mike there. I might have heard him. Maybe he came to save me? Yes, that was it. Daddy said so. Uncle Mike was there to save me from the kidnapper, and the kidnapper was the one who checked on me in that crate. The kidnapper was the one who shot and killed Uncle Mike and tried to do bad things to me. When they showed me pictures, I recognized the face that had peeked in on me and asked if I was okay. When I had to go to court and tell my story in the stands, Daddy reminded me to tell the truth. His hands on my shoulders hurt when he squeezed. The bruise on my face still throbbed. He told the bailiff that I was still healing from my ordeal. He forgot to tell the bailiff about how I'd messed up my story and forgot what the kidnapper was trying to do to me. I forgot, so Daddy knocked my memories back into place so I'd get it right. I got it right. I told the truth, just like Daddy said. I told the truth. I watched them take away the bad guy. He kept looking at me, but I was shaking so hard I couldn't meet his eyes with my own. They took him away forever because I told the truth. I told the truth. Didn't I?
Clara.
It's the warm hand on my arm that pulls me back. His voice is gentle, but his fingers wrapped around my bicep make me jolt to the present and immediately yank myself away from him. Demian takes a step back, his hands up by his shoulders as if to show me he's respecting my boundaries. It's strange. He's pissed, and he has every right to be. He should be hitting me, pulling my hair, maybe even kicking me in my stomach while I'm curled up on the floor. That's what everyone else does when they're mad at me. Why isn't he?
Clara.
He repeats my name, slowly, firmly.
I'm not going to kill you, and I'm not going to hurt you or your daughter. You have my word.
Why? I press my back to the wall just to calm my shaking. I expect him to corner me there, but still he doesn't move toward me. Why not just let her go? I'll do anything you want, please. Anything you want, just let Willow go.
Go where?
It's a challenge as much as a legitimate question. I'm ashamed to not have an answer. Now he does take a step forward, but stops the moment I flinch. He raises a fist, but instead of swinging it at me, he just points an angry finger at my face.
What I want is for you to march your ass into the courtroom, tell the judge you lied, and get my brother out of prison. But you and I both know you're not going to do that, are you?
My bottom lip trembles. I don't know how to answer. I'm starting to feel warm, almost overheated. My breaths are raspier than they were a few minutes ago.
That's what I thought.
Demian lowers his hand.
So you're just going to have to stay here under my roof while I figure out what the fuck to do with you.
But Willow
has nothing to do with this.
His glare softens when he talks about her. I wish I could read into that, but I'm struggling to control my own heart rate while my lungs constrict. She's safe here, and probably safer here than anywhere else. I nod, at least I try to. But the room is spinning now. The floor is rising, fast. I think I hear him shout my name, but I can't tell. It's all fuzzy and blurred, and then black.
Chapter 19. Demian. I lay Clara's unconscious body in the new, for her, guest bedroom in my wing of the main house. I tell myself it's so I can keep a close eye on her and make sure she doesn't try to run off again. I tell myself it's so the in-house doctor can attend her quickly without bothering anyone else in the house. In other words, I tell myself lies. I have to ignore the way panic lanced through my veins when Clara dropped to the floor right in front of me. She's burning up, probably got sick long before we met and has just been ignoring the symptoms. I make sure the doctor confirms he's on his way across the compound before I leave her on the bed and close the door behind me. The guard stationed nearby doesn't need me to say the orders. He knows with a single nod of my head that he is to let no one but the physician in or out of that room. I don't know where I'm going as I storm through the main house. What would be a beautiful starlit night perfect for relaxing by the pool is only irritating me with all that glitter in the sky. I want to close all the open roofs but don't have the patience to wait for each one to slide into place. I want to scream into a canyon, but the nearest one is half an hour away. I want to bury myself in the soft warmth of Clara's body and listen to her breathless moans. But she's sick, and my prisoner, and the woman who put my brother in jail. Fucking focus, Demian. I was ready to rip into her when I came home after meeting with Riazo. I'd thought of all the best and scariest things I could snarl to make her cower and beg for mercy as I swung her fate over her head like some proverbial sword. She would be on her knees and I'd make her earn my mercy, if there were any to give. But the way she crumpled, that look in her eyes, it didn't just slam the brakes on my plans. It threw them out the fucking window. And then she started shaking. Fuck. It took every ounce of self-control I have left to just stand there and watch when all I wanted to do was wrap my arms around her and squeeze until she could breathe again. It's taking every ounce of self-control I have right now not to drive into town and plant a bullet deep inside her ex's skull. If this is what he's done to her, I don't want to imagine what he's trying to do to his own daughter. And that's when I realize where I am, right outside Willow's room. I'm not going to read too much into it, probably just walking on autopilot, coming back to grab a change of clothes for when Clara wakes, something like that. Yeah, clothes. That's all. I can hear the kid stirring in her sleep as I brace a hand on the doorknob. No way am I going to risk waking her up. I'm not father material, and I don't do the whole kid thing. Hell, I don't even have nieces or nephews. So it's just best for everyone involved if I slip in, grab Clara's things, and slip back out without being noticed.
Mommy?
Shit. She may be too alert for me to go in just yet. I hold my breath and wait. Maybe she'll calm down. Maybe this was just a fluke. But then she screams,
Mommy!
Each scream is loud and shrill and filled with terror. Immediately I draw my gun and burst into the room, the guard close behind me. The way she's sobbing and panicking and scrambling up the headboard, I'm convinced there's a rattlesnake or worse inside the room. The guard flicks on the light while I quickly scan the room for any signs of snakes, spiders, boogeymen. I shake off that last thought and quickly gesture for guns to be put away. You okay? I ask the kid. She nods for a moment, then shakes her head.
Where's my mommy?
Well, this is uncomfortable. I nod for the guard to resume his post. I've got this. Well, I'm pretty sure I've got this. Hey, Willow, I coo. Remember me? Willow slumps down the headboard onto the pillows, clutching the woven blanket like it's a lifeline. She stares at me for a long, teary-eyed moment, then nods. Good. I smile. I'm surprised at how natural it feels to smile at her. I had to take your mommy to the doctor's. She's sick. Which technically is accurate. More or less.
Sick?
Willow frowns and hides half her face behind the blanket.
But she was just here.
I know. I think she's been sick for a while and just didn't want you to worry. Does she... Fuck. How do I ask this kid without traumatizing or confusing her? Does she do that a lot? Willow looks away, then slowly nods.
Mommy doesn't want me to worry.
She mutters so quietly I almost can't hear her.
And Martin doesn't like it when we go to the doctor. He gets real mad.
I grab one of the stuffed lounge chairs from a corner of the room and carefully set it down near the bed. The movement gives me an excuse to grab something hard in lieu of punching my fist through the wall like I'd rather be doing. I almost slam the chair on the ground just to be cathartic for myself, but I rethink it when I see the little girl eye me warily. So instead I set it down so slowly and quietly, the legs never make so much as a squeak when I settle my large frame down into the chair. This seems to have the effect on Willow that I wanted. She stops sniffling, and she's not cowering away from me. She actually seems curious, eyeing me from behind the blanket. Martin? Again, I don't know the right questions to ask a traumatized 5-year-old. I find it interesting that she doesn't call him Daddy or Dad or whatever.
Yeah.
She lowers the blanket just enough to grab her stuffed animal and hug it to her chest.
He's my dad, I guess.
I do my best to suppress my smirk. You guess. Willow shrugs and starts picking lint off the toy's fur.
He's mean. He's really mean to Mommy.
Is he mean to you? Translation. Do I need to go load up my men and pay this Mudak a visit? Because as much as I might not do the whole kid thing, I sure as shit don't tolerate abuse, especially not when it's a grown man hitting a little girl. Even the king of hell has standards. Willow scrunches up her face.
He yells a lot. He calls me names sometimes, but Mommy doesn't like that.
She hugs the stuffed rabbit closer.
He hits Mommy.
She mumbles into the fur. I have so many questions. So many questions, and not a clue how to get the right answers. I want to know more about this Martin asshole, where he lives, how he got his hands on Clara, who the fuck he thinks he is, terrorizing such a sweet little girl. But I don't want to make the kid cry by launching an interrogation, and frankly, it's none of my business. It's not my problem. And I'm going to keep chanting that to myself like a fucking mantra so my instincts follow suit.
Are you going to send us back?
Her question yanks me out of my brooding. What? Willow swings her feet around so they dangle over the side of the bed. She's still holding fast to the rabbit, but not as white-knuckled as before.
When Mommy feels better, are you going to send us back to Martin?
Fuck no. I study her carefully and choose my words with as much caution as possible. Do you want to go back? She immediately shakes her head. Fear fills her eyes.
No.
Then no. I slowly rise from the chair and take her moment of visible relief to gently nudge her back down. It's bedtime. You need to sleep.
I can't.
Here we go. I fucking swear if this kid starts asking for glasses of water...
It's too dark.
Oh. I guess I hadn't thought of that when I carried her mother away to what is now a makeshift medical wing. This place wasn't built with kids in mind, no matter how many times Pavel and Bambi nudged me to think of the future. So there's no nightlights or glowing orbs for the bathroom or anything of the sort. Nothing but pitch darkness. And without her mother to hold her and comfort her and reassure her with her presence, it's probably 100 times scarier to a tiny thing like Willow. I think fast. Want to see something cool? Willow nods and sits back up, holding her arms up to me. It doesn't occur to me that she probably just needed help sliding off the tall bed. Not until we're already halfway down the large hallway, her head tucked under my chin as I carry her in my arms. I'd swept her up, blanket and rabbit and all, without a second thought, and now I'm carrying her around like she's something to me I can't afford her to be. We reach the solarium, and I quickly set her down on one of the plush loungers before she gets too comfortable. She's already started to snuggle me, because she doesn't know what I am. I'm a mob boss, the leader of an organized crime syndicate. Mob bosses don't snuggle. But Willow neither knows nor cares. She's a little preoccupied, to be fair. Her eyes grow wide when she sees the open ceiling and the brilliant stretch of the Milky Way illuminating the room. The starlight makes the palm trees and cacti reflect dark greens and blues, and through the floor-to-ceiling glass wall, we can see the moonlight sparkle on the pool water. Is this better? I ask her. I already know the answer. Her face is almost as lit up as the sky.
Yeah,
she breathes. How about... I discreetly pull out my phone and tap a quick text to Bambi. How about we make this your new room? Willow whips her wide eyes to me.
Really?
I nod. We'll get some tint for the windows when you need it. Add some more furniture and toys, maybe a fluffy rug over there. I stop myself before I start sounding like I'm invested in her comfort. I'm not. I just need her to be happy so she stops asking questions and stays out of the way. That's it. Bambi quickly sachets around the corner, a bright smile plastered on her face. Thank God. I know I woke her from a dead sleep when I texted her to come over and handle whatever this is. But the way she croons her hello to Willow and practically glides across the room in her silk caftan doesn't give away any irritation she may feel toward me. Which, great, whatever. Be irritated or don't, I have better things to do than to play daddy warbucks to little semi-orphan Annie here. Miss Bambi is going to help you settle into your new room, I tell Willow as I begin to make my subtle exit from the situation. Anything you want, just tell Miss Bambi, okay?
I want Mommy.
Bambi dives in before I say anything stupid.
Do you want a midnight cookie, maybe with some ice cream on top?
Something inside me wants to caution against too much sugar so late at night. It's bedtime. The kid needs to be asleep, not rotting her teeth out. But I shake that off just like every other remotely parental thought I get around her. Not my kid, not my problem. I give Bambi a quick nod, then wave at Willow when she spots me leaving. Good night, Solnishka. Solnishka, little sun, a bright spot in a dark desert. I don't know who or what has possessed me. Phrases like that keep flying out of my mouth, things that only a man who genuinely cares would say. That same stranger sitting under my skin makes me pause just outside the solarium door so I can listen in on their conversation. Bambi keeps asking questions to figure out what Willow wants, but the kid is too shy to actually answer. I hear a softly muttered, "Mommy doesn't have a lot of money," and Bambi's richer tones assures her there's nothing to worry about. The mysterious squeeze in my heart strongly disagrees.
Chapter 20. Clara. Am I swimming? Everything is floating around me like I am. I try to look up from where I'm lying, but even that little effort makes me feel like I'm rolling head over heels with the dizzying vertigo that slams into me. I groan and give up. My limbs sink deeper into the softness surrounding me. And that's when I realize I'm not swimming at all. I'm sprawled in a bed, tucked under a comforter, cushioned by who knows how many overstuffed pillows. And I'm alone. Where's Willow? Oh God, I don't know where my daughter is. I try to jump out of bed, but my legs are weaker than I expected. I crumple to the floor almost immediately. A chair set up next to the bed, for whatever reason, is heavy enough for me to grab and pull myself up with. The room keeps spinning. My face feels so hot. My head hurts, too. Not like a migraine, but more of this dull, throbbing discomfort that twists my insides every step I take. The ground keeps lunging at me, but I'm too determined to find my baby girl to let it win. I manage to claw my way over furniture to the door. My fingers fumble weakly with the knob, but eventually it squeaks open. My body weight swings me forward through the crack. I nearly trip over my own toes, but muster enough strength to hold myself up where I'm gripping the knob and frame. No one is in the hall. I don't think so, at least. Pretty sure this is a trap. It has to be. There's no way Demian would allow it to be so easy for me to just walk out of... I need to stop. The wall feels nice. It's cool adobe, so smooth and soothing where my cheek presses to it. I could stay right here forever. It actually feels even better than the bed. No, I need to find Willow. I need to find my baby, and we need to get out of here. Back to walking. One foot in front of the other. It's harder to walk in this hall. There's not enough furniture to grab and lean against, so I'm mostly just sliding along the wall. I have to move slowly so I don't scrape myself, and because my legs keep wobbling and threatening to give out under me. God, I hope I'm going in the right direction. I hear a door open somewhere nearby. I freeze. Voices mutter and muddle, but I can't make out the words. They vanish behind what might be another door. Once I'm sure the silence is permanent, I take another few shaky steps forward. This time, the door that opens is right in front of me. The hell? No. I close my eyes, and this time, I allow my legs to fold under me. I crumple to the floor with a soft whimper. I want to cry, but my head hurts too much. I want to scream, but it's a miracle I have the strength to even groan. Demian scoops me up like I weigh nothing. His face is etched with deep lines of anger and hatred for me, I think. I mean, what else could it be? He's pissed and he hates me. There's no way that's worry or concern weighing down his brows. Impossible. The fuck do you think you're doing? He demands, giving me a little shake. Getting my baby out of here. Even in my weakened state, I manage to glare at him. He can torture me all he wants. I won't let him lay a finger on my Willow. The asshole has the balls to laugh at me. Is that so? He grins like it's the funniest thing he's heard all day. And how exactly do you plan to do that? I want to give him my master plan just out of spite, but my head hurts too much to remember the details. Or if I even had a plan. Fuck you. Let's put a pin in that for now. You're sick. You're sick. He smirks and starts carrying me to God knows where. I try to wrestle away from him, but for some reason I'm too weak to do more than wiggle my feet. Shit, this is going to be harder than I thought. Where's Willow? There it is. My mom voice coming through just fine. It hurts my throat, but I don't care. She's fine. Where is she? Demian rolls his eyes as we turn a corner. I'm vaguely aware we should have been back to the bedroom by now, but he's turned us in a whole other direction. I'd be scared, but right now I'm too worried about my daughter. He shifts me in his arm, and the movement tucks my head on his shoulder and my face against his neck. He pretends like this is completely normal. I pretend like I'm not breathing in his sandalwood scent and drifting off to heaven. I want my baby. And I want you to not get your baby sick. Think you can manage that? Fuck him and his fucking logic. My nose is suddenly accosted by an array of scents overpowering the warm sandalwood of his skin. I roll my head on his shoulder enough to catch a glimpse of glistening silver metals, sharp objects, strange tools. Oh God, this is it. He's really going to kill me. This is his torture room. He shifts me in his arms again. then grunts as he pulls open what must be an incredibly heavy door. And then I'm freaking freezing. Until I'm not because, well, it feels kind of amazing. Demian mutters something about a delayed meat shipment and dumb luck. I don't know. It's hard to hear him over whatever the hell keeps rumbling in a wall over our heads. He kicks aside what sound like boxes on the floor, then carefully lowers me down. I don't know why he's being so gentle with me, unless, of course, he doesn't want to kill me here. I don't even know where here is. My breath comes out in small, cloudy puffs. It's so cold in here, there's frost coating the edges of what appear to be shelves. Fuck! He's thrown me into a freezer! I've seen the movies. I know what this is. My heart starts pounding and I'm scrambling to get up, but he simply presses me back down with one hand to my chest. The floor is too slippery and cold for my bare feet, otherwise I'd keep trying. I'd keep fighting him. Stay, Demian orders me like a dog. He holds his hand out over me, like I'm about to pounce back up. Just stay here. Don't do anything stupid. Sheer spite and determination to protect my daughter has me pulling myself up to my feet, but not fast enough. Demian walks out of the freezer and slams the door shut behind him, leaving me in the frozen dark. I slump back against a pile of cardboard boxes, feeling weaker than before, utterly defeated. Tears drip down my face. They're hot at first, but I wonder how long it'll be before they freeze to my skin. I don't know how long it takes for someone to die inside a locked freezer either, but I know he's going to leave me here long enough to get the job done. Chapter 21. Clara. Light spills through a thin crack that forms in the frost. The freezer door opens. I can barely move. My lips are numb. I tried keeping my fingers warm inside my armpits, and now I'm permanently frozen in this cross-armed fetal position. Frost has formed on my lashes, from what I can tell in the dim light. A brighter light clicks on, blinding me. Demian is here to collect my body. He's about to be sorely disappointed when he finds out I'm still alive. He crouches down and scoops me back up into his arms like he did earlier. Still alive, asshole, I manage to mumble through my frozen lips. It's about as close to a middle finger as I'm able to flip. He furrows his brows as he looks at me. What? Of course you are, it's only been 10 minutes. What? No, it's been way, way, way longer than 10 minutes. I counted every icicle that formed on my breath, flipped through every happy memory of my sweet baby girl while I felt the setting and the rising of the sun, minutes turning to hours, hours into days. My body shivers for a violent moment. I pretend to completely ignore the way he holds me closer, his solid chest and thick arms warming me up. As he carries me out of the freezer and into what is apparently his kitchen, I feel the frost melt from my lashes and mingle with my earlier tears. For the 100th time, he grumbles. I'm not going to kill you, and even if I were, why would I put you in my freezer? So fucking dramatic. But, Mafia. Stupid lips won't move. He snorts. He actually snorts, the asshole. Right, I forgot. My apologies. I'll be careful to meet your expectations next time. Again, I have no idea where we're going. I'm too weak, too cold, too out of it to fight him or even ask him what his plans are with me. For all I know, he could pour me into some cement shoes and toss me into an ocean. Clara, he gives me a slight shake and frowns again. Stay with me. What is he talking about? The next place he lays me down is low in the ground and covered in ceramic. Or maybe it's not on the ground, it's just deep. Deep and white and filling with warm water. Oh God, thank you. That feels so good. I let out a moan of appreciation and lay my head against the basin. Somewhere nearby, Demian clears his throat. I don't care. He can leave me to drown in this torture pool of his as long as it stays warm. Oh, it's a bathtub. It's the golden faucet that lets me know where I am. My head still kind of hurts, but not as much as it did earlier. I'm able to make out stone tiles, golden lights, thick white towels on a shelf, and eucalyptus wreaths decorating the walls. I'm in a bathroom. I glance over to where Demian is. Fuck, he's taking off his shirt, and realize this is probably his bathroom. He tosses his shirt aside and turns to me. I swear he's going to take off his jeans, but instead he keeps them on and calmly saunters over to the side of the tub where he kneels. Lift your arms. His voice is soft but firm. It's an order he doesn't feel the need to shout, and I don't feel the need to make him. I carefully lift my arms as much as I can, which isn't that much, but he doesn't scold me or yell at me. Instead, he calmly dips his hands into the rising water, grabs the bottom of my nightie, and pulls it up over my head. Hips. I stare at him. He stares back. There's no arguing with him, as much as I want to. But the lace is also feeling increasingly uncomfortable as it rubs against my skin under the water. So I sigh and do my best to lift my hips so he can slide those off me too. I hate how good this bath feels. I want to glare at him, but I can't. My limbs feel far too relaxed, especially after he pours what look like bath salts into the water and swirls them around with his hand. Neither of us says a word to each other. I try not to look at him, or at least, I try not to let him see me look at him. Hate him, fear him, whatever I feel about him, that is one chiseled torso. The memory of my legs wrapped around his waist enters my mind unbidden. If he notices the way my thighs suddenly press together, he doesn't say anything. His face is a mask of stoic resolve. After a few silent minutes of me soaking in the tub, Demian just watching me, he grabs a sea sponge and lathers it with some sort of sudsy bath oil. Sit up. I don't know why I obey him. Maybe it's that fucked up part of me that's been trained my entire life to do whatever a man says. But I do as he says, tucking my knees to my chest while he pushes my hair over one shoulder. He's bathing me. Demian Zakrievsky is bathing me. I want to laugh at the absurdity of this moment, but the rub of the sponge along my aching back feels too good. He presses just hard enough for it to feel almost like a massage, and his movements are slow and purposeful. One shoulder blade, then the other, and then down one side of my spine, up the other side, over and over. He doesn't say anything when he moves to my arms. He simply takes the one closest to him and lifts it up. He's careful to wash every inch, from my shoulder to my armpit and all the way to my fingertips, where he massages each one with the sponge. When he needs to reach the other side, he moves behind the tub and crouches behind my head. Demian lowers my arms back into the water, rinsing the oily soap off my limbs. I think he's done when he drops the sponge into the water, and I try not to feel as disappointed as I am. But then I hear the sound of the soap pump, the slickness of his hands rubbing together, and he massages my shoulders. He uses the movements to guide me up along the side of the tub more, working the soap into my collarbone and kneading away knots of tension I've probably been carrying for years. I can't hold back the whimpers of relief that catch in my throat. If they bother him, I don't know because he still doesn't say a word. My lips part in a half gasp, half moan when his slick hands reach down and cup my breasts. He takes slow, steady strokes, wrapping his huge hands around the base of each one, rotating his fingertips to knead out painful knots I didn't even know could exist there. Then, slowly, deeply squeezes and slides his hands around until my nipples are captured between his fingertips. Demian! I gasp his name. I don't know why. I can't see his face at this angle, and everything from his waist down is hidden by the tub. Instead of responding with words, he does it with his hands, repeating the motion again and again until I'm unable to hide the writhing in my hips. Every time his fingers slide to my nipples, he teases them, tweaks them, caresses them, sending wave after wave of pleasure straight to my core. Only when I'm a panting mess does he release my sensitive breasts and smooth his soapy hands down over my waist. But then he grabs the sponge again, and I have to force myself not to pout. Demian shifts his position around the tub to reach my legs, and finally, I can see the stormy look on his face. I'd easily mistake it for rage if I hadn't already seen it on him that night at the hotel, so I know what it really is. Lust. He takes hold of my calf and eases my leg up and close to him. The sponge starts rubbing at my ankle, and I let out another long, low moan of appreciation when he moves it along the arch of my foot. When he's finished with this leg, he lowers it so it drapes over the side of the tub. He doesn't seem to mind that my toes are dripping suds onto the tiled floor. Demian simply gets up to move back to his original post and resumes bathing me, taking the same sweet time with this leg. This time, he doesn't move away when he drapes my leg over the side. He dips the sponge into the water for a brief moment, then smooths it over my waist, and then dips between my legs. I bite my lip, turn my head to the side. Look at me. I quickly do exactly as he says. The order and my submission resonate in a wave of warmth deep inside me. Demian seems to notice because a fire lights up in the backs of his eyes and he presses the sponge firmer against my slit. When he rubs over my sensitive, swollen clit, I let out a pitiful mewl and arch my back in the water. The devil smiles at me, wicked, hungry. He won't stop until I break. I reach down to grab his wrist, but he moves faster and grabs both of mine with his one free hand. He holds them above my head, and this new angle only manages to press me down harder on his wicked sponge. I said, "Look at me." My lashes flutter, but I make the effort to obey. Just the thought of that word, obey, makes me shudder with a surge of pleasure. He smirks as I try to ride it out. I look him in the eyes, chewing my bottom lip so I don't do something stupid like cry out his name. Demian leans in close, so close I can smell that sandalwood again. You're mine. He flicks the sponge away to cup my whole mound in his hand, squeezing just firm enough to make his point. Fuck, I want more. You'll do exactly as I say, when I say it. Do you understand? When I don't immediately respond, he kneads the heel of his palm against my clit until my bottom lip pops from between my teeth in another moan. The way he's holding my wrists together above my head has my torso lifted out of the water, and now my nipples are tightened almost painfully in the cool air. If I tell you to drop to your knees and open your pretty mouth, you do it. His thumb brushes over that bundle of nerves and pinches just enough to make me whimper and nod. If I tell you to bend over my fucking desk and spread your legs, you do it. He pushes one, then two thick fingers inside me, holding there. Anytime, anywhere, you will do exactly as I say, and you will take whatever I fucking give you until I'm done. Until I say I'm done. I whimper again. I nod and nod and nod some more. His gaze burns into mine. His mouth is so close, I can almost taste him. I want to taste him. I want to feel him surround me, fill me, own me. And when I give you my word, you'll fucking believe it. Understood? I nod again. Yes, sir. Rushes from me in a surprising gasp, punctuated by my own inner squeeze around his fingers. A flicker of surprise, then dark delight pools in his eyes. I watch them drop to my lips. I wait for him to devour me. But then he pulls away. His hand abruptly slides out, leaving me on the very edge of the release I need. And I suddenly realize, to my horror, he's not going to give it to me at all. Demian stalks over to his shirt and yanks it back on. "Oh, and Clara." He turns only enough to glare at me over his shoulder. "Don't even dare think about touching yourself. I'll know if you do, and then I won't be nearly as kind." The bathroom door slams shut behind him, leaving me in the cooling bathwater to stare up at the ceiling and wonder what the hell just happened. This time, my limbs are shaking for a whole other reason.
Chapter 22. Demian. That was too close. Way too fucking close. I've been successful in avoiding both Clara and Willow for over a day, with the exception of checking in on Bambi and our new favorite little friend. They ended up going shopping together all day yesterday as a sort of therapy to help Willow break out of her shell and learn how to ask for things she genuinely needs. Based on the number of bags they brought home, it seems she also learned that what she simply wants is also on the yes list. Clara was bedridden the entire time they were gone. Doc said that it was nothing serious, just compounded neglect for her own health. She had a high fever and would be a bit delirious until that breaks. But other than that, and aside from the healing ankle and various bruises Doc found on her body, she was healthy. I asked him where those bruises were. I really wish I hadn't. It's what kept me in the gym for most of the night, pumping weights and slamming bags around until I passed out on one of the benches. I'm not supposed to care, and I have to keep telling myself I don't. I fucking don't. But every time I think about that motherfucker's hands holding her thighs apart so hard that his fingers bruised her skin, the cigarette burn on the side of her breast I don't even know how I missed, and countless other marks that are faint now, but still obvious to the medical eye. Fuck. I can't afford to care about Clara Everett. So why do I care so fucking much about how she's treated? And that's where it all went too far overboard this morning. All I meant to do was speed up her recovery process by breaking her fever. It's something Tolia and I used to do for each other whenever we got sick. We'd go inside the freezer, whoever had the fever, and the other would stand guard outside for around 10 minutes. I don't know the medical science behind it. All I know is it shocked our bodies enough to break into that vile sweat and bounce back within a day or so. That was all well and good. It's the bath that did me in. All I wanted to do was help her not stink of sick sweat and warm up a bit from the freezer. That's it. But the moment I saw her in that tub, the moment she started responding so sweetly to every touch, I had to rip myself away before I took advantage of her delirium and fucked her fever out. She's my prisoner, not my woman. My prisoner, not my woman. I'm chanting this to myself as I storm through the halls and across the courtyard. I need a distraction that's as far away from Clara as possible. I can't go back to my office because now, after our little agreement, all I can think about is bending her over that desk and pounding her open. I can't go back to the gym because all I want is to pin her to the mats and fuck her in front of the mirrors so I can see her fall apart from every angle. No way am I going to even try going to my bedroom. So I beeline to the least provocative, most effective, boner-crushing section of the compound in existence.
Hey, Demian.
Willow beams as she waves at me from her new hammock, suspended between two large palm trees in her solarium bedroom. What used to be an open, airy general space is now officially an homage to all things little girls could ever possibly want. And it's so goddamn pink. Bambi is reclining in a lounger, scribbling away on her tablet while keeping an eye on the kid.
"Sup, boss?"
She squints up at me through her sunglasses, a smile brightening her caramel skin. I've noticed more and more of that lately with Willow around. Bambi seems to genuinely love the little girl. "Just checking in on you, ladies." I wink at Willow, who giggles and rolls out of the hammock to give me a hug. Unexpected, but it's not unwelcome. I don't exactly know what to do, so I pat her on the head. That seems to be the correct response. She pulls away and peers around me.
"Where's Mommy?"
She's still resting. I catch Bambi's skeptical stare, but for a change, I'm actually telling the truth. She's still got a fever, so she's sleeping as much as she can. Okay, maybe that part's less accurate. Bambi's arched brow nearly reaches her hairline. That's how I know she knows. And I keep my happy face plastered on for the sake of the kid, while silently shooting mental messages for Bambi to keep her mouth shut. Telepathic or not, she seems to receive those messages, and relaxes back into whatever she was doing before I sauntered in.
"Yeah."
Willow brushes the hair of one of her new dolls as she scrunches her face thoughtfully.
"Mommy works really hard. She's always tired. She needs sleep."
Kids. Gotta love them. Not me, necessarily, although this one is pretty great. I settle onto one of the overstuffed beanbags. This will be the easiest interrogation I've ever conducted in my life. Do you know where Mommy works? Willow frowns.
"Why?"
Sharp kid. She's catching on to something and I'm impressed. Well, if Mommy's sick, they'll need to know, right? So they know she won't be coming in until she's better.
"I don't know."
Willow shrugs, still focused on meticulously brushing the doll's hair.
"She gets all pretty and says she has to go serve drinks to people. She never lets me go with her."
Bambi catches my eye and blinks a few times. That's the signal to check my phone. Bambi.
"Canyon Sun Cocktail Lounge. They haven't heard from her. Assumed she quit, so no one's looking."
Fair enough. That's okay. I offer Willow a friendly smile. It's probably for the best. Some places are too boring for kids, and I'm sure your dad wouldn't want you to go anyway. Yes, I'm fishing for information. I figure any bits and pieces I can casually glean here and there are better than nothing. A shadow passes over Willow's face. I suddenly feel an immense hatred for the man who makes his own child respond like that at the mere mention of him.
"He doesn't care."
She shrugs and sets aside the doll, then picks up another one. I focus on her words and not the fact that I'm pretty sure Bambi bought an entire zip code's worth of dolls. Your dad doesn't care. She shakes her head slowly.
"He doesn't play with me or talk to me. He just tells me what to do. But one time..."
Her face suddenly lights up and she looks at me with a smile.
"He took me to the ice cream palace and let me have the biggest sundae I've ever seen. And then we went and got fairy wings and I got to meet a princess."
Both Bambi and I feign awe.
"That sounds so cool,"
she chirps. "Did you have fun?" I ask. Willow nods, but then her smile fades and she picks at the Velcro back of the new doll.
"He said he was sorry. He didn't mean to, so he took me out for ice cream and wanted me to be his pretty princess."
I really don't want to ask, but I need to know. Why I need to know is up for debate. What was he sorry for? She steals a quick little glance at me. Her words come out mumbled.
"He hit me."
And just like that, Martin has a death warrant. I catch Bambi freezing in the corner of my eye. She's never had a taste for the kind of violence I dole out to traitors and assholes, but the fire in her eyes at those 3 tiny words tells me she may be rethinking her policy.
"He hit you?"
she asks the kid as gently as possible. I can still hear it in her voice, though, the shock, the fury. Willow shrinks back.
"Yeah, I spilled his beer."
Thank God I'm sitting too awkwardly to pull my gun out. I have a sudden urge to clean it, and I don't know, play target practice with the bastard's head. Hey, Willow? I say her name just firmly enough to get her to look up at me. For a moment I see fear in her eyes, and that strikes a sharp chord in me that I never want to feel again. You know that you're safe here, right? She blinks at me, then slowly nods. No one is ever going to hit you or hurt you, and if anyone does something you don't like, you run and tell Miss Bambi or me, all right? Again she nods, a little faster this time. Bambi, I turn and wink at my assistant. Did you remember to grab some monster spray while you were shopping? Bambi takes only a second to catch on, then quickly sits up and nods. I even made sure to grab the anti-monster magic light, strongest one they have. Perfect. I turn back to Willow. We'll keep the monsters away, okay? Including the asshole who claims to be your father. I expect her to nod some more and maybe say okay or thank you. I don't expect her to suddenly jump to her feet and run across the room, and I definitely don't expect her to throw herself into my arms. Again, I'm not sure what to do, but hugging her back is apparently exactly what she wanted. Maybe even needed, because the bright grin on her face when she pulls away is a light in my dark life I didn't know I was missing. Thanks, Demian. And then she skips back across the room, carrying a piece of my heart with her. Fuck. I'm in trouble. Chapter 23. Demian. Now that we've settled the workplace issue, I need to make sure the rest of Clara's personal life won't be coming looking for her, or for Willow. Fucking hell, I'm growing too attached to that kid. I steer my focus away from the bright beam of sunshine currently jumping rope on the far side of the courtyard, and home in on the door to my office. The same office I really want to make Clara fill with her moans and pleasure screams, with the heat of her exhales and the smell of her... Focus, goddammit! I swear this family is going to be the end of me. When we first met, or rather when we second met at the casino, I was under the impression Clara didn't own a phone. Given all that I've been learning about her ex, it wouldn't be surprising if the bastard cut off her communications with the world, so she'd have to go through him and him alone. But it occurred to me, while sitting in Willow's room, that no loving parent who actually cares about their kid would go about their day with no way for schools or other officials to contact them in case of emergencies. I sure as hell won't let Willow leave this compound without at least 10 different ways for people to get in touch if necessary, or without twice as many guards watching her every move, because she's collateral, valuable collateral. Not at all because I actually care about the kid, not like a parent or anything. I glance up to peer across the courtyard before I duck into the hall that leads to my office. Is she too close to the pool's edge? Is anyone watching her? Where is Bambi? But then Bambi materializes from behind a decorative cactus and leads the girl away from the pool and toward a safer area where she can continue counting her jumps. Satisfied, I finally make it to my office and lock the door behind me. I don't need any more interruptions or distractions for the day. Clara's bag is in one of my locked safes. I quickly turn the dial to pull it out and search for her phone. I don't know why I haven't cleared out the stacks of money from the bag. I could, and I should. It's my money from my casino, and she won't be needing it anytime soon, if ever. But something keeps stopping me from taking it. I'm blaming my sense of honor for Lady Luck. I have to respect that it was pure chance, a strange stroke of good fortune for her, and it would be no different if someone else had sat at that machine. Fuck, what a stupid thought. Everything would be different if someone else had sat at that stupid machine. I find her cheap cell phone tucked inside a zippered pocket I almost missed. At first it seemed strange for anyone to put their phone somewhere unreachable, but then maybe that was the point. Clara didn't have the budget or the time to buy a new phone before running from her ex. My theory is dead on. The passcode to the phone was easy. Willow's birthday, which I had Bambi grab for me along with other paperwork in case this visit extends into the school year. No sense in depriving the kid of an education just because her parents are shitty. I'm quick to switch the settings to airplane mode, just in case anyone decides to try using the GPS to locate Clara. I'll have Pavel do a full sweep through just to make doubly sure no one can follow the tech trail here. We can't forget who her father is and who he works for. As much as I'd love the chance to take him out in a firefight, I don't want that shit blowing up my house. Most of the phone's storage is taken up by pictures of Clara and Willow. Every picture, no matter how happy she seems with her daughter, is tinted with a shadow of sadness in her eyes, a melancholy tightness in her smile. I'm bothered by how much that bothers me. Time to close the photo album and look for some real information. Her friend from that tiny apartment, Roxy, has been blowing up her phone with texts and calls demanding updates. No voicemail, but that's typical, I guess. Mostly just messages in the text inbox saying things like, "Are you okay?" and "Are you still alive?" and "Did he fuck your brains out?" I snort at that one. There are a few others of this woman referring to me in rather flattering ways. One text asks if I have a brother and if that brother is single. Right, that's exactly what Tolia needs. Conjugal visits from his accuser's best friend. Come to think of it, Roxy may be a problem. A serious problem. From the 5 minutes I spent in her microscopic living room, I got the impression that she's not the kind of woman to just let things slide when it comes to Clara and the girl. She watched me like a hawk from the second I darkened her doorway. I have no doubt she'd combed the desert to find her best friend and pseudo-niece. What I am doubting is my sudden distaste at the idea of getting rid of Roxy. It's nothing different from what I've ordered before. We can't have witnesses or nosy neighbors complicating things. So why does the idea of eliminating Clara's best friend put a bad taste in my mouth? I shake it off and scroll through more of the texts. The ones that grab my attention are the ones that make my blood instantly boil. Martin.
Where the fuck are you?
Martin.
Pick up the phone, you dumb bitch.
Martin.
Clara, I swear to fucking God, you better bring my daughter back or so help me.
Martin.
Want me to call your father? Is that what you want?
Martin.
Your ass better be back home with the brat.
Martin.
Baby, I'm sorry. I'm just worried. I'm so fucking worried about you.
Martin.
I love you so much.
Martin.
Please, baby, pick up the phone.
Martin.
I promise I'll treat you so good when I get home, baby.
Martin.
Unless that's it. You found some other dick?
Martin.
Out spreading your legs like the fucking slut you are?
Martin.
I bet that kid isn't even mine.
Martin.
Whore.
Martin.
You'll fucking regret this, Clara. I swear to God, you'll regret ever leaving me, and you'll be lucky if I take your stupid whore pussy back once you're on your knees begging.
Martin.
You're so pretty on your knees, baby.
No, Martin. I think through oceans of red clouding my eyes. You'll be the one regretting this. It's a miracle I haven't crushed the flimsy phone in my hand. I'm clenching it so tight as I read every text. The other messages he sent are no better and not worth my time. I do venture a quick scroll into her message history, because I've noticed a lack of texts from Greg Everett. Does he ever check in on his own daughter? It seems not. Not even one call for the last several weeks, according to the phone log when I check. I'm not sure what I expected, or worse, what I wanted. Do I want Greg Everett to be a doting father who tears apart Las Vegas in search of his daughter? Obviously not. So why does his absence itch the back of my mind like a bad rash? I can't afford to feel sympathy. This is purely circumstantial, and I need to know that all the cards in my hand won't lose. I toss the phone into my desk drawer with half a mind to lock the damned thing up. Not that I want Clara calling in the cavalry, but I have a fleeting thought of buying her a new phone, a far better one, and giving her a new number, so her dickhead baby daddy and his cohorts in blue can't find her. Fuck, there I go again, forgetting she's my prisoner with a debt to repay. Prisoner. My fucking prisoner. Not my woman. Chapter 24. Demian. I'm relaxing on one of the lounge chairs by the pool, sipping a cocktail I don't know the name of. My chef thought the umbrella and sugar rim would cheer me up. Relaxing isn't the most accurate word, though. I'm more glaring into the depths of the pool, wondering if it's deep enough for the old-fashioned cement shoes bit. The one mental image that manages to make me remotely smile is of Martin McFuck drowning down there, his eyes wide and terrified as I fuck his woman on the chair in front of him. I take a sip of the cocktail to calm the nausea that surfaces at the association of Clara being his woman. But she's not mine either. I'm about to throw the stupid blended drink into the water when Bambi sachets over, tablet tucked under one arm and the legs of her linen romper billowing with every step. Clara would look good in that. What? I bite the word and close my eyes behind my sunglasses. Need another 1 or 3 of those? Bambi arches a brow at my drink as she drapes herself across the coordinating lounge chair. You're testy. Shouldn't I be? You've literally pulled the luckiest hand in all of Vegas, so no. You should be overjoyed, not glaring at the pool like it just called your mother a whore. I shift my glare to her, but it doesn't have the effect I want it to. She just snorts a laugh and nods in feigned defeat. All right. Bambi sets her tablet on the table between us and gestures for one of the waiting staff to bring her a duplicate of my drink. What crawled up your ass and died? I went through Clara's phone. Ah, anything juicy? I'm not sure how to answer that, so I just shrug. Pictures of her and the kid, basic shit. Her best friend is looking for her, but I don't think she'll be a problem. A bold-faced lie, but that nagging feeling inside my chest doesn't want to risk Roxy's safety. Fucking irritating. Her ex, Martin whatever the fuck. Patterson? That was it? Bambi nods. He's a police detective, easy to find. Actually, you'll find this interesting. He's Greg Everett's partner. No shit. I make a mental note to order 2 sets of molds for those cement shoes I really want to try out now. That explains a lot. Does it? No, not really. I sigh and lean back in the chair. I mean, fuck, I don't know. The guy's a fucking asshole. Bambi's mouth twists into an amused smirk I know she's trying her damned hardest to suppress. What makes you say that? You should have seen the way he texts her, the bruises he left on her, and the kid. You heard what she said. This makes Bambi sober up a bit. Yeah, she murmurs. I heard it. That annoying mental itching resurfaces. Speaking of the kid, who's watching her? She's asleep. It's nap time. I'm about to leave it alone, but then... Same time, every day? Bambi nods. It's important to keep kids on a schedule. Fine. Something else occurs to me. Ease up on the sugar, too. Don't want her rotting her teeth out. I don't have to turn my head to see the brow creep up her forehead. Anything else, Dad? Shut the fuck up, Bam. She snorts a laugh and thanks the server for her drink, takes a very long sip, then lies back in her chair. You know what I don't get? The concept of leaving a man alone to his thoughts?
Aside from that,
her smirk shifts into a slight frown.
Why are you keeping her around?
I roll my eyes. We've been over this. Clara lied about what she saw and put my brother in prison on a life sentence. Even though I could just have her recant her testimony, she won't because her asshole father is the same detective who made the arrest, and there's no way in hell he'll change his statement.
The kid, Demian. I was talking about the kid.
Oh, right. The kid's collateral.
With a custom bedroom under the stars, and an unlimited menu paired with Daddy Warbucks' black Amex, no less.
The blinking she does is every bit as sarcastic as her words.
You do realize she has a grandfather, an aunt of sorts? Why not send her to them?
And explain what when they ask about her mother?
She left town.
I shake my head. That won't pan out. Clara's a devoted mother who sacrificed everything for her child. They're broke as fuck, but she's always put Willow first. Even I wouldn't believe she just up and left town without her daughter.
Fair point.
Plus, again the absence of Greg Everett in Clara's missed calls, unread messages, her photo library. It all presses an unsettling feeling in my gut that I don't like for a multitude of reasons. I don't trust the chief detective.
No shit.
I mean with Willow, or Clara for that matter. Now Bambi does a full turn to look at me.
Oh.
I try to shrug it off. The last thing I need is a therapist prying into the feelings I'm definitely not catching. Just a hunch. I can't put my finger on what father doesn't check in on his daughter or notice when she's missing. Is that the kind of grandfather we can trust with his granddaughter?
Right, but can she be trusted with you?
Of course she can. The words fly out of my mouth without hesitation. I've got a bone to pick and a score to settle with her mother, but I'm not a fucking monster. I'm probably... I stop myself before I finish that sentence. The thought accompanying it is far too dangerous for me to say out loud, let alone let it float around in my head. Bambi doesn't press for me to say it. She knows better.
So, whatever happens to Clara,
the kid stays. That's all I'm going to say on that matter. I don't exactly know what that means or just how far things will go, but I'll be damned if I throw a helpless child to the wolves. Run a full background check on Clara. I'm switching subjects, and if I'm being honest with myself, changing tactics only slightly. Things keep itching in my brain, and I need them scratched before I roll the dice on things I can't undo. Dig everything up. Bambi furrows her brow, clearly confused.
I thought we already did.
There's more. I polish off the cocktail and debate getting another one, but I decide against it. Work needs to be done. Run full specs on Greg Everett, too. Again, if we had everything, I wouldn't be telling you to get more, would I? I snap. She closes her mouth and stares at me. Bambi's a proud bird, and I know I've ruffled her feathers, but she's not about to question my authority, and I'm not about to apologize even if I suddenly feel like I should. A half-assed wave of my hand that might be construed as a silent mea culpa is about the best I can do. There's more to this story. Things aren't adding up, and if I'm going to be striking deals and getting Tolia out, we can't afford to miss a single detail. We pulled her current information, but we didn't look into her childhood. The tablet is out and on. Bambi scribbles notes with her stylus without looking up at me.
Medical records?
I nod. All of it. Dig deep. Dig where we wouldn't normally go. Her father had, and has, the power to erase anything he wants. We need to find whatever traces he missed. Bambi chews on her lip for a moment.
We did confirm they've lived here their whole lives, at least Clara has. Never moved, never even changed houses until she graduated from high school.
Makes it easy, then.
Easy to pull up school records and reports.
That makes me pause. The kind that Everett wouldn't be able to erase.
Not without raising alarms.
I don't want to find anything. Finding things like child abuse reports from grade school teachers who paid attention to Clara would mean there's far more to her history. and to her relationship with her father. Finding shit like evidence that Detective Everett was a dirty cop on and off the clock means I can't take anything at face value. But if we don't find anything and my hunch about Everett is still correct, it would mean that Clara slipped through the cracks, unnoticed by everyone who should have been paying fucking attention, and has been living in a hell she never escaped from. Not until she ran into me. And now I'm a whole new demon determined to make her suffer. I dismiss Bambi with a final nod and a flick of my hand, which only irritates her more. She flips her tablet closed and huffs away to go do what I ordered. To be fair, I don't make it a habit of treating her or Pavel like obedient dogs. I do genuinely appreciate their loyalty and intel. But right now, I've got a lot of shit piling up in my head and no shovel to dig any of it out, which makes me moody. I storm back to my office needing something to do, something productive, something to clear my mind. Why I think that means opening my laptop to watch the camera feed from Clara's new room is beyond me. She's still sound asleep, lying on top of the sheets as her body continues to fight the fever. She moans softly and the sound makes me swallow. Hard. Her legs slide against each other and then spread. It's a natural fall of her knees, just a result of her feverish dreaming. But it's enough to make other things about me very hard, too. At ease, asshole. She's sick. The tent in my pants demands to know what we'll do when she's better. I'm not even going to entertain those fantasies. The only thing I need to focus on in regards to Clara Everett is whatever the hell we pull up about her past.
Chapter 25. Clara. Everything's burning. Arms, legs, head, all of it. Maybe it's because Mama forgot to turn the stove off when she made me grilled cheese. I love grilled cheese. Mama makes it special for me when Daddy's at work. He hates grilled cheese, so it's just our thing. No, that's not right. Mama's gone, and I'm not a little kid anymore. It's gotta be the courthouse. The courthouse is always so hot in the summer. Why don't they ever put in air conditioning? The fans hanging from the ceiling don't do much, and the sweat in my hair is stinging the cuts on my face. But Daddy says I gotta do it. I gotta go up there and tell the truth. I don't know what to say. I didn't see much. It was scary inside the trunk of that dusty old car. It was even scarier inside the box. And it hurt. I got splinters. I remember the man who opened the box and asked me if I was okay. He told me I'd be okay. I just needed to stay there and be a good girl. I'm a good girl. I'm always a good girl. He's here at the courthouse, too. He remembers me. He looks like it's too hot in here, too. I don't blame him. I try to smile at him, but Daddy squeezes my shoulder too hard and tells me not to look at him, and now I want to cry. It hurts. Daddy always makes me hurt. There's too many questions. I don't know how to answer them. They ask me if I saw the nice man at the warehouse, but what's a warehouse? I was in a box. I saw him in the box. They ask me what else I saw. I don't know, though. I don't remember. I just remember what Daddy helped me remember, and I can't forget, or he's going to make me hurt again. I forgot things last night when we were practicing, and now I hurt all over. But I have to be a good girl and tell the truth. I'm always a good girl. So I tell them what Daddy helped me remember. The nice man looks so sad. I thought he was angry at me, but when he looks at me, he just looks sad. I don't know why he's sitting there, where the bad guys usually sit. He's not a bad guy. Where is the man who tried to kidnap me? He should be sitting there. Wait, this isn't right. I'm not a little kid, not anymore. I'm not in that courthouse anymore. I haven't set foot inside there for years. It's hot because Martin won't fix the air conditioner. It broke yesterday. Willow keeps crying, and I'm keeping her in just her diapers so she doesn't overheat. He's acting like he doesn't hear our baby girl screaming from the heat.
It's too fucking expensive,
is his only answer when I ask him about it. But so are the new shoes he's wearing around the house. So are the season tickets he bought last week. And his new phone, and his new laptop, and everything else he buys for himself while we fend on scraps. Thank God Willow is still breastfeeding. I'm not sure how I could afford food for her right now. It's a miracle he even lets me eat.
Gotta watch your weight. Shed those baby pounds.
He smacked my ass when he said it, right before he took away my plate of cheap pizza. He didn't offer me anything else. It's so hot in here. Willow keeps crying, and it's too hot to swaddle her. If he won't fix the air conditioner soon, I might have to go stay at Roxy's for a while. I tell him that as I lay Willow down on a blanket where it's cooler under the ceiling fan. I don't mean it as a threat, or that I'm leaving him. We just need to keep Willow out of the heat. But Martin doesn't like that. He hears me threatening him to leave. He thinks I'm going to abandon him. Abandon our baby, and I would never. But that doesn't stop him from grabbing my hair, or from pulling me across the house and into our bedroom by my hair. It hurts so much. I scream and try to kick and pull away. Please, please don't. I'm sobbing, begging. I don't want him to hurt me. The back of his hand cracks against the side of my face. Please, Martin, please.
Clara!
I sob harder. And even though my chest is shaking with my sobs, I'm determined to get my baby and get the hell out of there. So I scramble for anything, the bed, a chair, a table, anything I can grab to pull myself up, even as he's trying to pin me down.
Clara!
He grabs me hard by my shoulders, shakes me, and my eyes fly open. I don't recognize him at first. He kinda looks like the nice guy from the box, but different. His hands are on my shoulders, but they don't hurt. He stops shaking me when he sees I'm awake, although I'm not sure if I really am awake. Everything is so blurry, so hard to focus. The room is spinning. Fuck, he whispers it under his breath and holds me close. Did I fall? I think he caught me. The back of his hand feels so nice. It's cool, and against my forehead it feels so soothing. He presses it to my brow, my cheek, and my neck. Is he a doctor? If he is, he's sexy as hell, and I'm ready for my examination.
You're burning up.
The room spins again, but this time it's because he's lifted me into his arms and is carrying me to, I don't know where. I never know. He never tells me where we're going or why. He just scoops me up like ice cream and takes me wherever. I remember now. I remember his name. Demian. It comes out way weaker than I intended. Raspy. Good fuck, my tongue is dry.
Stay with me.
He shifts me in his arms a bit. My head falls against his chest. He's so warm, but it's nice, comforting. He's not wearing a shirt, so I can smell the sandalwood on his skin. I moan. Demian looks at me with a frown. He seems more worried than angry.
Hang on,
he says, and now we're moving faster. It's dizzying. We're back inside the room with sharp things. The kitchen, he said. And then I hear that familiar heavy click, and then, oh, sweet God, yes. It's cold. The air is cold. So much better. He left me here before. I thought he wanted to kill me. I still think he does. So maybe he'll leave me here again. But he doesn't leave at all. Demian sets me down on the cold cement floor, then sits down next to me. This is when I see he's wearing pajama pants. No shirt, no shoes, just gray pajama pants. His hair looks ruffled, too. Did he wake up to check on me? My head hurts too much to ask these questions. Still too hot, although the cold air helps. Demian reaches behind us, grabs a bag of frozen peas and presses it to my forehead. The way he does it pulls me close to him. His arm is wrapped around me to hold the bag in place. I have nowhere to go except further into him, so I rest my head on his shoulder and close my eyes. It's freezing in here, but neither of us shiver. He jumps just for the quickest moment when I loop my arm around his waist to settle in closer. I'm feeling sleepy, and he's so comfortable. The still functioning part of my brain tells me that I'm sick. I have a fever, and it's bad. I've been hallucinating fever dreams and dripping sweat into the bedsheets, desperate for relief. The rest of my brain is still hallucinating. There's no way Demian actually cares enough to. I don't know what he's doing, or if he's actually here. For all I know, this is all just part of some fucked up fever dream, and I'm in some dirty basement cell where he's keeping me prisoner. I won't blame him. I deserve it. Might as well make the most of this dream. Dem. I'm able to pry my eyes open enough to see he's texting someone on his phone. Attempting to read the tiny words on the bright screen only hurts my eyes, so I look away and just focus on the frosty shelf next to him. I'm sorry. For what? He sounds like he's only paying half attention to me, if that. His phone buzzes in his hand. After a pause, he taps something else in response. I sigh. It's shaky and makes me wonder if my lungs are on fire too. But the cold air feels good when I do it, so I won't complain. Everything. He pauses, then lowers his phone. Everything. I start to nod, but that makes me instantly dizzy. Yeah. The dreams from earlier come crashing back into my mind's eye, making my head hurt more, and my chest. I messed up. I messed up bad. Fuck, I don't want to cry. My head hurts too much to cry, and I don't want him to see my tears and think I'm weak or helpless or whatever loser-level names he's probably made up for me. Demian doesn't say anything. He just tosses the frozen peas aside and presses the backs of his fingers to my face. For the briefest of moments, it almost feels like he's caressing my cheek. I'm definitely hallucinating. He shifts me until I'm sitting against the shelves behind us, then stands and walks out of the freezer. I knew it. But then he's back, clutching something in his hand, and he rummages through another section where there's piles of boxes stacked neatly on top of each other. When he finds the one he's looking for, he walks back over to me and sits back down. I have no idea what he's doing. I don't even know if I care. My eyes drift closed, and I let my head rest against the icy shelf. It feels better than the hot pillow in my room. It's nice and quiet in here, except for the rustling Demian's doing with whatever the hell. Open. Something prods my lips. I frown, confused, and try to open my eyes to see what the actual fuck he's doing. Come on, open your mouth. At this point, there's not much he can do to me that's worse than what we've already done. So I figure, why fight? And I slowly open my mouth. Demian shoves it inside my mouth with a fork. It's strawberry cheesecake? Good girl. He pulls the fork away and lets me chew this one bite. It's a painstakingly slow process. My tongue is trying to register what's inside my mouth at the same time my fried brain is trying to register what is even happening. And then there's another bite. A rich graham cracker crust coated with a thick layer of strawberry preserves and New York-style cheesecake. If I wasn't sick as a dog, I'd devour the whole box. It tastes incredible. Almost forgot these were made today. Demian's voice sounds like he's also enjoying the cheesecake. I'm kind of a sucker for this stuff.
He feeds me another bite. This time I'm able to chew a bit faster and open my eyes as I swallow. Why?
You're tasting this, right? It's amazing, that's why.
There's a sudden, heavy silence that settles over him when he realizes what I meant to ask. I almost don't expect him to answer, but again, he surprises me by turning to his side more and holds up another loaded fork.
You haven't eaten in over a day, and I was hungry too.
I take a bite and chew, narrowing my eyes at him as best I can. Why don't you just let me die?
Demian rolls his eyes. You're not dying, you just have a fever. Mostly because you don't fucking take care of yourself, though Doc's wondering if your ankle's infected.
That doesn't answer my immediate question. It does answer a few others, though. Still, I shake my head, which is more of a gradual rocking along the edge of the shelf. Why do you care? He pauses. The fork is poised mid-stab into the cheesecake resting on his lap inside the cardboard box. He finishes that scoop extra slowly as he thinks.
I don't care,
he says at least. I don't believe him. He sounds like he doesn't believe himself either. But also, I'm sick and feverish, and this is all a hallucination, so my brain is probably just trying to make me feel better. Gourmet desserts and all.
You're no good to me dead, that's all. Don't read into it.
I snort. It sounds weird inside the freezer, even weirder with how out of it I am, but I can't help it. I snort and peer up at his face, my mouth twisted in some sort of darkly humorous smirk. Gotta get me healthy so you can torture me properly? He frowns. He doesn't find it as funny as I do.
Why the hell would I do that?
It's not fun torturing a sick person. Everyone knows that.
No, I mean, why would I torture you?
Now it's my turn to frown. Why wouldn't you? The weight of my nightmares slams against my chest. You have every reason to. Demian seems to consider this. Either that or my brain has just glitched and can't come up with a response to my own arguments. Then he sets the box of cheesecake aside, stabs the fork into it like the sword in the stone, and fully turns to face me.
Have you ever been with a man, any man, who hasn't tortured you?
I'm not loving the answer that comes to mind. I wouldn't call it torture.
Is that how you get by? Renaming shit to make it seem less terrifying?
My frown deepens. You keep acting like you actually care.
You keep acting like you don't.
Demian shakes his head at me.
Fucking ridiculous. Keeping your kid in that environment too? It's disgusting.
The second he mentions Willow, my hackles raise. Sick or not, I will fight him to protect my baby girl. I sit up, and I'm immediately dizzy, but I struggle against his attempt to press me back down. Where's Willow? Where's my baby?
She's fine, Clara. No thanks to you.
I'm practically seething. The hell does that mean? Demian glares at me, his face inches from mine.
You kept your precious baby in that fucking hellhole with that sorry excuse for a man. You knew what he was doing and you forced her to live in that terror anyway. Honestly, for that, I should torture you.
My heart sinks into my stomach. The cheesecake turns rotten and I want to throw up. He never touched her. The instant arch of his brow makes me feel sicker. No, there's no way. I'd always been so careful when it came to protecting Willow.
You really think that?
Demian scoffs.
Did you even bother to ask?
He swore!
Her, Clara. Did you ever bother to ask Willow?
I want to cry. I want to throw up. I want to smack that indignant look off his face and claw his all-seeing eyes out of his head. I want to burn the whole fucking world down until it's just Willow and me,
finally safe and sound from monsters like him. But instead, all I can do is lean against the frozen shelves and let hot tears spill down my face. Maybe if he leaves me here long enough, they'll freeze and cool my burning cheeks. I'm too busy crying to see his face soften, but I hear it in his voice. Why didn't you just leave when you had the chance? Oh, cruel irony. I did. I think the deep, hard strength in those words surprises both of us, but I still don't open my eyes. Hopefully, my tears will freeze them shut so I never have to look at him again. Demian remains silent for a breath or two. Then, what stopped you? This time I pry my eyes open, just so I can glare at him with all the fire and fury I've been bottling up since the moment those security guys stopped me at the front doors of the Meridian. You did! His face is unreadable. He just stares at me, blinking. I stare back until I'm once again too tired and too heartbroken to look at him. Flashes of that night we spent together before either of us knew anything about each other stab through my brain and make everything hurt worse. So much worse. Why couldn't he just let me go? I don't know how long we stay like that. I don't even remember falling asleep. But I must, because my dreams get less horrible and I'm vaguely aware of being wrapped up in a weighted blanket on something soft. Every time I struggle against a lesser demon in my nightmares, the blanket tucks tighter around me, and the demon scurries away. I can't make sense of any of it, but I don't have the energy to even care. The last dream I remember is of Willow, laughing and happy in the desert sunshine, surrounded by everything she's ever wanted, and a handsome father who loves her, handing her a plate of strawberry cheesecake. Chapter 26. Clara. What time is it? What day is it? I sit up in bed, slowly so I don't make myself dizzy, and realize I'm not dizzy at all. I actually feel better, somewhat. I press a hesitant hand to my brow. Surprisingly, it feels way cooler than I expected. Given the way my hair's sticking to the sides of my face and my neck, I'm wondering if my fever finally broke. Almost on cue, the door opens and Demian fills the space. His eyes give me a lingering once-over, and for a moment, I start to wonder why he's really here. But then he closes the door behind him and tosses something onto the bed. A bottle of water. It's fancy water because, duh, of course it is. The kind of bougie glass bottle that I always roll my eyes at because who the hell would pay $11 for a glass of tap with fancy branding that doesn't fit in any cup holder known to man? But I won't turn my nose up at it now. I'm parched. My hands are a blur as I snatch it up and unscrew the cap, tossing it back like I'm shotgunning beer at a frat party. But I miscalculated my thirst with the dryness of my throat. Almost instantly, I'm choking and gagging on the water. Just as swiftly, Demian materializes at my side and grabs the bottle from my hands. He cups the back of my head, firmly gripping my hair between his fingers, and waits for me to calm down. Then he tugs my hair just enough to make me tilt my head back, raises the bottle to my lips, and eases a slow trickle of water into my mouth. I watch his face. He doesn't seem to be feeling one way or the other, but his own gaze is fixed on my mouth. I feel his fingers flex a little bit in my hair, almost like... No, he's not caressing me. This is just necessity. Yeah, necessity. He's keeping me alive for his own brand of torment. He pulls the bottle away to give me a chance to swallow. A few drops escape my lips, but otherwise it is easier this time. I feel the droplets splash on my chest, and damn it, does that feel good. Demian's eyes flick down to follow their path as they slowly trickle over my skin. That same look he had in the doorway returns. Thirsty. No, hungry. But instead of doing anything to feed that hunger, he clears his throat and repeats the motions, tilting my head back, easing sips of water into my mouth, letting me swallow. After a few sips, he lets me go and screws the cap back on.
You look better,
he observes quietly. I feel better.
Good.
He's avoiding my eyes, instead focusing on setting the bottle down on the nightstand and wiping the condensation from his palms onto his jeans. I realize in this moment that I haven't seen him so casually dressed. A tank top, jeans, bare feet. I've only ever seen him in immaculately tailored suits. And his pajamas. But that was definitely a fever dream.
How's your stomach feeling?
This time he does look at me. That same unreadable mask on his face. I think about it. The water isn't making me nauseous, but I'm not sure if I'm ready for a full meal. Pretty good, I think. I don't know, really.
You've kept food down so far. Must be a good sign.
I furrow my brow at him. You fed me?
I made sure you were fed. Big difference.
Right, but I'm not about to argue. I have bigger things to deal with now that I'm able to stay upright. Where's Willow? I want to see my daughter.
Demian side-eyes me. She's fine.
I don't believe you. I grit my teeth. Bring me my daughter, now.
No.
I lean back. I may not be fully recovered or able to take on a guy his size, but hellfire and brimstone can't keep me from my child. What makes him think he can? No?
No. You're probably still contagious.
You're here?
I'm also not 5 years old.
Damn him. He and his logic can kiss my ass. I want to see her. He nods.
I know, I heard you the first time.
Well? Now he's the one leaning back, eyeing me with something akin to amusement.
Are you still hallucinating? At what point did you suddenly gain the ability to tell me what to do?
I narrow my eyes at him. When I gave birth to my child.
All right, fair.
He nods and pulls out his phone.
So where was all this authority for the last 5 years?
My fever dream comes back to me. We had a similar discussion then. Was it a premonition of this one that's about to happen? What are you talking about? He starts tapping his thumb on his phone, staring at his screen as he talks.
You're acting like giving birth to Willow officially gave you authority over her well-being and safety. Which, yeah, it did. So why the fuck did you force her to stay in a dangerous house with a dangerous man?
My stomach turns. I hate déjà vu. For your information, it's not as easy as you make it sound.
Try me.
I sigh and slump against the headboard. Anything to put some distance between us. Other women, they can leave, go to shelters, change their names. I don't have that luxury. His brow lifting is the only response I get. He's still staring at his phone, probably texting someone to ready my firing squad. My ex and my father are both on the police force, and not just some beat cops or desk workers, but lead detectives, men of power, men with resources at their fingertips. They know every shelter from Las Vegas to Reno. Change of name forms are readily accessible by their exact department in case murder investigations need it. And worse, they know how to make things look like an accident. I tilt my head to one side. Kinda like you, actually. Isn't that what you do? Make things look like an accident? Demian snorts out a laugh and glances at me.
Depends on who's receiving the message.
I'm just going to ignore that. The image of him sending one of my severed fingers to my father is not doing any favors for my roiling stomach. So yeah, that's why I couldn't just get up and leave anytime I wanted. Not until... I look away.
So your plan was to buy your way out of Vegas and go where?
I shrug. Anywhere. Anywhere they'd never think to look for me. Mexico came to mind. Maybe keep traveling south to Brazil. Hide in the rainforest with the monkeys. It sounds ridiculous, but it was one of the many options I'd dreamed up between the slot machine and the cashier's desk. I smile a little when Willow's awestruck face appears in my mind. Willow loves monkeys. Demian holds my gaze for the longest moment, not saying a word. It's a tragedy that a man so dangerous and deadly can have such beautiful, stormy eyes. Even his lashes are long and dark. If he wasn't my prison warden, I'd let him see how much better he could make me feel. He glances away, back to his phone, then holds it up to me. It's a camera feed from what looks like a lavish outdoor courtyard. A marble fountain pours intricate, sparkling patterns of water in the middle of an Olympic-sized pool. And Willow is playing hopscotch by the garden. I suck in a sharp gasp and grab his phone. Demian's grip tightens, but he doesn't pull it away from me. I all but climb on his lap just so I can get a better look at my baby girl. Willow! Tears sting my eyes. My throat tightens. Is she okay? Demian rolls his eyes. No, we made her walk on a cactus, hence the hopping. He gently eases his phone from my fingers and turns the screen off. My God, woman. Did you not see the army of dolls lining the courtyard? If anyone needs to be worried about an attack, it's me. I stare at him like he's grown a horn in the middle of his head. Why? Why what? Why that? I gesture to his phone. He shrugs like it's no big deal. The kid's not my problem. You're my problem. And you're my prisoner. She's just my guest. Can I? No. He slides off the bed and turns to stare at me. He's all business again. Any trace of kindness gone like it never existed to begin with. Now, Clara Everett, here's the big question. Are you going to do exactly what I say, when I say it, no questions asked? The terrifying part is not knowing what he plans on asking me. It could be anything. No, scratch that. The really terrifying part is knowing what he could ask of me, and the fact that I'd want to do it for him, especially if he keeps looking at me like that. Yes, I nod with a word, just in case it sticks on my tongue. Anything. I'll do anything. Just keep my daughter safe. Out of some deep-seated instinct, I crawl on top of the blankets and kneel in front of him, literally on my knees to beg for Willow's safety. Anything you want, as long as Willow is safe. Demian steps closer to me, so close I can smell his musk through his shirt. Just like my fever dream. He tucks his fingers under my chin and tilts my head up to look him in the eyes. One knee settles on the bed, then the rest of him leans down until I'm surrounded by him. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, nowhere he can't get me. And if I want to start collecting on your debt now? His mouth hovers above mine. I catch his eyes flickering between mine and my lips, dipping down lower for half a millisecond. At this angle, he can probably see clear down the threadbare top barely covering me as it is. Right here, right now. His thumb slowly rubs over my bottom lip as he holds my gaze. You'll be my good girl and do exactly what I say. The stubborn mother in me needs to keep demanding for more leverage. The heat quickly pulling between my legs wants him to start making more demands. Show me Willow again. I need to make sure I don't lose focus on why I'm doing this. Please. I expect him to get angry, or slap me, or something else for my bold demand. But instead, he regards me for a moment, then pulls out his phone. A few taps later, he holds up the screen so I can see her. She's in the same stretch of garden, now a few yards away from where I can just make out the chalked hopscotch grid. A beautiful, richly tanned woman is with her, and they're laughing and pointing at different desert flowers and exotic cacti. Okay. I swallow back the lump in my throat and nod. My gaze meets his, and I nod again. I'll be good. I promise. A smile tugs at one corner of his mouth. He tucks his phone back into his pocket. When his hand lifts, I inwardly brace myself for him to grab my hair and pull me somewhere to do something salacious and dirty. He cups my face, leans in close. First thing, take a shower. I blink. What? Bathroom's around the corner, through the double doors. He nods his head toward an archway I hadn't noticed before. This room is a hell of a lot bigger than I thought. Don't take too long. You need to eat something before the real work begins. I swallow hard. Yes, sir. That flame of hunger lights up in his eyes at my word choice. He hesitates before he pulls away and strides to the door. When he's a safe distance away, he turns to look at me once more over his shoulder, hand lingering on the doorknob. You might survive this after all. And then he's gone. Chapter 27. Clara. I should be righteously offended that anyone, let alone Demian, told me to take a shower. But one sniff of my shirt tells me the man's got a point. Woof. I'm pretty sure he's got this place rigged with some sort of alarm system, so it's pointless to try and sneak my way out of the bedroom. But the bathroom? No one with a shred of decency would rig a bathroom, right? The plan. Find the weak spots. Take a shower, convince him to bring Willow in here, make a run for it. I make my way, slowly, still a bit wobbly, to the archway and lean heavily against the mosaic-tiled column to hang a left. I am feeling better. It's just been a few days since I last actually walked. Good Lord, this man lives in a palace. The bathroom is huge. Everything is white. White tiles, white walls, white fixtures, all accented by gold faucets and light fixtures. Even the toilet handle is gold. It would be ostentatious if it weren't for the exotic plants hanging in beautiful pots, lining the frosted windows and decorating the vanity. Exotic plants and flowers have always been my secret passion. If I'd been allowed to go to college, I would have studied botany and found my way to far-off lands with new species to be identified and catalogued. I used to dream about it in high school, even prepared a persuasive speech for my father when I chose my dream college. But then he introduced me to Martin, and once I turned 18, the only place I was allowed to go was Martin's house, Martin's bed. I'm distracted by the plants inside this bathroom, so much so that I almost forgot why I'm here. Am I just racing with facts? Preferred humidity points and foliage patterns and rooting systems. I can close my eyes and picture the textbook I learned it all from. A thick beast of a book, with hand-drawn illustrations and a spine permanently bowed from how many times I cracked it open when I was still young and hopeful. I could live in this room. Shower. Focus. I shuffle over to the huge sliding glass door of the shower and step inside. Of course, it's the kind that has a rainfall shower head suspended from the ceiling. Jets that let out steam for one of those steam bath experiences. I'm pretty sure you can pay extra for a feature that screams, "Look at my riches and weep, peasant," to anyone with a net worth less than yours. I'll be lucky if I can even figure out how to use the stupid dials. It takes a few tries, but I finally managed to get the water flowing and at a decent temperature. I'm used to taking 5-minute showers because Martin always goes first and uses up the hot water, leaving only enough for me to do the basics and then finish up in the sink. But I'm not there anymore, and Martin's not here. And I bet this hot water will last for hours. I stand underneath the rainfall until I realize I haven't even taken off my once sweaty, now drenched clothes. I peel those off and toss them into a corner to grab later. The water on my skin feels so good. I almost want to cry. Everything feels so good despite being in such a bad situation. It's confusing the hell out of me, and I don't want to lose myself inside this twisted game Demian's playing. But I don't want to lose Willow either, which means I have to play the game regardless. I look around the shower walls for soap, shampoo, anything to freshen up. A stone alcove, layered to look like natural sandstone, forms the shelves holding natural sea sponges. a bristle brush, and several bottles labeled with French-sounding brands I've never heard of before. I find one that says hair wash and figure that probably means shampoo, so I slather some onto my palm and work it into my scalp. Oh, it smells amazing. And familiar, too, weirdly enough. I can't put my finger on why that would be, but it tingles my scalp and feels as incredible as it smells. I rinse and repeat. I need to experience that bliss again. And then look for what might be conditioner. Another bottle that looks like the first one says rinse, so maybe? I slather that in, it feels close to what I'm looking for, and I let it soak in while I look for body wash. And he gave me grief for renaming things. Wealthy people are on a whole other level. At least the body wash is labeled clearly, but it's also clearly a man's bottle, all masculine in how the label is designed. I take a sniff of the liquid. Oh, this is Demian's body wash. I recognize that smell. And suddenly it clicks with the shampoo why that smelled so familiar. It smells like Demian. This is Demian's shower. This is Demian's bathroom, which means I've been sleeping in Demian's bed. I focus my shaking hands on grabbing a sea sponge so I can at least scrub while I sink into these shower thoughts. The moment his scent rubs against my body, however, it's one thing to smell the rich spice on his skin. It's something else entirely to be wrapped up in it, surrounded by it, covered by him. None of this makes sense. This whole place is huge. There have to be at least a dozen guest rooms and just as many baths, showers, whatever. So why am I in his? Why did he have me sleep through my fever in his bed? And then something occurs to me. When I woke up today, there was no weighted blanket on the bed or the floor. Did he? No way, there's no way. Despite taking me away from a life that was killing me, despite nursing me through an illness and making sure Willow is safe and comfortable, I know that he's still probably going to kill me himself. He blames me for his brother's life sentence, and in a way, it's a life for a life. Which is why I have to plan our escape. Something that does hamper the plan is the one guard's voice echoing in my mind. The desert is a large, lonely, and deadly place. Even though we're probably only 20 minutes by car from the city, that's a lot longer of a walk for an adult, let alone a small child. When nature is actively trying to steal every drop of moisture from your body. I'm going to need to figure that part out before I make the actual attempt. Until then, I might as well enjoy what I can. Demian's razor, for example. I'm in desperate need of a shave, and he's been so kind as to lend me his bathroom, so, when in Rome. One shower and dolphin-smooth shave later, I'm sitting on the marble vanity, slathering lotion onto my arms and legs. It's more of his scent, which makes it all the better. He doesn't need to know I'm taking my time to massage it into every inch I can reach. He doesn't need to know I'm imagining his hands doing this for me. I'm about to leave the bathroom when I figure I might as well brush my teeth, too. And, opportunity of opportunities, there's only one toothbrush in here. My teeth are squeaky clean when I finally wrap the biggest, fluffiest towel I can find around me and tuck the ends in. I figure it's best to let my hair air dry, especially with how hot it is this time of year, so I make sure I'm not dripping everywhere before I saunter back through the archway into his bedroom. I'm clean, I'm refreshed, I'm ready to take on whatever he throws at me. Except, I'm not ready for the sight of him, shirtless and sitting on the bed, with a platter of fruit and veggies next to him. Demian looks up from his phone. The way his face shifts hints that maybe he wasn't expecting me to walk in looking like this either. His eyes roam from head to toe and never once leave my body as he tucks his phone back into his pocket. I've stopped. I don't know what he wants or what he wants me to do, and I can't afford to fuck anything up. Come here. The order is clear, but there's a slight gravelly sound in his voice. He leans back on his arms as I slowly walk over to him, and yes, maybe I do add a little bit of a sway to my hips. Might as well work it up to get on his good side. I swear that's a growl of appreciation I hear in his throat. It's low, and Demian acts like I'm not affecting him in any way, but I hear it. And then his hands are on my waist, pulling me onto his lap. Ready to be my good girl. Every time he says those words, something shoots straight from my head to my core. I can't explain it, and I don't think I want to dig into the why. All I know is his voice, his words, make me nod my head and rest my hands on his shoulders for balance. He's made me straddle him, and I'm pretty sure one wrong move will have this towel dropping to the floor. I'm also pretty sure he won't mind that at all. Demian stares at my neck, breathes me in. I know he smells it, and his one arm around my waist tightens just a little more. His other arm reaches for the platter, picks up a piece of fruit, and lifts it to my mouth. Open. I do as he says. It's honeydew, cold and juicy, and I can't help myself. I let out a soft moan of delight when the sweetness bursts on my tongue. My lips wrap around his fingertips, and I flick my tongue over them to catch any drops of juice still there. I'm not even thinking about what I'm doing. I'm just savoring the moment, the flavor. When I settle down to chew and swallow that delicious bite, I look at Demian. He's transfixed. Staring at my lips, his own slightly parted. The hungry fire in his eyes is blazing, and I feel the undeniable evidence of what I'm doing to him press between my spread thighs. But he doesn't say anything. He just reaches for another piece of fruit and feeds it to me. This time, I gaze into his eyes as I bite into the fresh strawberry and suck on its juices. It takes a few bites. I'm slow and careful with each one. Demian growls his approval again. His arm pulls me closer, makes me sit on his lap a bit firmer. I really can't help myself. I roll my hips, just slightly, as if I'm trying to get comfortable. He sucks in a breath. The hand that was feeding me grips my bare thigh. It feels like he means to stop me at first, but when I do it again, his hand only rubs, slowly, from my knee to my hip. Now, he truly pulls me onto him. There's no mistaking what we both want. Clara. Yes. My lips are barely inches from his. I won't close the distance. I know better to wait for him to give me permission. Sir. Demian sucks in another deep breath, and when he lets it back out, it's with a string of curses I can't quite decipher. The spell is broken. I figure as much when he reaches to another spot on the bed and holds up a scrap of shimmering gold fabric. Put this on, after you eat, he quickly adds. I squint at what can't be more than 2 square feet of fabric. Total. That's clothing? It's your uniform for tonight. I'm hosting a dinner party for a few business associates, and you're going to be my waitress. He holds the dress, I guess you'd call it, between us. You do your job well, and I'll let you spend a day with your daughter. He's playing dirty, and he knows it. I can too. Yes, sir. Demian looks like it's taking every ounce of self-control to ease me off his lap and head toward the door. To be fair, it's taking a good amount of my own not to cling to his waist, just to hump out the ache where his erection had been rubbing so nicely. You've got an hour. Eat, get dressed, then meet the guards at the door. They'll escort you to the event. Wait. A sudden panic hits me. What about Willow? She's just a little girl and— Oh, don't worry. We sized her uniform down to fit. The look on my face must match the horror I feel, because Demian genuinely laughs. He calms down when he sees the tears brim my lashes and shakes his head with a sigh. Listen, Clara, every time you ask me some terrible fucking question about how I'm treating your daughter, I'm going to give you an equally terrible answer. He takes a few steps back toward me and wraps his large hands around my arms. The gesture actually feels comforting. I hate that. I'm an asshole. I'm a murderer, a thief, and I won't think twice before putting a bullet between a man's eyes just for blinking at me wrong. But I'm not a monster. I wouldn't do that to her. You're a contradiction. I don't know why I mutter it. The thought just slips out of my mouth. I brace myself for the consequences. Demian chuckles and nods. That's exactly what I am. It's in your best interest to remember. And that's how he leaves me. Hot, flustered, and frustrated as all hell. Even watching the door close behind him is torment because it gives me a view of his bare back, all rippling muscle and golden skin. He wants to play this game? Fine. Let's play. Chapter 28. Clara. I might as well go out there naked. This dress, if you can even call it that, is going to fall off me if I sneeze. It's a slinky gold fabric that ripples with every movement, cut into 2 panels with one in the front and the other in the back to just barely cover my assets. They're held together by delicate, thin straps at my shoulders and even more delicate gold chains crisscrossed on either hip. There's no way a bra or panties works under this outfit, which means I'm going commando. I'm thanking my lucky stars that breastfeeding Willow didn't make my boobs sag like I'd feared. I grew a cup size and a half, hooray, but otherwise they're staying where they need to. Not that I want Demian to like what he sees or anything. Anyways, one small act of mercy he granted me was a choice in shoes. I received 2 pairs when the guards arrived at the bedroom door. One pair is at least 4 or 5 inches tall, poised on lethal stilettos and glistening with gold straps to match the dress. The other pair is identical in design, but only about 2 inches high. He remembered my ankle. My stupid ankle that no longer hurts is no longer bruised and can probably withstand the skyscraper heels. I bet he's expecting me to choose the shorter pair. I bet he's ready to see that I wussed out and went for the safe route in the 2-inch heels. So, I slip on the femme fatale heels, do a little practice stroll around the room to check my balance, and smile to myself when I stop in front of the floor-length mirror. Eat your fucking heart out, Dem. My hair tumbles in waves over my shoulders, air-dried and au naturel. I hold my head up high as I walk between 2 guards who are doing their absolute best not to look at me, enjoying the cool desert breeze as it tousles my hair. The moon is a perfect crescent illuminating the grounds. A part of me wants to simply lie by the pool and marvel at the expanse of stars overhead. But I'm led to another end of the compound. Pretty far removed from the main house, actually, or at least from where Willow and I have been staying. The main courtyard is quiet and softly lit by solar lights, enough to see one's way around the pool. Several guards are sitting on deck chairs, casually strolling around or standing at attention around one particular room that must be a VIP guest situation. We walk past all that and down through a series of open archways toward the faint sound of laughter and music. As we get closer to the sounds, I'm able to see that it's a secondary courtyard of sorts, with another pool and a larger area set up for formal dining. Strings of lights drape across the courtyard, casting a warm golden glow over Demian's guests. And there are so many guests. I don't know what I expected. 10, maybe 20? But no, there's got to be at least 50 or more people here, eating, drinking, and schmoozing with each other over fancy little cocktail platters and what must be an endless round of expensive champagne. And of course, the actual serving staff is all appropriately dressed for such an event. I'm the only one who looks like a prostitute. The guards stop at the main archway that opens into the courtyard. They must be expecting me to just sashay my almost naked ass in there as if I know what I'm doing. Right, joke's on them. I haven't known what I'm doing since the day I was born. But then I see him, several tables away and laughing at something the man next to him muttered in his ear. The whole table is full of men, young and old, all obviously wealthy and important enough to sit with a host. There are women here too, but most of them are draped on the arms of men that Demian is either trying to impress or intimidate with this display of casual extravagance. Like me, they're here for show, living ornaments meant to make the night pretty. Unlike me, they don't have to deal with the asshole in the tailored linen suit. He hasn't called me over, but I don't fucking care. I know what he wants. To humiliate me in front of everyone, dressed like this and serving him. And while I'll be at his beck and call, I won't be groveling for his attention. So I put my cocktail serving skills to good use and weave my way through the tables. No pause, no hesitation, just inner determination to prove a point and the familiar mask of happy servitude on my face. When Demian looks up and sees me, the champagne flute he was about to toss back pauses at his lips. He's frozen, staring. I know that between the heels and my need to not trip over chairs, the sway in my hips is more pronounced than usual. And with the way this fabric keeps shimmering and rippling over my curves, well, let him choke on that bubbly. He sets the flute down and clears his throat. His own mask settles on his face. The boss who gives orders and expects to be instantly obeyed. He gives me a once-over when I approach his side and simply grunts his disinterested approval. "What can I get for you?" I smile benevolently at him. Not too sweet, but enough to show I'm willing and happy to play his game. And just for added fun. "Sir." Demian leans back slightly in his chair, his eyes narrowing as he regards me. "Get me a rum Martinez, Cuban." "Oh, fuck you." I smile and bat my lashes like the slutty bimbo he wants me to play. "Right away, sir. Anything else for the table?" The hungry looks in their eyes have me feeling like I'm on the menu. A few of them chuckle and mumble how they have something they can give me, but Demian shoots them a glare and the table instantly quiets. "No, you're to serve me exclusively. Just the rum Martinez and a Cuban, for now." "Understood, sir." I turn and make my way to the bar, making sure the sway in my hips is as sensual as I can manage in these heels without toppling over. Demian's pretending to not be interested, but I'm pretty sure one shift in the tablecloth would blow his bluff. The bar is as lavish as the rest of the party, and as much as I've been doubting if such a cocktail would be possible, it occurs to me that Demian isn't the kind of man to shortchange his guests or himself. If he orders a stupidly complicated drink, he'll get the stupidly complicated drink. "One rum Martinez and a Cuban for Mr. Zakrievsky." The bartender was only half paying attention until I mentioned Demian. As soon as I drop that, he goes double time. Just as I guessed, they're fully equipped to create the smoky infusion of rum and bark. The bartender even plates it on a thin round of mesquite wood, with a small but decorative prop to hold up the lit cigar. The whole process can't be rushed, and it takes a good 5 minutes at least for the bartender to go through the whole smoke infusion process. When he's done, he slides the plank to me and quickly moves on to the next drink. I carry the wood on one hand, weave through the maze of tables, and smoothly place the drink and cigar tray in front of Demian. "Your cocktail, sir." Demian's brow ticks, but otherwise there's no other sign of approval at my swift and confident service. Not that I would expect any. He takes a long draw on the cigar, blows the smoke out, then lifts the glass for a sip. He sips a good amount, lets it sit on his tongue, then swallows. "It's terrible. Take it back and get me a new one." "Excuse me?" He quickly looks up at me as if I've just insulted his mother. "Is there a problem?" "No, sir. I just need clarification for the bartender." "It tastes like shit. Get a new one." He even has the audacity to shoo me away with a flippant wave of his fingers before returning to his riveting conversation about racehorses. I've dealt with customers like him before. This is nothing new. I just never fucked any of those customers before they treated me like this. And they never nursed me back to health or put a roof over my head or made me work practically in the nude. So as much as his attitude stings, and I hate that it does, I'm determined not to let him and his ego get to me. I scoop up the mesquite tray, resist the urge to pluck the cigar from his mouth, and weave my way back to the bartender. "You're kidding me, right?" he asks when he sees me coming. I don't know what to tell the guy. He says it tastes like shit. He wants a new one. The bartender gestures at the counter full of elegant supplies. "What does he want? What's wrong with it?" I wish I knew what to tell you. I sigh and flip my hair over one shoulder, leaning against the counter for a quick break. I'd just make it the same exact way and see what happens. His taste is probably shit. He smirks and gets to it, taking my advice. 3 years in the food service industry, and I can promise anyone, half the time it's the customer who can't taste worth a damn. I'd be careful if I were you. I slide my gaze to the side where the gentle voice full of warning came from. The woman from earlier, the one who played with Willow in the garden, is leaning against the bar with a martini in her flawlessly manicured hand. She's eyeing me with something like interest mixed with disdain. If I remember correctly, I think she's Demian's assistant. "Oh?" is all I can think to ask. I need to be careful, like she said. He has eyes and ears everywhere, and he won't hesitate to make you pay for the slightest insult. Oh. I need her to like me, or at least like me enough to keep being good to Willow, so I play the demure, obedient waitress and lower my eyes. Well, I hope Mr. Zakrievsky's ears won't mind a little frustrated joke. She stares at me for one heavy, silent moment, then smirks. His ears heard nothing, and his taste buds haven't clocked a good cocktail in years. Someone beckons her to their table, so she glides away without a second glance at me. It's just in time for the bartender to slide a new rum martinez across the counter, and then I'm back to pretending I actually enjoy serving Demian hand and foot. Just as I expected, he takes one sip and nods his approval. Much better. The threads on my self-control are working overtime. It's a literal miracle my eyes don't roll back in my head. Give this to Tarkin. Demian holds up a folded slip of paper between his fingers. He's too focused on flicking his Cuban cigar to look at me or bother to explain who the fuck Tarkin is. I know better than to ask. Yes, sir. I take the paper from his fingers, making sure to glide mine over his in a subtle move to get some sort of rise out of him. The way he stills, just for a moment, tells me that it worked. I walk away to deliver whatever this message is, or receipt, or death threat, I don't even know, and I don't care at this point. I just need to know who Tarkin is and where he's sitting or standing or... Someone squeals with laughter and playfully smacks her companion's arm. She tells him he's so bad and says his name. Bingo. I walk over to the couple and hold the note out for Tarkin. He's got to be a decade or two older than Demian and 10 times as sleazy. He looks me up and down, and the smile on his face grows into something larger and lecherous. I ignore it and maintain my own customer service smile. This is from Mr. Zakrievsky. Tarkin takes the note, but not before enveloping my hand in his. Clearly his lady companion either doesn't care or isn't paid enough to pretend to. He reads the note, nods, and tucks it into his jacket pocket. Tell Mr. Zakrievsky I'd love to. I'll be in touch. And while you're at it... He steps closer and smooths a hand along my ribs, tracing my exposed skin lightly with his fingertips. Ask him how much he wants for your lovely company. I keep that damned service smile on and tilt my head to one side. It's about as flirtatious as I'm gonna get with this creep. I'm afraid I'm exclusive to Mr. Zakrievsky. Shall I have him send you someone else?
If you have a twin, then hell yes.
He laughs, and his companion laughs with him. I don't think she even knows what the joke is. She's been staring off at the pool fountain with boredom. Tarkin pulls me closer to him and leans in to breathe in my hair.
Please assure my good host that no amount is too high. You are worth every penny, I'm sure.
I carefully slip away before his fingers have a chance to slip beneath the dress. I'll see what Mr. Zakrievsky can do. That seems to satisfy the creep. He returns to entertaining his lady with more bad jokes. When I return to Demian's side, he's got a stack of playing cards fanned in one hand and the cigar poised between his other fingers.
What did he say?
He says he'd love to and he'll be in touch. Demian nods. I'm this close to adding Tarkin's second request, but I hesitate. Better not.
And?
Damn. Caught. And? He wants to know how much you want. For me. For tonight. Demian folds the cards into a neat stack as he leans back in his chair. Still, he doesn't look at me. But I see the vein in his jaw tick once. Twice. A dead giveaway. He's not as unaffected as he's pretending to be.
What did you tell him?
The hell kind of question is that? I told Mr. Tarkin that I'm exclusive to you.
And?
And he assures you that no price is too high. Demian snorts a laugh and finally looks up at me.
As if anyone could put a price on you.
I'm not sure how to take that. If it's a compliment, it's the weirdest one I've ever gotten. Even weirder is how it makes me feel. Before I can puzzle it out, he snaps his fingers and a different server appears out of nowhere.
Invite Tarkin to our table. Make some room for our honored guest and his companion. And you?
His gaze slides back to mine.
Bring me a charcuterie board.
Right, because I know where to find a fucking charcuterie board. I give him my best, right away, sir, smile, and turn to go hunt down yet another impossibly difficult whim. And as I go, he slaps my ass. The table erupts in chuckles and good-natured ribbing. I quickly walk away just so I don't have to hear them talk about me like I'm a piece of meat. I also need to get away from Demian as quickly as possible because that slap landed in a very unexpected way. And we're in public. Sort of. I watch the servers carrying food around and figure out where they're streaming from, and thank the stars, there's a buffet-looking table with charcuterie trays all over the place. I have no idea which one he wants, but I also don't know if he cares. So I grab the fullest, most varied one I can find and carry it all the way back to the table. I should have picked a lighter one, but oh well, here we are. And there Tarkin is, making himself comfortable at Demian's table. The woman with him is now sitting on his lap, draping herself around him like a human scarf, but he hardly notices. His gaze follows me the second he notices me approaching, and his grin widens.
There she is. God damn, Zakrievsky. What a beauty you caught.
I place the heavy board on the table in front of Demian, but before I can straighten, he reaches up and caresses a strand of my hair between his fingers.
That she is.
Demian's voice is gentle, not at all the demanding asshole of 5 minutes ago. I think I missed something. His arm slips around me, and the next thing I know, I'm sitting on his thigh. The way he tucks me close to him forces me to lean against his chest, my head nestled in the crook of his neck. His hand smooths down my side to rest possessively on my thigh, right where it flares into my hip. His fingertips flex for a moment, almost like a subtle caress, then still. I definitely missed something. Grape. I blink at him. He still doesn't look at me, and I'm not sure if I heard him correctly at first. But then his fingers dig into my thigh, and I realize, yes, I heard him. Of all the... I keep that smile plastered on my face and pray that he chokes on the fucking grape that I pluck from the board and gently pop into his mouth. As he slowly chews, he looks around the table at his guests until his eyes land on one in particular. Tarkin, old friend. His voice is calm, but I'm starting to pick up on his little tells more and more. He's not as happy as he seems. I have some concerns about our new contract. Tarkin frowns just a little, but laughs it off. Oh, what about? Everything looks good on my end. You seem to misunderstand a few very important terms and conditions. Now the man is more confused. I don't understand. No, you don't. When I say exclusive, I fucking mean exclusive, non-negotiable. The men playing the card game slowly lower their hands and look uncomfortably at the tablecloth. Tarkin turns an interesting shade of red and sputters, But, Dem, I thought you could buy me off, disregard my terms with money. Demian laughs, but the smile doesn't reach his eyes. Those are cold, calculating, and deciding this poor man's fate. What could I possibly want with your money? But the contract will need another review by my lawyer. We'll be making a few adjustments as well. Your cut is now dropped to 30%. You can't! 15%. Tarkin slumps in his chair, beet red and practically foaming at the mouth. But he knows he's defeated. He looks at me, but instantly looks away again when Demian clears his throat in warning. Demian's hand travels from my thigh to my side in a long, slow caress of his fingers. You're lucky I'm feeling so generous and we're at a party. I'm not in the mood to make my staff clean your brains off the linens. Am I understood? The man nods. Some of the other men nod too, just to be safe. I pick a cube of Gouda and feed it to him. I figure he's probably expecting me to keep going regardless of what's going on. His glare is fixed on his business associate, but he accepts the cheese with a small grunt of what might be gratitude. Maybe. But when I feed him another grape and the juice accidentally bursts between his lips, he looks at me as I grab a napkin and gently dab his chin clean. Our eyes meet. For a breathless millisecond, I could swear I see something glimmer in his eyes that isn't anger or calculation or desire. It's new. It's raw. It's dangerous. And it's quickly shuttered behind his boss mask the moment I spot it. If you weren't our generous host, I'd call you selfish, chuckles one of the other men at the table. He seems decent enough, but I'm quickly learning to never trust appearances when it comes to Demian's friends. Keeping such a beautiful woman all to yourself, and obedient, too. That last comment lands right when I'm feeding Demian a chocolate-covered almond, my fingers still. Suddenly, I'm not enjoying this as much as I was 2 minutes ago, if that could be called enjoying, and I want the ground to swallow me whole. It's one thing for Demian to do whatever this is. It's a whole other thing for someone else to see me as a literal obedient lapdog. He must sense the shift in me because, instead of absent-mindedly taking the almond from my fingers, he looks into my eyes as he wraps his lips around it, and my fingertips. His tongue flicks lightly against them, then stops. That's when I know he sees the tears brimming my lashes. I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to humiliate myself any more than he's already managed. But my stomach is in knots, and I really wish I could just disappear from this dinner party, from this compound, from this life. Regret flashes in his eyes. It's a fraction of a millisecond, but it's there. Were we in any other situation, I might dare to dream that he'd actually apologize for the way he's treating me and defend my honor against his horrible guests. But this is reality. Demian smirks and takes a long pull from his cigar. You know me. I'm a selfish son of a bitch when it comes to a beautiful face and a tight ass. I just can't help myself. And just like that, my self-pity snaps into anger. It's too bad you have to pay for it, I casually muse, plucking another chocolate almond from the board. But hey, the more you pay, the bigger and better you are, right? No one finds my little joke funny. Least of all, Demian. He taps the ash off his cigar into the ashtray, then slowly presses it out. After a long silence, he smiles at his guests. I don't like that smile. It's full of promises I don't want him to fulfill. If you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I have some business to attend to. His hands are on my waist. I'm suddenly on my feet, and he whisks me away from the table, confirming my blooming fear. I'm the business in question. Chapter 29. Clara. How many walkways/hallways/paths does this place have? I've lost count, and Demian shows no signs of slowing down as he hauls me away from the party. It's another open archway path he steers me to, abandoned by guests and staff, and dimly lit by solar lamps perched on each column. One of those columns is now pressed to my back, and he's caging me in. Remind me, Clara, didn't we have an agreement? I look anywhere but at his face. I'll stare at his chest if I have to. It's not a bad sight, either. The top buttons of his linen shirt are undone, and the low lamplight makes his golden tan glow. Yes. Yes, what? I swallow. My mouth is suddenly dry. Yes, sir. You promised to play nice. You promised to be a good girl. He braces a palm against the smooth column above my head as his other hand lifts to play with the ends of my hair. You gave me your word. I know. You've got a lot riding on this, Clara. A whole hell of a lot. You owe me. I suck in a deep breath. Bad mistake. All I can smell is him, and it's so distracting. I don't deserve to be treated like a slave. I'll do whatever you want, but I won't give you my dignity. The fingers playing with my hair slide up and tangle at the nape of my neck, and with one sudden, firm pull, he forces my head back to look up into his stormy glare. You'll give me whatever the fuck I want. I try to shake my head, but I can't. He's holding me in place. What's worse, it doesn't hurt at all. It actually kinda feels good. The hell is wrong with me? Let's get one thing straight. Clara Everett. Demian over-enunciates every consonant in my name as he leans in closer. You belong to me. My heart slams inside my chest, but my God, am I feeling stubborn. I'm not your fucking plaything. Those fingers tug just a fraction harder, and instead of wincing or whimpering or squinting in pain, I moan. I fucking moan. Demian's face breaks into a wicked smirk. Oh, I beg to differ. Please, I sputter to regain some traction, some shred of dignity before it completely vanishes. I'm sorry. I forgot. I'll be good, I promise. He clicks his tongue at me. Tisk tisk. You said that before. You promised me you'd be good so you could see your sweet daughter. What will Willow think when Mommy isn't there for her playdate? My eyes widen in horror. No, please, I'll do anything. That's my fucking point, Clara. He gives another slight tug just for emphasis. You'll do anything and everything I say because you don't have a fucking choice. This time I try to nod even with his fist in my hair. Demian's gaze lowers to my trembling lips. I wanted to go easy on you, let you prove yourself, let you show you mean it, while I show the world who you belong to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I bite my bottom lip to stop it from trembling so much. His other hand leaves the column and cups my face. With an odd gentleness, his thumb eases my lip from my teeth and remains there, massaging the swollen flesh. You owe me. Demian leans in closer. Which means I own you. If I tell you to get me a drink, you bring me a drink. If I tell you to go out there and bend over the table, you'll spread those beautiful legs and bend over the fucking table. If I tell you to scream my name while I fuck you open in front of the whole party, you'll do it and beg me for more. Am I understood? Fuck. I'm squirming, and it's not because I'm scared. His hands ease from my hair and slide down my neck to caress my sides. I feel him pluck at the delicate chains before he presses and caresses under the slinky fabric. Is that what you want? A darkly amused smile tugs at his lips. Is that what my good girl wants? You want me to fuck you hard in front of everyone? Show the world who owns you? God help me. I do. I kinda really do. I won't say it, though. Never in this lifetime. No matter how hot the inferno now dripping between my thighs burns. No matter how much his silky smooth voice rumbles such dark promises against my skin as he presses his lips to the rapid pulse below my ear. You'd enjoy it, I promise. His teeth capture my lobe and softly tug. I let out a whimper. My hips writhe against the column. Please. Please what? Demian moves a hand even lower and presses between my thighs. The moment his palm cups my mound, his fingers teasing my slit, I shudder. He feels how wet I am for him, and the look on his face is pure pride. The heel of his palm kneads into my mound, teasing but not quite rubbing my clit. His fingers stroke back and forth over my lips, coaxing more delicious tremors from me, and another pitiful moan. I should fuck you right here. The words are breathed along my neck, his mouth skimming my flesh without fully pressing in. You want it. You need it, don't you? I want to protest, but I can't. Without even realizing it, I've grabbed his waist and started grinding myself against his hand. When I roll my hips a bit harder in response, he uses that moment to cup my whole pussy in his hand and squeeze. Who owns you? My head is foggy. I can't think straight. Something echoes in the back of my mind that I need to fight, need to protest, need to hold my ground. The rest of my entire body screams the answer he wants, though my voice can barely whisper it. You. I can't hear you. I moan again. He's moving his hand, kneading my clit with the heel of his palm now. You, sir, I belong to you. That's fucking right. Demian breathes me in, burying his face against the curve of my neck. But you knew that already, didn't you? That's why you smell like me. You're covered in me. It's been driving me fucking wild all night. Hold on, what? But any cohesive thought in my head vanishes when he presses one finger, then two inside me. And when I groan, he sucks on the skin where it vibrates through my throat. I want to fill you with me, over and over and over again. Each word is emphasized by a deeper thrust of his fingers combined with a coaxing rub against something wholly unfamiliar inside me. I don't know what he's doing or what he's pressing, but he keeps working his fingers inside me over the same spot. I'm clinging to him for dear life. My toes are curling to the point of almost hurting from the strain, and I don't want him to stop. Demian's eyes are boring into mine, his mouth barely an inch away. His breath is ragged, like he's trying to maintain control of himself as much as he's controlling me. "There's my good girl." It comes out in a whisper, almost like a prayer. "But you were naughty, weren't you?" I bite my lip and nod. "Do you know what naughty girls get?" My head barely shakes, but it's enough of an answer to him. I don't know what registers first, the sudden emptiness inside me, the wet slap, or the heat suddenly spreading through every inch of my pussy. And when it does register, all at the same time, the only thing keeping me upright is his hand massaging the sting. I'm so close. I'm so fucking close. He does it again. He spanks my pussy and I don't feel a sting at all. Only heat, tingling heat that spreads from my clit to my ass and makes me practically gush all over his hand. This time, I almost cry out, but he cuts me off with a kiss. It's hard and hungry, demanding, his tongue invading my mouth the same time his fingers plunge inside me again and work themselves against that same spot. "Don't come." He kisses me again. "Until I say so. Show me you're a good girl." I can only nod. The pressure is building beyond my limits. The only way I can think of holding back is to squeeze my thighs tight around his hand to slow his movements. But that only helps him massage my clit even better. I don't know if I can hold back much longer. "Look at me, Clara." I do. I look up at him, deep into his eyes, and see that same raw something from earlier. He wants me as badly as I want him, and I'm so fucking tempted to beg him for more than just his fingers. I want him to look at me just like this while he impales me on his thick cock and... Demian freezes. So do I. His assistant stands a few feet behind him, clearly resisting the urge to arch a brow. "You're needed at the main house." The growl in Demian's throat rumbles enough to scatter stones. "Are you fucking serious?" "We've got company." The way she says it has him easing his hand from me and discreetly wiping his fingers against his pants. "Who?" "Detective Patterson." No. Anyone but Martin.
Chapter 30. Demian. Motherfucker. I despise being interrupted under normal circumstances. When I'm eating, when I'm drinking, when I'm speaking, don't fucking interrupt me. But when I'm intoxicated on the way Clara's scent is wholly mine, when I'm working her deliciously sweet pussy to the brink of release so I can hear her moans and taste her sighs, I don't care if he's a cop, I'm going to fucking murder him. I can't immediately place why that name rings a bell. I'm too distracted by the way Clara's breasts strain against the flimsy excuse of a dress as she gasps to catch her breath. Those hard nipples are begging to be sucked, and I'm... Focus, fucking focus, dumbass, the cops are here. Demian, Bambi's voice is as effective as a snap of her fingers. What do you want to do? Shoot him in the head. What the fuck does he want? Bambi cocks a brow. Do you really have to ask? But when she sees my glare, she erases the attitude. Patterson, Dem. Martin Patterson. And the name clicks into place. Fuck. I glance at Clara and immediately realize those tremors aren't from the tension of an interrupted orgasm. She's terrified, not even looking at me with her soft green eyes, which are widened in horror and staring off into some dark abyss only she can see. She's slumped against the column, shaking and sinking into some mental zone that honestly kind of scares me. I've been intentionally cruel to her all night, but I enjoyed her fire. I'll never say it out loud for as long as I live, but I actually want her rebellion. Seeing that fire snuffed out, watching the dark shadows that haunt her suddenly overwhelm her entire being, and at the mention of another man's name, has me forgetting all about how I'm supposed to be punishing her. Clara. It takes a moment, but she looks at me. Come with me. She meekly nods and trails along. I almost take her hand, but I stop myself before I do anything quite that stupid. She manages to keep up with my furious pace across the compound to the main house, with Bambi close behind and on her earpiece muttering orders to various staff. Check for drugs, I remind her. On it. Weapon stash? Already sealed. And our guests? Distracted and entertained. Pavel made sure to keep Patterson on the other side and well out of view. Good. What about Willow? Clara suddenly grabs my arm. He can't get Willow. I only nod and shake off her hand. We're just entering the main courtyard, so I don't see a need to explain it all to her. The guards I have stationed around Willow's bedroom are on full alert, hands near their weapons just in case. The one standing in front of the kid's door nods at me, ready for orders. Sir, how is she? Sound asleep? He cocks his head toward the darkened room. I can just make out the small sleeping form nestled under blankets in her hammock. Went down around 3 hours ago. Clara rushes forward to check on her, but I grab her arm and hold her back. I need to check on my daughter, she hisses at me. You need to shut the hell up and pray she stays asleep. I yank her back behind me and return to the guard. Double the watch here and make sure no one gets within 50 feet of the girl. If anyone, and I mean anyone, pushes that, shoot on sight and get her out of here. Arrange a getaway vehicle out back just in case. Da, Pachan. I turn around to storm off to confront the asshole, but Clara is standing in my way. This time her wide eyes are staring at me in what can only be awe. Thank you, she whispers with tears brimming in her eyes. Thank you. I shrug it off and glower at Bambi. Get rid of her. Clara gasps in horrified shock as Bambi grabs her by her arms and quickly leads her away. I pretend those sounds don't make my chest seize up as I turn and prepare for whatever mess this woman-beating moodog is bringing to my doorstep. From the sound of it, Patterson came alone, so there shouldn't be a worst-case scenario that tears holes into my walls. But then again, I can't afford to underestimate the stubborn resolve of a man hell-bound to get his woman and child back. I know if I were in his shoes, I'd... No, not going to think like that. Clara is not my woman, Willow is not my daughter. If they go missing, it's none of my concern. Which means the very loud protective instinct in my body can shut the hell up. I'm flanked by 2 of my men as I storm through the house to the main entrance. I slow my pace once I hit the hallway leading to the columned archway and take a moment to smooth out my hair and suit. That's the key to a poker face. Be calm, be bored, be aloof, but always be watching your enemies for their tells. Pavel is the first to greet me with a nod and a grunt. Over there. I flick my gaze to the corner of the room behind him and almost burst into laughter. Him?
Chapter 31. Clara. What are you doing? I half hiss, half shriek at Demian's assistant when she grabs a zip tie from a guard and binds my wrists together in front of me. My heart is pounding in my ears so loud I'm not sure I can hear her answer. Bambi's face is a mask of grim determination as she tightens the zip tie and then moves to my legs. I'm following orders. Oh God, you're gonna kill me. That's what this is. It's an execution. She's trussing me up like a turkey right before the men slaughter me. What about Willow? I can't, I don't. Will you calm down? Her voice is soft, but there's no mistaking the authority in it. I shut up instantly. Good. Listen. Bambi straightens and holds her hand out to no one in particular, waiting until a guard hands her a clean handkerchief. You panicking? That's too risky. You're going to get us all shot or worse. That's why the boss said to shut you up.
But he said to get rid of me.
Out of sight, away from the prying eyes of your asshole ex. She twists the fabric in her fingers, then wraps it around my head. Bite down. It's clean, I promise. Won't taste great, but the plan is to not need it for long. My why is more of a muffled grunt as I do what she says. She's right, it tastes terrible. I'm not loving the dry cotton in my mouth. Bambi sighs as she tightens the knot behind my head. Because if things do go south, it will be better for you if you look like an unwilling participant. A captive, Clara. She adds a little impatiently when she sees the questions in my eyes. Think about it. If Martin does find you, would he beat you up for being a kidnapping victim? No. What about if you were the woman warming my boss's bed? Shit. She has a point. That's what I thought. Willow will be safe. Extremely safe. To be brutally honest, between the two of you, you'll probably go down first as live bait before we let anyone get their hands on her. It's a horrible vision in my mind, but one that I'm honestly okay with. I'd rather Martin kill me slowly if it meant buying time for my baby's escape. Bambi offers me a small smile, but it's genuine. She's a great kid. You've done a great job, despite everything you've had to deal with. She's polite, she's sweet, she's insanely intelligent. She sighs again and rests a hand on my arm. So I can promise you right now, cop or not, if he lays one finger on her, I'll shoot him myself. And then I'm shoved backward into some sort of utility closet. Into the dark. Into the silence. Into the depths of my own hyperventilating mind. It's just like the box. I'm back in that damned box. No, the box was warmer. This is not cold, but also not wood. I'm in a closet, not a box, but it still feels like that damned box. At least the box was better than being in the trunk. The trunk was too cramped, too scary. Everything rumbled beneath me. Every turn made me roll around and slam into things. I felt like I was suffocating in the trunk of that godforsaken car. I don't even remember how I got in there, how I got so close to someone who wanted to hurt me bad enough. Sometimes it feels silly, being a grown woman drowning in her own memories over something that happened years and years ago. I was rescued. I was healthy and unharmed, and I was home in Mama's arms by morning. I fared far better than the dozens of missing children my father tried to find in all his years as detective. But other times, like right now, it's easy, too easy, to wallow in the sea of memories that horrible night seared into my mind. Especially when the clearest memory is the one that put a man in prison for life. I can't blame Demian for his anger. I don't know what I'd do in his position, if someone I loved was suddenly locked away and I believed they were innocent. All I can do is pray he keeps Martin away from Willow, my baby, my sweet baby who doesn't deserve any of this, who deserves far better than what I've ever been able to give her. Demian does his best to hide it, but I see it. He's got a soft spot for Willow. I wasn't sure if that's what I was seeing at first, but it's been little things over and over again. The way he ordered his men to protect her at all costs. The way his voice shifts into something softer when he talks about her. The way he's so defensive over her, even against me. I know I'm his prisoner here. I know my survival chances are extremely low. But maybe, just maybe, Willow actually stands a chance.
Chapter 32. Demian. I cannot for the life of me figure out how the hell she ended up with him. Martin Patterson, Detective Martin Patterson, is a short, pasty, chameleon-eyed excuse for a man currently sniveling in the corner of my entryway. His hair, what little he has left, clings to his scalp in a sad comb-over with too much oil. What looks like a failed attempt for a handlebar mustache glistens above his lip with a mixture of sweat and snot. And the rest of him, I doubt he engages in any hot pursuits on foot. Between the softness around his middle and the limpness in his limbs, I'm guessing I could take him out just by challenging him to a light jog. The fact that he ever reproduced is a miracle in itself. The fact that he made Willow is proof that either God or the devil definitely exist. Because there's no way she came from this motherfucker without divine intervention. Almost instantly the thought turned sour. This son of a bitch between Clara's legs? Absolutely not. I pray he gives me reason to kill him. What can I do for you, detective? I'm all casino host and esteemed pillar of the community, making sure my charm oozes more than his mucus.
Ah, Mr. Zakrievsky. Patterson straightens up and holds his hand out to me. Detective Patterson, although I'm pretty sure your men filled you in.
They did. I shake his clammy hand and make a mental note to bathe in antibacterial gel later. Either that or burn the skin off. Has anyone offered you a drink? Not that I want him to get comfortable and stay, but if he chokes on a maraschino cherry, I'm not going to be heartbroken.
Yes, thank you, but unfortunately I'm on the job. Speaking of,
he opens his jacket and pulls out a stack of photos from the inside pocket.
I was wondering if you could take a look at these and answer a few questions.
I frown. Are you questioning me, detective? Patterson chuckles.
Not at all, Mr. Zakrievsky, but as the owner of the Meridian Hotel and Casino, I was hoping you'd be able to shed some light on a missing persons case.
The first image he shows me is a still from one of my cameras inside the main floor of the Meridian Casino. In it, I'm standing next to a woman at the bar, talking to her while my guards hold a man by twisting his arm behind his back. Is he missing? I ask, pointing to the terrified man in the photo.
No. He is, however, the one who filed the report with LVPD regarding the assault.
Assault? I laugh pleasantly. We have a strict policy against sexual assault and offenders in our establishment. He was harassing one of our VIP guests, and we took care of it. Patterson shrugs with a nod.
I can understand that. It's not my department anyway. But what brings me here is something we caught in the corners of these images. And then here and here.
The next several photos are more stills from different cameras. First, focusing on the march of doom we gave the man into that interrogation room to make him sweat it out. But then I stop. Fuck. That's the same night Clara showed up and won the jackpot. Sure enough, she's the star of each subsequent photo, seemingly wandering around the main floor in awe and uncertainty. How did I miss her? A few of the images even show us walking right by each other, but I didn't even so much as glance in her direction. Missing woman. I force myself to keep my voice calm and unbothered.
Yeah,
Patterson sighs, taking the photos back and tucking them into his jacket.
She's been missing for a few days now, and this is the first major lead we've had.
I wish I could help you, but as you can see, we get hundreds, thousands on a good weekend, coming and going in that place.
Seems like you bumped into her more than a few times, wouldn't you say?
I hide my irritation with a good-natured chuckle and shrug. Her and dozens of other women that night alone. I'm sorry, detective, but I don't keep a ledger of names of every single person I brush elbows with. Patterson eyes me for a silent moment.
I'll be honest, Mr. Zakrievsky. She's my woman. My woman and the mother of my child, who she kidnapped in the middle of the night. I'm very concerned for both their safety.
Of fucking course you are. I thought you said this was a missing persons case, not a kidnapping.
He better make it exceptionally clear which one we're talking about.
Bambi's voice carries across the foyer as she sachets into the room, every bit the lethal lawyer I pay her to be.
And I know he's not questioning you without me present.
Patterson almost shoots her a glare, but I watch him catch himself and cough.
Of course not. As I said before, we're just pursuing leads at the moment.
He glances at her, then turns his focus back on me.
My daughter, Willow, is the true missing person. She's only 5, and I'm just worried sick about her. Her mother, Clara, she's not stable. Never really has been, but what can I say? I fell head over heels, but she got hooked on the meds after giving birth, and, well, I just can't sleep knowing my baby girl is somewhere out there with a crazy drug addict.
If there's one type of man I can't stand in this world, it's liars. If there's 2 types, it's liars and abusers. Detective Patterson is both. I know he can see my smile harden. Sounds like you need the narcotics division. I can't help you. I give him one final nod and turn to leave. This interview is over, and I need to walk away before I beat a police officer to death.
She's only 5, Mr. Zakharevsky. She's my whole world. I'll do anything to get her back.
What strikes me as interesting is how, now that I'm not looking right at him, the bullshit smells even stronger. He says all the right things, but there's something about the way he says them that just doesn't convince me he's in this for Willow. I'd place a good wager that he's planning to use Willow as leverage, the fucking snake. Like what you're doing now, pipes up the little devil's advocate in my head. I squash that thought back down the second it pops up. This is about Patterson, not me. You know what? I snap my fingers and spin back around on my heel. I just remembered. You're right. We did bump into each other at the casino. Oh, I bumped into her all right, repeatedly, until she screamed my name and came on my cock, you worthless piece of shit. Patterson perks up. Oh? I nod and glance at Bambi. You remember her, right? The one our concierge flagged us down for. He had some concerns for her safety. Bambi stares hard at me for only a second before she catches on. Yes, I believe I recall something about injuries. This makes Patterson pale just a smidge. Injuries? She was injured? Well, that's what our concierge was concerned about, and of course we take safety and security at the Meridian very seriously. I hold my hand out for one of the photos of Clara, but Patterson takes a step back.
That's okay, Mr. Zakharevsky, I got it.
Bambi smiles her professional smile, but I know that gleam in her eyes as she turns the tablet in her hands to show us actual footage of Clara speaking with one of our concierges, then Bambi herself.
Is this who you're speaking about, Detective?
Patterson clears his throat, wipes his nose, and nods.
Yeah, that's my Clara.
Oh, well, that's a relief. Bambi turns off the screen and tucks the tablet under her arm.
We were so concerned about the bruises and her arms, and especially her ankle. We almost felt the need to send her to the hospital, but it's reassuring to know she's in the safe hands of Las Vegas's finest.
Bambi Watkins' most powerful weapon is her tongue. I've seen her make ADAs burst into tears in the courtroom hall after she flayed their cases apart, and by the look on Patterson's face, she stabbed him through his lies and twisted the knife.
Where did she go after you spoke with her?
He takes out a small notepad and pen as if he's actually going to take notes. I laugh. How should I know? We offered to call her a cab, even offered to escort her to the hospital for the ankle injury, but she stubbornly refused and went on her way.
And how much did she cash out before she went on her way?
The fuck is it to you? I'd need to pull records for that.
With a warrant.
Bambi cuts me off.
Which you'll need probable cause for, Detective, and it's becoming abundantly clear that you have none.
Patterson turns his focus to her fully now, and it's like something switches off in his mind. His smile fades, his gaze hardens, and every word that comes from his mouth is dripping with disdain.
I know all about your business, Mr. Zakharevsky. Business that not even this lapdog bitch of yours can protect you from serving time for. Business that can get her a prison sentence too.
Bingo. We've found his weak spot. He hates women. So I am more than happy to let Bambi take care of him on my behalf. I signal to her with a subtle nod.
We're done here, Detective.
She strides into a space which makes him take several steps back.
Demean me or threaten my client again, and you'll be slapped with defamation charges that'll make your head spin. As for Miss Clara, we wish her all the best. If she is a drug addict, it's easy to see why.
The way her eyes scan him from head to toe lands that message loud and clear.
But you will not be insulted and blackmailed by a corrupt cop over baseless accusations and a misplaced hunch. Now, unless you have that warrant, kindly allow us to escort you the fuck off the premises.
I signal for Pavel to lead a few men out with Patterson, who is desperately struggling to think of a comeback, any excuse to stay, something, but he comes up empty. He does stop at the doorway to glare at me.
This isn't over, Zakarievsky. I've got eyes on you.
I sure hope they're better eyes than the ones you had on Clara. I grin. Then, because I can't resist the urge, I wink at him. And that's when he knows. I know he knows, because he goes beet red in the face and tries to shove through my men. But Pavel is a brick wall between us. All Patterson manages to do is get himself firmly escorted outside to his car, with Bambi's reminders to bring warrants next time echoing across the driveway, like the law itself kissing him goodbye.
Chapter 33. Clara. Their voices are muffled as they approach, but what matters to me is that they're approaching. Will I finally be let out? It feels like an eternity has passed, but knowing me, it's probably only been 10 minutes. Keeping track of time in solitary confinement is not my strong suit. And if he comes back with an actual warrant? We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. That's not how... Meaning we'll obliterate him anyways, Dem. There's nothing he can do short of a SWAT team raiding this place. And should that day come, we'll already have a plan. That plan better involve keeping the kid far as fuck away from him. And Clara? I hold my breath, wanting to hear the answer. Yes, and what about me? But instead of Damian's deep voice answering, he opens the door to the closet. I'm immediately met with his glare, and I flinch. He looks furious. The fuck, Bam? Demian lunges forward and grabs the zip tie around my wrists. The hell did you do this for? You said. I know what I said. He mutters something under his breath about words being open to interpretation and takes out a switchblade from his suit pocket. In the blink of an eye, the tie snaps apart and I'm free to rub my sore wrists. Even though Bambi had been careful, the plastic still bit into my skin. He's quick to cut my ankle tie as well. Then he closes the knife before reaching up to undo my gag. When our eyes meet, he pauses. I would give anything to know what thoughts are flowing through his mind as he stares at my face, his fingers slowly untying the handkerchief knot at the back of my head. She wasn't going to shout for Martin. When he pulls the gag away, his hand reaches up to cup my face. Right. All I can do is nod. I don't begrudge Bambi for her idea. She had a solid point. It's better for Martin to think me a victim than a traitor. But I have to confess, even if just to myself, there's a warm spark of reassurance in the way Demian is caring for me right now. He lowers his hand, but only to take mine and help me to my feet. Shut the dinner down. He turns to Bambi as we leave the closet. I want everyone gone in 15 minutes. Make up whatever excuse you need to. She nods and quickly leaves to go carry out his orders, leaving us alone, save for the guards still sprinkled through the halls and walkways. Demian stares at me for a moment. Then he takes my hand and leads me through the hall. I don't know what to say, so I don't say anything at all, but it's just as well. The heat that spreads from our hands through my body is far too distracting to focus on anything else. When we reach one of the marble fountains that has a wide bench wrapped around it, he sits me down and then settles onto the cool marble next to me. So, he looks up at the stars. I met your ex.
Interesting guy.
I snort. I can't help it. You're not going to insult me by being honest.
Then let me correct myself. He's a fucking asshole.
Demian lowers his gaze to stare at me again.
How did a woman like you end up with garbage like him?
I'm way too nervous to ask him for clarification. A woman like me? He wasn't always that bad. Which is true. There's no way I would have ever gone on a date or several with an obvious asshole.
Was that back when he had hair?
Now we both snort with laughter, trying our best to keep our faces straight. Demian puts on a good front as this big bad Bratva boss with all his men and guns and demanding, commanding presence. But moments like this are what make me wonder just how bad he really is. His dry sense of humor, his soft spot for damsels in distress.
Do you ever think of going back to him?
Absolutely the fuck not. I snap the words before I can remind myself to watch it with this man. But he doesn't yell at me or scold me for having an attitude. He simply nods. So I sigh and tack on a better explanation. I've thought about it, yeah. It always involves a lot of blood, a few knives, and one of us dead on the floor. Demian's brow arches a tick.
You lose fights in your own daydreams.
Only sometimes. But either way, it's obvious I can't go back. I never will. I refuse to put Willow through that hell again.
Where would you go if you could leave here?
If you could leave here. Like I need another reminder of how I'm basically his prisoner. I shrug and sigh. Depends on how far I could get. Pay our way to disappear. Maybe Alaska. Willow loves the snow. His mouth twitches at the mention of Willow.
How would you get there, in this daydream plan of yours?
I don't know. How much do you want for one of your cars? Demian shoots me a look before he softens and actually, genuinely chuckles.
Even with your newly padded bank account, my car collection is out of your budget.
I'm about to ask him what his plans for Willow are when he surprises me with a heavy sigh.
Look, Clara.
He leans his arms on his thighs and runs a hand through his hair.
Your ex's meddling changes things. A lot of things, actually. But mainly, we need to figure out what to do with you.
I can't.
I'm hiring you as one of my maids.
He looks at me. In the moonlight, it's a little hard to read his expression as thoroughly as I want. But what I can see is promising, I think.
You'll get a uniform and a stack of paperwork to file for taxes.
You're hiring me? I frown. What's the catch? Why?
Because the detective is one of many in Las Vegas itching to dig into my operations and find a reason, any reason, to get a warrant signed and do a full search just to prove their suspicions. I can't have you here without a justifiable reason.
I think I understand. So, hiring me
provides all the necessary paperwork to verify that's why you're here. And it will also make it difficult for anyone to remove you since your employment contract will include room and board.
I try to force my heart to stop slamming against my ribcage. The last thing I need is for him to hear the excitement thrumming through my veins and suddenly change his mind. Does this mean I can see my daughter? He nods. The fact that he doesn't hesitate makes me feel even more hopeful. Demian sits up and turns his body to face me.
I'm going to be honest, and I'll deny it ever happened if you bring it up. But I'm not sure what to do with you. I'm still fucking pissed, and you still fucking owe me.
I suck in a breath. But? He rolls a shoulder in a half shrug.
But I'm not sure what kind of punishment could ever be worse than sharing a bed with him. So, for the time being, you're safe here. You and your kid. Until I figure out what to do with you.
I'll take it. I'll fucking take it. His promise, his security. Even the way he's looking at me with a softness I'm not used to seeing on his face. Thank you, is all I managed to mutter. Demian nods, He looks like he's about to say something more, but he stops in his tracks when he sees Bambi approaching. And just like that, his boss mask slams back into place. "They've all left," Bambi informs him. "No one asked any questions, no one straggled behind. Staff is cleaning up now."
"Good."
He nods once and stands.
"Show Clara to one of the guest rooms next to Willow's new room. Tomorrow, have someone grab her the basics, a few maid uniforms and whatever else you can think of."
Bambi glances at me, her brows stitching together. "Sir?"
"Clara is joining the household staff as a maid. See to it her paperwork is filled and filed."
Realization dawns on Bambi's face. "Done." She nods for me to follow her, so I stand and cast one last quick glance at Demian for permission to leave, but he's already walking away. With a weird, squiggly feeling in my stomach, I follow Bambi toward the main courtyard, my heart soaring with the mercy he's showing by allowing me to stay near my sweet baby. "You can stay here tonight," Bambi informs me. Great! I don't stick around to ask follow-up questions. I tiptoe over to Willow and carefully roll myself into the hammock with her. It's just big enough to hold both of us, and after I tuck a warmer blanket around us, I use my good foot to nudge us into a rocking motion. I don't want to cry, but as we rock to sleep in each other's arms, as tears sting my eyes, as I catch glimpses of Willow's new toys and the life our captor has given her, I thank the stars above for guiding us here.